Chapter 573. The water mill was installed with the stone mill that Carpenter Lu had dismantled from the village. The stone mill was huge with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. Originally it would have required 2 bulls to pull it. But now, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a millstone that was constantly rotating under the push of the water wheel. Oh my god, so this water can really move the millstone? You idiot, didn't the village chief say it just now? This is something that Lang Jun made, so how can it be wrong? Bah, you seem to be doubting it just now, right? No, you heard wrong. How can I doubt Lang Jun's words? Tsk, not using mules, horses, or oxen to pull the mill is really convenient. A villager immediately discovered the benefits of the water mill. Using animals to pull the mill not only required a lot of effort to drive the animals, but people also had to follow the animals and walk around the millstone. Grinding a dough of grain was not easy at all. Every time a dough of grain was ground, the animals had to rest. After all, even oxen would get tired. If they used manpower to move the mill, they could only move a small mill. This kind of large mill could not be moved by humans. Moreover, if they used manpower to move it, the efficiency would be even slower. With this water-powered stone mill, one person could grind grain. Moreover, there was no need to move at all. They only needed to continuously add grain to the stone mill. It was really much easier. Just as the villagers were discussing excitedly around the water mill, someone suddenly rushed out of the water mill. Someone curiously shouted, "Zhao Sanlang, why are you running? Go back and move the grain. Come and grind the flour." After being reminded by his words, the villagers immediately reacted. They stopped watching the water mill and all turned to run back to their houses. Not long after, there was a long line outside the water mill. Whether they needed to grind flour or not, they used wheelbarrows to transport a dough of grain, intending to try out the benefits of the water mill. The efficiency of the huge stone mill when grinding grain was astonishing. If a dough of grain was ground into flour, it could be ground once in more than 10 minutes. However, to grind it into fine flour, it usually needed to be ground at least twice. That would only take half an hour. Furthermore, this water mill didn't need to rest. It could grind continuously, so its efficiency was naturally very high. When Li Wangyu led Li Heng to inspect the water mill, the villagers of Dingzhou village crowded around and bowed to him. "Lang Jun, this water mill is really useful. Thank you, Lang Jun. Thank you, Lang Jun. Lang Jun, look, this is the mill that I just made. It's so wide and fine. This water mill is really too good. It doesn't take any effort at all. It only took a moment to grind it out." Zhao Sanlang, who ran the fastest, squeezed through the crowd and grabbed a handful of freshly ground flour as he spoke to Li Wangyu. "Ah, that's good. I didn't let Carpenter Lu work hard in vain." Li Wangyu laughed and nudged Li Heng with his elbow. "How about it? If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat, right? Today I will move to your courtyard. Don't be so long-winded." Li Heng had no choice but to nod silently. The water mill of Dingzhou village became the busiest place in the village. For the entire day, as long as the villagers had free time, they would run to the water mill and stare at the spinning millstone without blinking. The news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. After receiving the news, Yang Quan once again rode a horse and rushed from Hu County to Dingzhou village. He went straight to the water mill. "Zio, why didn't you tell your elder brother that you made such a good thing?" Yang Quan squatted in front of the water mill without a care for his image. He carefully inspected the water mill before pulling Li Wangyu to complain. Then he stretched out his hand and asked, "Where is the blueprint for this water mill?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Aren't these officials of the Tang dynasty too self-conscious? Why do I feel like I owe them something? Hee, brother Shuqing, what do you want the blueprint for? Li Wangyu pretended to be ignorant and asked back. Yang Quan was familiar with him, so naturally he wouldn't fall for his trick. "Of course it's to promote the construction of this water mill in all the villages in Hu County." "Zio, don't tell me you want to ask me for money again? You are the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, yet you have the nerve to ask?" Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Why should I have the nerve? Brother Shuqing, friendship is friendship, business is business. If you want the blueprint for the water mill, give me something in exchange for it." Yang Quan pretended to be angry and said, "All right, I'll give you this 100 or so catty. How about it?" Li Wangyu looked at Yang Quan from head to toe and shook his head. "No, you're too old. It's not worth much." His words almost made Yang Quan's nose crooked from anger. He breathed heavily and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do this time?" Li Wangyu was waiting for him to say this. He laughed mischievously and said, Not much. I'm not greedy. Help me repair the road in exchange. How about it?" Yang Quan was stunned. Repair the road? Repair what road? The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. You're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County. Haven't you noticed that this road is too lousy? Every time it rains, it becomes a muddy pond. I can't even go out. That road should have been repaired long ago. Speaking of this matter, Li Wangyu had a stomach full of complaints. The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County was not an official road and lacked maintenance. Now it was already in tatters. Moreover, the road was narrow and could only accommodate one horse carriage. If there was a horse carriage coming from the opposite side, they had to find a wide place to pass. It was fine if they traveled on horseback, but if they sat in a horse carriage they would feel dizzy from the bumps and it was really torturous. Now that Dingzhou village was getting richer and there were more and more horse carriages, it was time for the road to be repaired. Li Wangyu had been thinking about this for a long time. When he met Yang Quan today he casually brought it up. Yang Zhua, on the other hand, was shocked by his words. Zio, you're asking for too much. You actually want me to build a road that's 20 li long for a watermill blueprint? Do you know how much it will cost to repair this road? Brother Shuqing, you're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, the Ming House. How can you be so stingy? TSK, forget it. I know that you, the Ming House magistrate, are also poor. I won't bicker with you. I'll pay for the cost of repairing the road myself. However, you have to mobilize the laborers in the county to help me repair the road. Is that okay? When Li Wangyu ridiculed him for being poor, Yang Quan was speechless. However, he could agree to Li Wangyu's conditions. After all, the laborers recruited by the county every year were used to build and maintain various facilities in the county. Of course, it was also okay to let these laborers repair the road. Moreover, since Li Wangyu said that he would pay for all the expenses, Yang Quan had no reason to refuse. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I can agree to this condition. Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyu quickly added, I want to double the width of this road. The county will have to settle the land that the roadbed occupies. Yang Quan almost wanted to blow his beard again. However, when he thought about it, there weren't many farmlands on both sides of the road from Hu County to Dingzhou village. Even if the roadbed was doubled, he estimated that the compensation from the county would only be around 100 mu. After doing this calculation, Yang Quan decided to endure it. In any case, this road really did need to be repaired. Especially now that Pai Lupi came to Dingzhou village from time to time, the road was too bad. It really couldn't be justified. Seeing that Yang Quan nodded in agreement, Li Wangyu opened his mouth to speak again. This time Yang Quan couldn't hold back anymore. His saliva almost sprayed on Li Wangyu's face. Zio, that's enough. Li Wangyu shrugged. Brother Shuqing, why are you in such a hurry? I mean, I'll treat you to a drink. Chapter 574. At Li Wangyu's residence, Yang Quan drank and chatted merrily with Li Wangyu. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he returned to the county office with the blueprints for the water mill. It was currently the slack season, so enlisting laborers wasn't too troublesome. Yang Quan didn't go back on his word. He quickly recruited 5,000 laborers from the county and had the bailiffs and scribes lead them to begin repairing the road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. Although the laborers didn't need to be paid, Li Wangyu still had to pay for their meals. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't stingy with the copper coins. 3 meals a day he provided the laborers with good food and drinks, including meat and fish. The laborers who came to repair the road were very grateful for County Count Hu's generosity, so they put in even more effort in repairing the road. 20 li wasn't very long. The 5,000 laborers were divided into 10 groups. Under the direction of the craftsmen sent by the county office, they started working in 10 different places. Each group of 500 people was responsible for repairing the road, and the distance was only 1 kilometer. In the Tang dynasty, the most physically exhausting part of building roads was tamping down the earth. It required countless strong men to continuously lift up heavy wooden stakes, raise them up high and then drop them down, repeatedly smash them into the ground to tamp down the road, and then use stone rollers to roll them back and forth. Finally, firewood was placed on top of the road and the road was burned. This way grass and insects wouldn't grow, and the road was sturdy and durable. According to Yang Zhua and the craftsmen sent by Hu County to direct the construction of the road, this 20 li long road would take 3 to 4 months to complete. A laborer's year of service was 20 days. Yang Quan estimated that they would need to recruit 4 or 5 laborers in shifts to satisfy Li Wangyu's needs. However, Li Wangyu didn't allow them to repair the road like this. He only had the laborers fill up the road and then use stone rollers to tamp it down. He also used 4-wheeled carriages to bring over crushed stones from the quarry and lay them on top of the road. Regarding this, the craftsman in charge of the road couldn't help but advise, County Count Hu, this road isn't tamped down but the speed is fast. But once it rained, the road would be washed away. Even if the road is paved with these stones, once those carriages are crushed, they will still sink into the stones. The road can't be built this way. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. It's okay. I'm going to put a layer of mirage mud on the road. Isn't that enough? What? Spreading mirage mud on the ground? Isn't this too extravagant? The craftsmen naturally knew what mirage mud was, but they had never thought of using such precious mirage mud on the road. In his opinion, wasn't this a prodigal son? The craftsman complained in his heart. In Chang'an, it was rumored that County Count Hu was a prodigal son. It seemed that the rumors were true. What was the difference between paving a road with mirage mud and paving a road with money? However, Li Wangyu was the one spending the money anyway. Since he was willing to spend it on this path, Blacksmith naturally couldn't say much. Besides, he was also very curious about what it would be like to spread the mirage mud on the road. What he didn't know was that in fact, Li Wangyu was also complaining in his heart that the Ministry of Works and the work supervisor of the Tang dynasty were too unreliable. The method of how to fire the volcanic ash in place of cement had long been given to the Ministry of Works and the work supervisor. However, half a year had passed and the production had not increased at all. Wasn't it just calcining lime and clay in a kiln? It was such a simple thing, but it took so long. This cement had not been popularized in the Tang dynasty, and it was still a rare thing. Li Wangyu didn't know that although lime was not a rare thing in the Tang dynasty, the production was not high. After all, lime could only be obtained by craftsmen mining limestone and calcining it. The efficiency of large-scale industrial production could not be compared with the efficiency of modern times. That was to say, County Count Hu was now influential enough, and Yen Libin was mediating for him in the work supervisor. Otherwise, even if he spent money, he couldn't get so much cement to pave the road. In order to build this 20 miles long road, Li Wangyu pestered and pestered endlessly. From the Ministry of Works and the General Supervisor, he obtained 20,000 stones of mirage mud. 20,000 dan, which was only 2,000 tons, cost Li Wangyu 10,000 strings of cash, which was equivalent to 5 strings of cash per ton of cement. Li Wangyu was very unhappy about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. In modern times, cement was only 400 to 500 strings of cash per ton, but these 5 strings of cash were equivalent to 20,000 strings of cash in modern times. It was really a sky-high price. As for the food expenses of the laborers, the cost of the materials for building the road, and so on, it added up to more than 10,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu threw out more than 20,000 strings of copper coins for the short journey of 20 li, under the circumstances where the laborer didn't need to pay wages. Fortunately, he didn't lack money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to build a cement road so extravagantly. The price was not cheap. In modern times, building a 4-meter-wide village road with concrete cost about 300,000 strings of cash per kilometer. And Li Wangyu spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this 10-li road, which was equivalent to 80 million in modern times. The cost of 8 million per kilometer was an astronomical price. With enough financial support and the laborers' hard work, a never-before-seen cement road appeared in the Tang dynasty in a short 20 days. Huxin County Count Li Wangyu was squandering again. This news quickly spread through Hu County, and even into Chang and Pai Lupi's ears. Everyone had different reactions to this. Some shook their heads and sighed, some were envious and some were expectant. On the day that the new road was completed, not only was Dingzhou village in an uproar, but the villagers of Hu County and the surrounding villages also flocked to see this squandering road. That's right, the 20-li road from Hu County to Dingzhou village was now jokingly called the Squandering Road by the people of Hu County. Spending 20,000 strings of cash to build a 10-li road was simply too outrageous. If this wasn't squandering, then what was? But when the people crowded around this squandering road, they were all stupefied. This was a road? It looked like a road paved with grayish-white stone slabs. This was truly beyond the imagination of the Tang people. Although Li Wangyu had already handed over cement to the imperial court, it was still rarely seen among the common people, much less used to pave roads. The common people had never seen a road paved with cement, and they had never imagined that it would look like this. An elderly man smashed his crutch on the cement road a few times in disbelief. Not only was there no dent, his hand went numb from the impact. This is an immortal art. This road is clearly paved with stone slabs. Great-grandfather, this is mirage mud. Do you know what mirage mud is? It was made by the Count of Hu County. After the mirage mud dries up, it becomes this kind of mud. It's incomparably hard and impervious to fire and water. It's truly miraculous, someone explained to the old man. A busybody immediately ran over to fetch a bucket of water and poured it over the road. The crowd watched as the water did not seep into the road. Instead, it flowed to the sides of the road and into the drainage ditches. The remaining water stains on the cement road quickly evaporated under the sunlight, leaving not a single trace of water behind. There were also 4 grooves in the cement road with wooden tracks embedded in them. These were tracks designed for carriages and they were called tracks. Of course, things like tracks were not invented by Li Wangyu. Tracks had already appeared in the Qin dynasty. These wooden tracks would hold the wheels of the carriages. They were smooth, allowing the carriages to move very quickly. These tracks were similar to the tracks of the Tang dynasty, but they were smoother and smoother. While the people of Hu County were marveling at this squandering road, another group of people had set out from Chang and was heading straight for this road. Chapter 575. The person who came was Pai Lupi. He led a group of civil and military officials to visit Li Wangyu's prodigal road. Li Wangyu had already mentioned to Pai Lupi and the others about using mirage mud to build roads. However, no one took it to heart. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others, such precious mirage mud should be used to build city walls and fortresses. Only then would they be impregnable. He didn't think it would be beneficial to use it to build roads. He even thought it was a waste. Today, Pai Lupi and the officials were discussing matters in the morning court when Mi Tuo came to report that Li Wangyu's 20-li-long mirage mud road was open to traffic today. Although Pai Lupi thought it was a waste to use mirage mud to build roads, he was very curious about the road built with mirage mud. Therefore, under the urging of Qing Yaojin and the others, he simply stopped the morning court and led the officials directly to Hu County to watch the fun. When they arrived at the cement road outside Hu County, it was already as lively as the Lantern Festival. The cement road was full of people who came to watch the fun. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the officials and nobles were also a group of people with the highest status in the Tang dynasty, when they saw the cement road, their reaction was not much better than the crowd of Hu County people. The group of civil and military officials, when faced with this unprecedented cement road, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Qing Yaojin even jumped down from his horse and stomped on the road a few times with his feet. Son of a bitch, Zio is really generous. This mirage mud is actually used to pave the road? My goodness, this road is really solid. No matter how hard the road is, it's not as good as this mirage mud. Yuqi Jingde, Qin Xiong, and the other generals were also shocked by the road that was as flat as a stone slab. Some people even pulled out the sabers at their waists and slashed the road. Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, carefully inspected the cement road beneath his feet. He then turned his head and called for a carriage. He had the carriage drive up and down the road a few times. After the series of tests were completed, he turned his head to Pai Lupi and praised, "Your Majesty, County Count Hushin's Mirage Mud Road is incredible." The road was flat and the carriage was even faster than before. This subject has tested it just now. Compared to the official road, the speed of the carriage can be increased by almost 10%, and it is very stable. Not only does it save on horsepower, the carriage can also carry more goods. Amazing. Pai Lupi nodded. When Ziyu said that this mirage mud could be used to pave the road, I didn't think so. But I didn't expect that the road paved with mirage mud would be so incredible. It was really beyond my expectations. Duan Qing, the production of the mirage mud needs to be increased as soon as possible. Duan Luan smiled bitterly, "Your Majesty, I naturally know the benefits of the mirage mud, but the production of lime is limited. This subject has already ordered people to do their best to mine the limestone and burn it. The main reason is that the limestone mine is remote and inconvenient to transport." Li Wangyu, who had rushed over after receiving the news to welcome Pai Lupi and the others, heard Duan Luan's words and couldn't help but be surprised. In his memories, China was an important source of limestone. Almost every province and city had limestone mines. In particular, Guangzhou Road, which was located in the modern Shaanxi province, had the largest limestone reserves in the country, close to 5 billion tons. Duan Luan actually said that the limestone mine was remote and inconvenient to transport? Could it be that the limestone mines haven't been discovered yet? This was interesting. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and felt that he could make a move. It seemed to be a good business. Not to mention the large mines far away, he didn't have enough manpower or machinery to mine them. However, Li Wangyu remembered that there was a limestone mine in Hu County. Back then, the limestone mining companies in Hu County didn't pay attention to environmental protection and crazily mined. At one time, there were close to 1,000 mining companies and thousands of lime kilns. After more than 10 years of vicious mining, The pollution caused by the production of these companies caused the surrounding people to suffer greatly. After the TV interview was broadcasted on TV, it caused a huge social reaction. Li Wangyu also remembered the existence of the limestone mine in Hu County after watching that news program. However, now wasn't the time to talk about this. It was better to find someone to explore the mine and confirm its location. After Li Wangyu remembered this matter, he greeted Pai Lupi and the others and introduced them to the cement road. Zio, I heard that you spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this road? Do you know what the people of Hu County call this road? Li Wangyu laughed and said, Hee, I know. It's the road of squandering. I think it's pretty good. Building a road and squandering is a good thing. If Yang Mingfu, Chui Ming House, and Lu Ming House are willing, I'm even willing to use my own money to build the road from Hu County to Chang, and into a mirage mud road like this. What does Uncle think? His words moved Pai Lupi. The road from Hu County to Dingzhou village was only 20 li. Moreover, only Dingzhou village and the villages along the road would benefit from it. However, if they wanted to build the road from Hu County to Chang, it would be too valuable. As the southern gate of Chang, Hu County was an important connection to Yizhou. Moreover, due to the high price of housing in Chang, many merchants set up their workshops in Hu County. Every day, countless carriages and caravans traveled between Hu County and Chang. In fact, after seeing the cement road built by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi had already thought about how spectacular it would be if such a road could be built throughout the Tang dynasty. However, 20,000 yuan to build 20 kilometers of road was such an expensive price that it directly discouraged Pai Lupi from building the road. How many official roads were there in the Tang dynasty? If all the roads were to be built at this price, the Tang dynasty would probably become the first dynasty to go bankrupt because of road construction. Now that Li Wangyu proposed to use his own money to repair the 80 li road from Hu County to Chang, Pai Lupi was naturally happy to see it happen. If 20 li cost 20,000 strings of cash, wouldn't 80 li cost 80,000 strings of cash? Moreover, the official road from Hu County to Chang, was incomparable to the small road from Dingzhou village. It was at least twice as wide as the mirage mud road in front of them. Based on this calculation, it would probably cost no less than 100,000 strings of coins to build this 80-mile-long road, or even more. Li Wangyu was willing to pay for this. Whether it was Pai Lupi or the civil and military officials, no one was unwilling. Yang Quan, Cui Zhua, and Lu Dehang looked at each other and immediately stood up. Your Majesty, we naturally agree. If the Count of Hu County is willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Hu County to Chang, we will take care of all the enlistment without any objections. Pai Lupi nodded slightly and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, have you thought it through? Are you willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Chang'an to Hu County? Li Wangyu's smile became even brighter. Uncle, I naturally can pay for the construction. However, if I spend a lot of money to build this official road, there should be some benefits, right? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. What benefits do you want? Not much, not much. I only want 100 copper coins. Chapter 576. Li Wangyu's words stunned Pai Lupi and the officials. They thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Only 100 copper coins? What the hell? What kind of condition was this? Li Wangyu calmly explained, Uncle, if I were to pay for the construction of this official road, the people would naturally be free to use it. However, shouldn't I pay a fee for the carriages of the merchants that come and go? 100 copper coins per carriage shouldn't be too much, right? His words made the officials and Pai Lupi even more confused. Many of them immediately began to silently calculate how much profit Li Wangyu could make by proposing this. At present, there were no less than 1,000 carriages going back and forth between Chang and Hu County every day. 100 copper coins per carriage really wasn't much. When Li Wangyu ate breakfast with Niu Yong, Niu Wu and the others at Chongren Square, he spent more than 100 copper coins. The officials secretly pondered. Was it a lot to pay 100 copper coins to travel on such a flat mirage mud road? 1,000 carriages could collect 100 copper coins in a day. In a year they could collect 30,000 strings of copper coins. Even if the road required 100,000 strings of copper coins, it would only take 3 years to recoup the investment. After that, it would be a net profit. The officials silently calculated in their hearts and suddenly realized that Li Wangyu wanted to build this road. The profits were too great. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other influential figures looked at each other and stood up to express their opposition. Your Majesty, you can't do this. How can the official road become a private road and collect fees? County Count, whose words are incorrect. Your Majesty, you can't do this. If the official road becomes a private road, What kind of scandal is this? If you want to collect 100 copper coins per journey for 80 li, Your Majesty, how is this different from highway robbery? Nowadays there are no fees on the official road. That's right, Your Majesty. How can we let county count who exploit the people like this? The private road they were talking about was a privately built road. In the Tang dynasty, privately built roads had already been charged for the passage of pedestrians. Pai Lupi was originally somewhat tempted, but after being persuaded by Wang Renyu and the others, he couldn't help but hesitate. Zio, 100 coins seems a little too much. Li Wangyu had a very reluctant expression on his face. Then what about 50 copper coins? Can I charge you 50 copper coins? Wang Renyu and the others naturally shook their heads. No, 50 coins is still too much. The common people have worked so hard. It's inappropriate to exploit them like this. In fact, they didn't care how much they charged. In short, they couldn't let Li Wangyu build this road to make money. Even Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were already wondering if the counties where their families were located could use this method to build mirage mud roads and then charge a fee. This seemed to be a good deal. Although the initial investment was huge, they could reap rich returns for many years. Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders in response to Wang Renyu and the other patriarchs' objections. If that's the case, then forget it. The money in my residence doesn't grow on trees. I can't just throw it into the water and listen to the sound. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't really want to build the official road between Hu County and Chang'an. Before the production of cement in the Tang dynasty increased substantially and the price of cement lowered, the cost of building cement roads was too high. It was simply a thankless act. The purpose of his words just now was to plant a seed in Pai Lupi's heart. He wanted to let him know that building roads wasn't just a matter of losing money, but also had great potential. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. This saying was absolutely correct. Li Wangyu felt that as long as he found the location of a lime mine in Hu County, the production of lime would naturally gradually increase. As the production of cement increased, wouldn't it be logical to use cement to build roads? He didn't think there was anything wrong with charging for road building. Although free things were good, seeing the profits would make the Tang dynasty pay attention to road building. As for charging 100 copper coins for 80 li of road, it was indeed too expensive. In Li Wangyu's view, charging 10 copper coins for every 200 li of cement highway was quite reasonable. On average, 1 copper coin per kilometer was equivalent to 8 or 9 times the highway charging standard of later generations. Once several cement highways were built in the Tang dynasty, the economy of the Tang dynasty would inevitably become more prosperous and the national power would become more prosperous. This was all foreseeable. However, this matter wasn't urgent. It was better to take it slowly. Pai Lupi didn't mention the road building anymore. He and the other officials were in high spirits. They carefully observed the Mirage Mud Road several times. They even pulled Qing Yaojin and the others to gallop back and forth on the 20 li of cement road several times. The iron horseshoes collided with the cement road, constantly producing crisp sounds of hooves. It was very pleasant to the ears. After Pai Lupi had his fill, he called the officials to return to Chang'an. Although he didn't say anything before leaving, it was obvious that Pai Lupi had remembered this cement road in his heart. For a long time after that, the prodigal road built by Li Wangyu with a huge sum of money became the favorite place of the people of Hu County. Every day many busybodies would go there to watch the fun. It was called the Internet Celebrity Road. Even in Chang, and many people would ride horses to see it. Some people even used stones to knock on the road to test if it was really as indestructible as the rumors said. Yang Quan was afraid that people would destroy the road, so he had no choice but to arrange for the Yamen runners to maintain order on the cement road every day. After more than half a month, it wasn't until the middle of the 11th month of the second year of Jingguan that the popularity of the prodigal road slowly dissipated. There were no longer many onlookers. Li Wangyu was living a carefree life now. He had already fiddled with the fireworks and was waiting for Pai Lupi's birthday to show them. The more than 200 palace maids also had their beautiful superiors to arrange daily rehearsals for them. He didn't need to worry about them. Things went his way one after another. Back then, he had impulsively submitted a memorial to Pai Lupi to have the 100,000 people of Hu County switch to planting rice. Originally he wasn't sure about this, but now there seemed to be signs of success. The winter rice that had been sown actually started to sprout in the winter. This made Yang Quan, the county magistrate, overjoyed. Every day he would ride his horse to each village and personally go down to the fields to check on the rice seedlings. According to the estimates of the experienced farmers in the county, in another 40 to 50 days, the rice in Hu County would ripen and be ready for harvest. After receiving this news, Li Wangyu let out a sigh of relief. It was as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. To be honest, if these rice plants had failed, Li Wangyu really didn't know how to face the people of Hu County. It wasn't that he couldn't support the 100,000 people, but that he couldn't face the disappointed gazes of the people. However, Li Wangyu's leisurely days didn't last long. The old immortal son Simiao came looking for him. Trouble had come knocking. Chapter 577. On this day, Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he led Niu Wu and a group of troops to watch the palace maids rehearse. Lang Jun, are you planning to let these palace maids perform this on the saint's birthday? I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Niu Wu didn't even blink as he questioned Li Wangyu's decision. Li Wangyu kicked him in the butt angrily. Please wipe the saliva off the corner of your mouth before you say something more convincing. Niu Wu hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, but found nothing. Lang Jun, you're lying to me again. Where's the saliva? Is that so? Then I'll have Xie Sanyang take a look and confirm whether or not you're drooling. The Xie Sanyang Li Wangyu mentioned was Niu Wu's beautiful palace maid wife. These two wives of Niu Yong and Niu Wu were born in Taiji Palace. Not only were they good at singing and dancing, but they could also write and draw. In this era where illiterates were everywhere, they were already considered high-end elites. Their beautiful boss was getting busier and busier, so she naturally needed people to help her. Strictly speaking, Perrin and Aphrodite were still in the category of illiterates. Needless to say, Perrin was naturally illiterate. When she was with Li Wangyu, she learned a little. If it was according to the standards of the Tang dynasty, Perrin was actually literate because she could write her own name. In the Tang dynasty, it was recognized that those who could write their own name were not illiterates. As for Aphrodite, although she could speak fluent Chinese, she couldn't write. According to the standards of the Tang dynasty, she was a standard illiterate. Even if she had received excellent education in Byzantium, it was useless. Therefore, Perrin and Aphrodite were still bitterly learning to read from their beautiful boss. Niu Yong's wife, Su Qiao, Niu Wu's wife, Xie Sanyang, and the dozen or so palace maids who married into Dingzhou village were in high demand in the eyes of their beautiful boss. What was the most precious thing in the 17th century? Talents? In the eyes of her beautiful superior, this group of palace maids who could write and calculate were the talents of the Tang dynasty. Under her persuasion, all the palace maids abandoned their families and husbands, one after another. They no longer stayed in the courtyard to take care of their husbands and children. Instead, they followed their beautiful superior and worked for her. These dozen or so former palace maids were all regarded as capable assistants by their beautiful superiors. Many palace maids were even appointed by their beautiful superior as stewards of the carriage business and lingerie shop. They helped their beautiful superior to manage these businesses. Every day, just like their beautiful superior, they took the carriage to and fro between Chang'an and Dingzhou village every day. In the Tang dynasty there were women who went out to work, but it was not the norm. How could this group of newly married old soldiers be willing to let their beautiful wives go out every day? Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the old soldiers in the village complained about this. They even complained to Li Wangyu in private a few times. However, when they found that the monthly salary that their wives brought back was higher than theirs, these old soldiers could only shut up obediently. Moreover, this group of women now had the support of their beautiful superior. Whether it was Niu Yong, Niu Wu, or the old soldiers, they did not dare to offend their beautiful superior. As for their own wives, they had no right to speak. In this regard, Li Wangyu was heartless and laughed very happily. Wah! It's time for you old men to experience the miserable situation of men in the future in advance. Now, when their beautiful superior went out, she was followed by a group of beautiful stewards and assistants. How impressive! As the 73 troops married palace maids again, Li Wangyu could foresee that the group of women around their beautiful superior would continue to grow. Now, even though the two daughters-in-law of the Niu family, Su Qiao and Xie Sanyang, were pregnant, they still followed their beautiful superior and helped her do things. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, Niu Wu immediately stopped smiling and replied seriously, Lang Jun, your idea is really amazing. The sage will definitely like it. Get lost. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He turned his head and continued to watch the palace maids rehearse. Needless to say, in the future he had never received such treatment. More than 200 graceful and beautiful women in thin clothes were twisting their bodies seductively in front of him. It was really a rare sight. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the troops were watching happily. Then they saw their beautiful superior leading her group of female assistants over. Is it nice? Li Wangyu subconsciously wanted to reply that it was nice, but his strong desire to live made him change his words. It's okay. The dance team is not neat enough. Chongqing, you have to supervise them and be strict with them. The sage's birthday is in a month. I don't dare to delay. Time is tight and the task is urgent. I'll leave it to you. And I just came to see how the rehearsal is going. Since there are no problems, I'll leave first. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he prepared to lead Niu Wu and the troops to retreat. However, he heard his beautiful superior instruct Su Qiao and the others, in the future when the palace maids are training, pay attention to the door. Don't let some people peep at the palace maids. Humph, big pig trotter. Her words almost made Li Wangyu stumble and fall. He didn't dare to say more and quickly pulled Niu Wu and the others away. Langjun, why did Lady Su say that you're a big pig trotter? Niu Wu asked Li Wangyu, touching a sore spot. Shut up. She was talking about you. Li Wangyu was so angry that he kicked this guy twice to vent his anger. While he was playing with Niu Wu, he saw the old housekeeper Li Heng hurriedly come over. Langjun, I saw that old immortal son sent someone to ask you to go to the Taoist temple. He said that he has something important to tell you. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt that it was strange. Why was Sun Simiao looking for him? Li Wangyu had already asked the supervising craftsman to make the microscope that Sun Simiao wanted and send it to the Taoist temple. Although the magnification wasn't high, Li Wangyu estimated that it was at most 40 to 50 times magnification. It was similar to the simple microscopes used by elementary school students in the future to do scientific experiments. They could barely see the microorganisms in the water. Li Wangyu really didn't know how to make a lens with a bigger magnification. He could only ask the supervising craftsman to continue to study how to increase the magnification of the microscope. Even so, the simple microscope that was sent to the Taoist temple shocked Sun Simiao and he treated it like a divine weapon. Especially when the old Taoist saw the magnified scenes in his hair, blood, water and leaves under Li Wangyu's guidance, he became even more obsessed. He hugged the microscope every day and refused to let go. Recently, the old Taoist didn't find trouble with Li Wangyu. He spent every day in the Taoist temple doing his scientific research. Since Sun Simiao was looking for him, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't delay. He immediately rode to the Taoist temple. When he entered the Taoist temple, Sun Simiao's disciples naturally led him to the old Taoist. Zio, you came at the right time. Haha, the penicillin you mentioned before, this poor Taoist has made it. Sun Simiao's words struck Li Wangyu like lightning. What? Penicillin was made? Chapter 578. Sun Simiao's words made Li Wangyu's voice tremble uncontrollably. Old immortal son, what did you say? Penicillin is the miracle drug you mentioned. I made it according to your method, but I don't know how to use it. Zio, please explain it in detail, Sun Simiao said with a smile while twirling his beard. Li Wangyu fell to the floor, his lips trembling. It's really penicillin? Old immortal son, you can't joke about this. Have you tested the efficacy of the drug? The method of making penicillin that he gave to Sun Simiao was just something he learned from the TV series. Whether it was true or not, or if the scriptwriter made it up, he didn't know. The reason why he told Sun Simiao this was that he wanted to keep the old Taoist so that he and his beautiful boss could have a medical insurance. Secondly, he also had the mentality that Sun Simiao, the king of medicine, could really make penicillin. However, Li Wangyu didn't have much hope for this. After all, it was more than 1,000 years in advance. With the current technological strength of the Tang dynasty, it was really incredible to make a miracle drug like penicillin. Therefore, when Sun Simiao said that he made penicillin, Li Wangyu lost his composure. Well, according to what Zio said before, I took out the infected filth from the patients and smeared it on the crystal. Penicillin was also smeared on it. Now that 7 days have passed, there is no penicillin in the areas smeared with penicillin. According to what Zio said before, this should be a success, right? I also looked under the microscope. The areas smeared with penicillin are indeed free of grape-like bacteria. Sun Simiao said and pointed to the microscope, indicating Li Wangyu to look at it himself. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He rushed in front of the microscope and adjusted the eyepiece. On the crystal that was used as the objective lens, he could clearly see the boundary. The areas smeared with penicillin were clean, but outside were piled up grape-like bacteria. Li Wangyu remembered that this was Staphylococcus, the most common type of pyogenic coccus. There was no doubt that Sun Simiao's penicillin was effective. Li Wangyu's fingers trembled. Penicillin was a miracle drug that could save lives. This was especially true in the Tang dynasty. Son, old immortal son, it's really penicillin. You really made it. Old immortal, you really are the king of medicine. Li Wangyu was so excited that he even called out Sun Simiao's honorific title. Regarding this, Sun Simiao only twirled his beard and laughed heartily. Zio, you're exaggerating. I'm not some medicine king. Ziyu, please tell us how to use this penicillin. Injections. Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly. Sun Simiao was puzzled. What is an injection? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Injection was to use a syringe to inject medicine into the body. But in the Tang dynasty, where would they find syringes and needles? The syringe was simple, so he could make do with a bamboo tube. Li Wangyu estimated that with Carpenter Lu's skills, it wouldn't be a problem to make some bamboo syringes out of bamboo. Although they wouldn't be as transparent as glass in the future, they could still be used. The troublesome part was the needles. This thing had to be hollow and so small. Li Wangyu wasn't confident that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty could make such a delicate needle. He could only go to the construction bureau and discuss with the craftsmen to see if they could make the needles. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and was about to explain to Sun Simiao what a syringe was and what an injection was when he saw one of Sun Simiao's disciples hurriedly walk in. "Grandmaster, there's a guest." Sun Simiao frowned unhappily. "Didn't I say that there won't be any guests? Can't you see that I'm talking business with County Count Hu?" The disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing. "It's Mr. Treasure. He said that he wants to reason with Grandmaster and seek justice for his disciple." Li Wangyu was confused. What kind of trouble did Sun Simiao get himself into? Why would someone want to seek justice for his disciple? Sun Simiao frowned. "When did I bully his disciple? What justice do I want?" Mr. Treasure said that Gung Hong, who was beaten to death by the sage Gung Fengyu, was his disciple. Sun Simiao's disciple's words stunned Li Wangyu. Gung Hong, Gung Fengyu, had been beaten to death by the Pai Lupi because he had colluded with the aristocratic families to force the Pai Lupi to abdicate. What did this have to do with Sun Simiao? Who was this Mr. Treasure? Was he also a doctor? Li Wangyu felt that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember. He asked Sun Simiao, "Old immortal son, who is this Mr. Treasure?" Sun Simiao shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, "Sai, Mr. Treasure is also a famous doctor. His surname is Zhang and his name is Treasure. His courtesy name is Tan and he is from Liang. Mr. Treasure is now 70 years old. He used to be an official in the imperial court, serving as an official of the Honglu Temple. Now he has resigned and returned home. I don't know why you are looking for me today. What does Gung Hong's death have to do with me?" Li Wangyu heard this and remembered that Zhang Treasure was also a famous doctor in the early Tang dynasty. There were records of him in history, but he didn't expect Gung Hong to be his disciple. "Old immortal son, there must be some misunderstanding?" "Maybe so. Zio, sit for a while. I will be back soon." Sun Simiao stood up and prepared to meet Zhang Treasure with his disciple. Li Wangyu thought that Gung Hong's death seemed to have something to do with him, so he stood up as well. "Old immortal son, I will go with you. If there is any misunderstanding, I can help you explain." Sun Simiao didn't refuse. He nodded slightly and walked out. Li Wangyu quickly followed. Under the guidance of Sun Simiao's disciple, the two went to the Taoist temple's guest room. In the room sat an old man with white hair and beard. There were a few middle-aged men serving him. When the old man saw Sun Simiao appear, he coldly snorted. "Greetings, Taoist Sunday. I came here uninvited today to demand an explanation for my disappointing disciple." Sun Simiao wasn't annoyed by his attitude. "Mr. Treasure, there must be some misunderstanding. The death of your disciple Gung Hong has nothing to do with me." "How can it have nothing to do with you? It was you who misled the saint. That's why he beat my poor disciple to death in anger. As an elder, how can you deny it like this?" Li Wangyu was also confused. He couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Treasure, Gung Hong's death was entirely his own fault. What does it have to do with Old Immortal Sun? Even if Old Immortal Sun cured the Crown Prince's intestinal blockage, it has nothing to do with Gung Hong's death. How can Old Immortal Sun be blamed?" Zhang Baozong was very unhappy with Li Wangyu's words. "I'm talking to Taoist Sunday. Who are you to interrupt? Taoist Sun, is this how you teach your disciples?" Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Haha, I can't teach a disciple like County Count Hu. Mr. Treasure, you have misunderstood. This is the founding County Count of County Count Hu, Li Wangyu." "Oh? You are Li Wangyu? That's great. I don't have to make another trip. Today I want to talk to you." After Zhang Baozong heard Li Wangyu's identity, he didn't change his attitude. Instead, he glared at Li Wangyu and became more and more impolite. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was stunned. Wasn't this person taking him too seriously? What arrogance! Chapter 579. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that Zhang Baozong, as a famous doctor, was sought after by many. Moreover, he had once been an official of the Honglu Temple, a third-rank official who had retired. Naturally, he did not think much of Li Wangyu, a fourth-rank official who had founded the country. Zhang Baozong was now 70 years old and was known as a famous doctor, a godly doctor. This caused this old man to develop a bad temper. Li Wangyu was slightly startled by Zhang Baozong's words. "Mr. Baozong, I respect you as an old man, but you cannot speak carelessly." Gung Hong clearly said that the crown prince had passed away in front of hundreds of officials and saints at the Taiji Palace. This angered the saint and caused him to be beaten to death. "What does this have to do with me, an old immortal son?" Zhang Baozong's temper was even worse. He slapped the table and said angrily, "Nonsense! If you and Daoist's son did not purposely hide the crown prince's illness and mislead my disciple, how would he have angered the saint?" The old man's words made Li Wangyu so angry that he laughed. This was really Zhu Beiji's way of putting the blame on others. Gung Hong's medical skills were not good and he was stubborn. He was not willing to cooperate with him to save Li Qingqian. Now, Zhang Baozong was actually using this as an excuse to criticize him and Sun Simiao. He was truly shameless. Not to mention that it was Pai Lupi who personally gave the order to seal off Li Qingqian's illness. Even if he purposely did not let Gung Hong know, so what? What obligation did he have to explain Li Qingqian's condition to Gung Hong, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau? Who did this Zhang Baozong think his disciple was? Zhang Baozong was still unwilling to let it go. He pointed at Sun Simiao and impolitely criticized, "Daoist son, you only accidentally cured the crown prince's intestinal abscess. Why did you kill my disciple?" Sun Simiao was a monk and could not be bothered to argue with him. He only calmly cupped his hands and bowed. "Immeasurable deity, Mr. Baozong has misunderstood." "Misunderstood? What did I misunderstand?" "My disciple is the Daoist of the Medicine Bureau. It is his duty to treat the crown prince. Even if you have cured the crown prince, you should still inform him." "Daoist son, do you dare to say that you didn't purposely conceal the method to cure the intestinal abscess and purposely seal the crown prince's illness so that my disciple, Gung Hong, would misjudge the crown prince's illness and ultimately cause my disciple's death?" Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. Was this old man crazy? Should everyone in the world follow his wishes? Why didn't he just ascend to heaven? Li Wangyu wasn't going to be polite either. He flung his robe and stood up. "Since Mr. Treasure thinks so, then there's nothing more to say. If Mr. Treasure thinks that old immortal son and I deliberately killed Gung Hong, you can go to the censorate to complain. You don't have to come here and show off your eloquence." Zhang Baozong was very old and his temper was even worse. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Young man, how could you not know how to respect your elders? Is this how you talk to this old man? Don't think that just because you're the founding uncle, you can be so unscrupulous." Li Wangyu ignored his clamor and turned to Sun Simiao. "Old immortal son, let's go. There's nothing to say to this kind of person." Sun Simiao nodded silently and turned to leave. "Stop. This old man hasn't finished speaking." Zhang Baozong was even more angry and raised his voice. "This old man must seek justice for my disciple. After you killed my disciple, everyone in Chang'an City is saying that you, Daoist son, have better medical skills and are the best doctor in the world. And my Zhang family's medical skills are useless. This is simply outrageous. This old man wants to compete with you in medical skills, Daoist son, to prove my Zhang family's medical skills. Daoist son, do you dare to accept the challenge?" When Li Wangyu heard his words, he somewhat understood in his heart. This Zhang Baozong didn't want to seek justice for his disciple, Gung Hong. He clearly felt that Gung Hong didn't cure Crown Prince Li Qingqian and was beaten to death, which made his Zhang family lose face. This was why he shamelessly ran back to Chang'an City from his hometown Liang City, to find trouble with Sun Simiao. In reality, he just wanted to make a name for himself. This Zhang Baozong was so old, but he still cared so much about fame. This made Li Wangyu a little surprised. However, Li Wangyu felt that he wanted to compete with Sun Simiao in medical skills. That was purely looking for trouble. Although Zhang Baozong was considered a famous doctor in the beginning of the Tang dynasty and had left his name in history, compared to the king of medicine, he was not just a little bit inferior. How could he compare? Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Baozong's words. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Old immortal son's medical skills are not something you, Mr. Baozong, can compare to. You're thinking, well, if you lose it's okay. If you win you can spread the news everywhere? Make a name for your Zhang family? But what right does old immortal Sun have to compete with you in medical skills? Do you think it's honorable to win? You really don't know what you're talking about. Count who? You're also responsible for the death of my disciple, Gung Hong. This old man hasn't even argued with you. How dare you humiliate this old man like this? Humiliate? Ah. Li Wangyu was too lazy to say anything more. Sun Simiao naturally didn't want to say anything more. To him, a medical competition was extremely boring. If he had the time, he might as well experiment with the efficacy of penicillin. Immeasurable celestial venerable Mr. Baozong, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about it anymore. I also feel very sorry for your disciple's death, but it really has nothing to do with me. I ask Mr. Baozong not to harp on this matter anymore. It's getting late. Mr. Baozong, you should return to Chang and city as soon as possible. Sun Simiao ordered him to leave. Zhang Baozong stood up with the help of several middle-aged disciples beside him. He laughed and said, Daoist son, this old man respects you as a senior in the medical field, but if you're going to be such a coward, this old man will be very disappointed. I didn't expect the world-renowned priest's son to not even have the guts to compete with this old man in medical skills. Aha, this is really interesting. Interesting. Sun Simiao wasn't moved by Zhang Baozong's mockery. He was almost 100 years old. What hadn't he seen? Zhang Baozong's provocation wasn't even worth mentioning. Sun Simiao's disciples and grand-disciples, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Baozong after hearing his words. But because of their status, they didn't dare to speak up. But while Sun Simiao could tolerate it, Li Wangyu couldn't. How could the medicine king, Sun Simiao, be humiliated by Zhang Baozong? Li Wangyu flashed in front of Zhang Baozong and said, Ha, Mr. Baozong, it's not impossible for you to compete in medical skills. But I don't think you have the right to compete with old immortal Sunday. How about this? I also know a little about medical skills. Since you keep saying that I have to take responsibility for Gung Hong's death, then that's great. Let me and old immortal Sun's disciples compete in medical skills with you, Mr. Baozong. How about it? No. Sun Simiao said anxiously. Zhang Baozong curled his lips in disdain and said, Count who, when it comes to medical skills, you don't have the right. Is that so? But everyone in Chang'an City says that I, Li Wangyu, am also a divine doctor. Go and ask the people, do they know you, Mr. Baozong? It seems like I'm at a disadvantage if I compete with you in medical skills, Li Wangyu said mockingly. He wasn't wrong. Zhang Baozong's reputation was mostly among the court officials and aristocratic families. The Zhang family had never treated the common people, so how could they have any reputation among the common people? Li Wangyu's words almost angered the old man to death. Zhang Baozong stared at Li Wangyu and panted heavily. Chapter 580. Li Wangyu's words infuriated Zhang Baozong. Good. Since Count Huxin says so, then this old man will compete with you first. I'll send someone to inform the patient. In 3 days we'll take turns treating patients at the Imperial Physician Bureau. Whoever cures the most patients in 10 days wins. How about it? The Imperial Physician Bureau's Imperial Physician Medallion and Imperial Physician Deputy can bear witness. Li Wangyu naturally didn't object. He nodded with an expression that said, as long as you're happy. Sun Simiao became anxious and tried to dissuade him. Zio, why bother? This competition is meaningless. Don't fight with Mr. Baozong. Mr. Baozong, your disciple's death was a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with me and Mr. Baozong. Let's just drop the matter of the competition. Zhang Baozong shook his head. No. Since Mr. Baozong wants to compete with me, how can I drop the matter? Li Wangyu also smiled and comforted Sun Simiao. Old immortal Sun, I'll accept this. There's no need to worry. Sun Simiao saw that the two sides were determined to compete and could only sigh. Zhang Baozong turned to Li Wangyu and said, since it's a competition of medical skills, there needs to be a prize. If I lose, I'll immediately scram back to Liyang and never treat patients again. I wonder what prize Mr. Baozong will offer if you lose? Li Wangyu looked at him indifferently. Mr. Baozong, what do you want? Why don't you just say it? Mr. Baozong, if you lose, have Lu Xinwei resign from his position as Imperial Physician of the Shangyao Bureau and recommend my disciple for the position. In addition, teach my disciple the method to treat intestinal ulcers. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile at Zhang Baozong's words. Alright, no problem. However, since you want Brother Xinwei's position, I'll compete with Mr. Baozong with him. I'm sure Mr. Baozong won't mind, right? Humph, as you wish. Zhang Baozong didn't seem to mind. Zhang Baozong naturally knew about Sun Simiao's disciple, Lu Xinwei. Although his medical skills weren't bad, Zhang Baozong believed that he could crush him in the art of medicine. Chinese medicine was extensive and profound, and it relied on the accumulation of experience. Especially in the Tang dynasty, Chinese medicine did not have a strong theoretical system. Most of the time, doctors still relied on their own years of experience. This was also known as experimental medicine. Zhang Baozong was 70 years old this year. He had seen patients all his life, so his medical experience was naturally rich. Moreover, he was from a medical family. Through several generations of medical practice, he had summed up many effective treatment plans and secret prescriptions. This was also the reason why Zhang Baozong dared to challenge Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao was older, he might not have been practicing medicine longer than Zhang Baozong. After all, Sun Simiao was only from an ordinary farmer's family and did not have any family inheritance. He started practicing medicine at the age of 18 and started treating his neighbors in his 20s. He had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. Zhang Baozong, on the other hand, started from the beginning. He memorized all kinds of medical books and the names of medicinal herbs. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he had already started to treat patients. Until now, he had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. That was why Zhang Baozong was confident that his medical skills were not weaker than Sun Simiao's. In fact, he might even be stronger than Sun Simiao because he had his family's inheritance to rely on. As for Lu Xinwei, although he was the imperial physician of the medicine bureau, he was only in his 40s and had only been practicing medicine for less than 10 years. As for Li Wangyu, Zhang Baozong did not place him in his heart. Even if the rumors were amazing, and even if Li Wangyu started learning medicine in his mother's womb, Zhang Baozong did not feel that Li Wangyu had any profound medical skills. Actually, Zhang Baozong wasn't wrong about this. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know any medical skills. The reason why he dared to challenge Zhang Baozong was because he was relying on surgery, alcohol, and penicillin. If it wasn't for Sun Simiao coming up with penicillin, Li Wangyu would have no choice but to keep his mouth shut and ignore Zhang Baozong. But since he had a miracle medicine like penicillin, Li Wangyu would feel sorry for his identity as a transmigrator if he did not show off. It wasn't that penicillin could cure all diseases, but with the miraculous effects of penicillin and Lu Xinwei's medical skills, Li Wangyu didn't believe that he couldn't win against Zhang Baozong. It wasn't that TCM wasn't advanced or brilliant. At least in this era, TCM was far more advanced than any other medicine in the world. It was only in modern times that Western medicine developed along with anatomy, pathology, and pharmaceutics. In the 20th century, it was closely combined with modern science and technology. With the birth of systematic medicine, it developed into modern medicine. Even so, TCM didn't disappear. On the contrary, it continued to develop after introducing modern medical concepts. From this, one could see the greatness of Chinese civilization. As the saying went, TCM treated the root and Western medicine treated the symptoms. Naturally, TCM had its own unique points, but penicillin was a modern medicine that could directly destroy the cell walls of bacteria. Its effects weren't something that Tang dynasty medicine could compare to. After all, the Tang people didn't even know what bacteria were. It was unrealistic to expect TCM to be able to quickly kill bacteria and reduce inflammation. Li Wangyu's eyes darted around before he said, "But if that's all there is to this competition, then it's meaningless. Why don't we increase the stakes? If Brother Xinwei and I lose, I'll kowtow to Mr. Baozong in front of all the officials and give you 10,000 taels of gold as compensation. But if Mr. Baozong loses?" His conditions naturally made Zhang Baozong raise his eyebrows. Whether it was 10,000 taels of gold or Li Wangyu kowtowing in front of everyone, it was very tempting to him. Zhang Baozong subconsciously asked, "What if I lose?" If Mr. Baozong loses, you'll kowtow to old Immortal's son and take him as your master. You'll serve old Immortal's son in this Xianwei temple. How about it? Mr. Baozong, do you dare to make a bet? Li Wangyu's words made Zhang Baozong's teeth ache. He was already 70 years old and had countless disciples and grand-disciples behind him. Asking him to take Sun Simiao as his master? He couldn't bring himself to do that. Seeing Zhang Baozong remain silent for a long time, Li Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle. What? Does Mr. Baozong not have the confidence to win against Brother Xinwei and me? If that's the case, then let's just forget about this medical competition. County Count Hu, you don't need to use words to provoke me. I've lived for more than 70 years and have walked more bridges than you have roads. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. Since County Count Hu insists on giving this old man tens of thousands of taels of gold, how could this old man not agree? All right, we'll do as County Count Hu says. If I lose, I'll take Dao's son as my master. Seeing that Zhang Baozong had actually agreed to his conditions, Li Wangyu's smile grew even wider. That's good. Then let's write down the terms of the bet so that no one will regret it in the future. That's how it should be. Count who you should prepare the gold early. Zhang Baozong didn't back down. Under Sun Simiao's witness, both sides wrote down the terms of the bet, signed their signatures and slapped their palms together to swear an oath. They agreed to compete in the Imperial Medical Department in Chang, and 3 days later. Chapter 581. After Zhang Baozong left, supported by several disciples, Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown as he looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, why do you have to do this? Even I might not be able to beat Mr. Baozong with his medical skills, let alone Xin Wei. How did you and Xin Wei beat Mr. Baozong? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Didn't you lend me the courage, old immortal son? Sun Simiao was confused. What does this have to do with me? Hee, if it weren't for you, old immortal son, how would I dare to make such a bet? Oh? Zio, you're so confident in this penicillin? It hasn't been used on patients yet. Sun Simiao still felt that this was inappropriate. Li Wangyu could only shrug. The Tang dynasty didn't have the conditions for pharmacological experiments, so there was nothing to say. They could just do clinical experiments. Anyway, it couldn't be too bad. Just like when Yo Yong was injured. If he didn't have the cephalosporin, wouldn't he have to watch Yo Yong die from inflammation? Besides, there was a penicillin skin test, which could effectively prevent the patient from going into anaphylactic shock. Old immortal son, don't worry. I know how to use this penicillin. I'll go to Chang and first and tell you the details when I come back. Li Wangyu didn't have time to talk to Sun Simiao. He just asked Sun Simiao to prepare the penicillin for him. He had to go to Chang and immediately and find the craftsman to make the needles. Without the syringe, even the penicillin would be useless. After all, the penicillin produced by Sun Simiao was a medicine, not a pill that could be taken orally. There was no other way except for intramuscular injection. After leaving the Xianwei Temple, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and a few troops straight to Chang'an. He was now familiar with the Xianwei Temple. The officials and craftsmen in the Xianwei Temple naturally knew that Count who was here to make something new. Sure enough, when Li Wangyu found the craftsmen and told them his request, all of them were depressed. Who was confident that they could make such a delicate thing? An old craftsman pondered for a moment and asked, Count who, can this item be made of gold? Gold? Making needles? Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. However, as long as he could make a suitable needle, he didn't care too much. If it was gold, then so be it. But, can it be made of gold? Yes, I was thinking that gold is on the soft side. I will first beat the gold into gold foil, then wrap it around the copper wire and beat it into the needle-like shape you need, Count who. Finally, I will take out the copper wire and form the hollow needle you need. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. It was feasible, but he asked doubtfully, won't a needle made of pure gold be very soft? Can it pierce into the human body? I'll add silver to it later to strengthen it. That's good. Then start forging immediately. You must forge it for me within 3 days. This lord will reward you handsomely. With Li Wangyu's words, the craftsmen nodded and patted their chests, promising that they would make it within 3 days. Now, the craftsmen who were about to become supervisors were all willing to work for Li Wangyu. The biggest reason was that he gave them a lot of rewards. These craftsmen were all registered craftsmen and only had a meager salary every month. As for those craftsmen who helped Li Wangyu was never stingy with his money. He gave the craftsmen who helped Li Wangyu polish the microscope lens 100 strings of copper coins as a reward. With such a material incentive, these craftsmen were naturally willing to work hard for Li Wangyu. With the craftsman's guarantee, Li Wangyu was relieved. He ran to the Shangyao Bureau and found Lu Shenwei, informing him of today's matter. When Lu Shenwei heard Zhang Baozong speak to his master in such a manner, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded Zhang Baozong for being disrespectful. Zio, I will do my best in the competition with that old thief. I won't let my master be humiliated. Lu Shenwei said and then looked at Li Wangyu with some worry. However, Zio, you are still a bit rash. You shouldn't have made such a bet with that old thief. If you lose, it doesn't matter if I become the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau or not. However, you will lose 10,000 taels of gold and even have to kowtow to that old thief. How can you accept that? Hee, brother Shenwei, that's why you have to win. Li Wangyu smiled. Lu Shenwei couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Zio, although I am confident in my medical skills, that old thief has been practicing medicine his entire life. His medical skills aren't inferior to my master's. I'm afraid, Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. Brother Shenwei, do you remember why old Immortal's son went to Dingzhou village to build a microscope? Lu Shenwei didn't understand what he meant, but he still nodded. Naturally, it's to study your microscope. Zio, the microscope you made for your master is really good. When will you make one for me? Li Wangyu was speechless. This guy was still thinking about the microscope? He rolled his eyes. Other than the microscope? Other than the microscope? Then it's penicillin. In order to create the penicillin you mentioned, my master spent a lot of effort. Now, Lu Shenwei suddenly understood. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Zio, you mean my master has developed penicillin? Haha, that's right. Li Wangyu pretended to pull out the folding fan at his waist. With a swoosh, he opened it and made it look like a feather fan. Otherwise, how would I go and bet with that Baozong on medical skills? It's not like you don't know my skills. How would I know any medical skills? However, with this penicillin and Brother Shenwei's medical skills, that Baozong will definitely suffer a great loss. Lu Shenwei nodded excitedly. If that penicillin really has the effect you mentioned, then that old thief Zhang Baozong will definitely suffer. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Wangyu in confusion. Zio, why do you want that old thief to become the master's disciple if he loses? Wouldn't that be letting that old thief off easy? I have my own reasons for this. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Moreover, although this Zhang Baozong is a little narrow-minded, his medical skills are quite good. If he becomes the master of old Immortal's son, it won't be a disgrace to him. The reason why Li Wangyu proposed the condition of becoming Sun Simiao's disciple to Zhang Baozong was naturally not to humiliate him. Instead, it was because he had his eyes on Zhang Baozong's disciples. Every time Li Wangyu saw Niu Yang's single arm and the old soldiers in Dingzhou village who were crippled, he felt his heart ache. Since ancient times, the so-called military doctors in Wuxia were unreliable existences. More than half of the old soldiers' disabilities were caused by quacks. However, Li Wangyu knew that Pai Lupi would continue to send soldiers to the outside world in the future. He could not stop this, nor could he stop it. Therefore, he wanted to do something for the soldiers who were fighting for the Tang dynasty. Surgery, alcohol, and penicillin were all good medical skills and medicines that could save the lives of countless soldiers. However, no matter how good the medical skills and medicines were, they still needed people to carry them out. The Tang dynasty was not like the modern era where there were enough medical personnel. Therefore, besides thinking about Sun Simiao's disciples, Li Wangyu also thought about Zhang Baozong's disciples. As long as Zhang Baozong kowtowed and became his disciple, wouldn't his disciples and grand-disciples all be brought in by Li Wangyu? However, Li Wangyu naturally would not tell Lu Shenwei about this. Lu Shenwei did not think too much about it. After confirming that he would compete with Zhang Baozong 3 days later, he simply took a leave of absence from the Shangyao bureau and ran back to Dingzhou village with Li Wangyu to consult his master, Sun Simiao, and sharpen his spear before the battle. 3 days passed quickly and the day of the duel had arrived. Chapter 582. The Imperial Medical Department of the Tang Dynasty was not only a hospital that treated the officials, but it was also the earliest and largest medical school in the history of the world. It had both medical treatment and teaching. During the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial Medical Department had more than 300 teachers and students. The head of the Imperial Medical Department was the Imperial Medical Officer, and the deputy was the Imperial Medical Assistant. Under them were the doctors, teaching assistants, teachers, and workers. The Imperial Medical Department had 2 departments, medicine and pharmacy. Under the medical department, there were 4 departments: medicine, acupuncture, massage, and curses. The medicine department naturally taught medical skills. Needless to say, acupuncture and massage were taught and massage techniques were taught. What made Li Wangyu the most speechless was the curses department. Only a ghost would know what curses were used for. What was even more unexpected was that even the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, actually thought that the forbidden spell, the body of the forbidden spell is mysterious, and it is unreasonable to talk about it in detail. Therefore it cannot be deduced. But if it is executed according to the method, the effect will be shown. Well, who asked the medicine king Sun Simiao to be a Taoist? It was reasonable for him to believe in these supernatural things. However, Li Wangyu swore that if he ever got sick in the future and anyone tried to cure him with some bullshit curse, he would definitely throw that person out. After the Imperial Medical Department's Imperial Medical Officer received Zhang Baozong's notice, he was ecstatic and immediately expressed his full cooperation. His only request was to allow the medical department's teachers and students to watch the competition between Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu, and Lu Shenwei. Zhang Baozong naturally nodded in agreement. He originally wanted to come to Chang and city to rebuild the Zhang family's medical reputation and eliminate the negative influence brought by his disciple, Gung Hong. As for Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei, they naturally did not have any reason to refuse. On the day of the competition, the close to 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department had already left the Imperial Physician Department early to welcome the arrival of Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei led Niu Wu and a group of troops to the Taichung Temple's Imperial Physician Bureau. When they saw this scene, Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. The only thing missing was holding fresh flowers and shouting, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Weren't these imperial physicians and medical students a little too enthusiastic? How could he know that not to mention a godly doctor like Zhang Baozong, even Lu Shenwei, who was now the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, was considered a great doctor in the eyes of the imperial physician order and the medical students and teachers. To be able to watch such a doctor treat patients for 10 days was an absolutely rare opportunity, so they naturally cherished it. When Zhang Baozong led a few disciples over, the group of teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department became even more enthusiastic. They clustered around Zhang Baozong and walked into the Imperial Medical Department. "Mr. Treasure, I have already informed the patients' families to come to the Imperial Medical Department for consultation starting today. How does Mr. Treasure plan to compete with Count Huxian and Lu Fengyu?" The imperial physician asked politely. Zhang Baozong arrogantly looked at Li Wangyu. Count Hu, you can speak. I don't care." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "It's simple. Since it's a competition, then the patients' families will naturally come in. We will examine them one by one and write out a prescription. The patients can choose whose prescription they want to use. In short, whoever cures the most patients in 10 days will win. How about it? Does Mr. Treasure have any objections?" "Sure." Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. "Since it's like this, then let's begin. Mr. Treasure is the elder. As the saying goes, the elder goes first and the younger comes later. Mr. Treasure will examine the patients first, and Brother Shenwei and I will examine them later." Zhang Baozong naturally had no objections. He led the way to the Imperial Medical Department's main hall. In the large main hall, Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu, and Lu Shenwei sat on the left and right, waiting for the patients to come in for consultation. As for the 200 or so teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department, they filled the originally spacious main hall to the brim. It was very lively. "Imperial Physician Order, please invite the patients in," Zhang Baozong greeted after sitting down. Immediately, a doctor from the Imperial Medical Department trotted out to invite the patients in for consultation. Li Wangyu found it very interesting that the medical students of the Imperial Medical Department were called doctors. These patients were all notified in advance by the Imperial Medical Department to come for consultation today. Most of them were patients who came to the Imperial Medical Department to seek treatment and medicine, but the Imperial Medical Department was helpless to treat them. The Imperial Medical Department was not open to the citizens of Chang and city. Those who could come for consultation were the officials of the Imperial Court and their relatives, the generals of the Imperial Army, and the officials of the Yamen. The first patient was invited in by a doctor from the Imperial Medical Department. It was a lieutenant of the Right Imperial Army. The lieutenant's face was ashen. After bowing to Zhang Baozong, he sat in front of a few tables. Zhang Baozong extended 2 fingers and placed them on the lieutenant's pulse. However, his brows quickly furrowed. He asked about the lieutenant's condition and shook his head helplessly in the end. "Sai, this is a dirty disease. There's no medicine that can cure this disease. This old man wants to help, but there's nothing I can do." Zhang Baozong's words made the surrounding teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department shake their heads. Seeking prostitutes was the synonym for visiting prostitutes in ancient times. Sexually transmitted diseases in ancient times were also collectively known as prostitutes. It was rumored that Hua Tuo could cure this disease. It was even rumored that Hua Tuo could revive those who have fallen off. This was impossible. Unless Hua Tuo was a doctor from the future and used cloning technology to achieve this. In short, other than the legendary Hua Tuo who could cure prostitutes, there was no medicine that could cure this disease in ancient times. In fact, the lieutenant had already sought out various doctors. Whether it was the Imperial Medical Department or the Luoyuan medical workers in the streets, he had received the same answer. Today, he had also heard that Zhang Baozong was coming to the Imperial Medical Department to treat patients. Thus, he came to give it a try with a sliver of hope. Hearing Zhang Baozong's words, the lieutenant's face became even more ashen. He stood up silently, bowed to Zhang Baozong and prepared to leave. "Wait, Lieutenant, Why don't you come to Lu Fengyu for treatment? When Li Wangyu saw that the lieutenant was about to leave, he hurriedly called out to him. When the lieutenant heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. May I ask if Lu Fengyu can cure this disease? Before Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei could speak, Zhang Baozong couldn't help but sneer. Haha, this old man has practiced medicine for more than 60 years, but I've never heard of this disease being cured. County Count, why do you have to be so stubborn and let this patient's family have hope and then be disappointed? This isn't something the School of Medicine does. Zhang Baozong's words made the Imperial Medical Department's Imperial Physician Order, as well as the teachers and students, nod inwardly. They felt that he was right. As the School of Medicine, a wise man once said, as long as one is a doctor, one must be gentle and elegant by nature, humble and courteous by action, gentle by action, not arrogant and not pretentious. Since they knew that this disease couldn't be cured, they naturally shouldn't let the patient's family have hope and then be disappointed. This was truly immoral. However, Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Sir Baozong, if you can't cure it, how do you know that Lu Fengyu can't? Don't make a fool of yourself because the disease is small, and don't shrink back because the disease is serious. When Sir Baozong heard that it was a disease of the School of Medicine, he shook his head and sighed. This isn't something the School of Medicine does either. His words left Zhang Baozong speechless. He could only coldly snort. County Count Hu, you have a sharp tongue. This old man wants to see how you and Lu Fengyu will cure this disease of the School of Medicine. Chapter 583. In response to Zhang Baozong's words, Li Wangyu was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He waved his hand at the military officer. The military officer held onto a trace of hope as he walked towards Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. He bowed and said, Lu Fengyu, please diagnose me. Lu Shenwei gestured for him to sit down and took his pulse. After a round of diagnosis, he nodded his head and said, There's no mistake. It's indeed a venereal disease. Lu Shenwei's words made the military officer's face turn even uglier. He silently stood up and cupped his hands towards the two of them before preparing to leave. Li Wangyu asked curiously, Where are you going? Are you not going to treat this disease? What? County Count Hu, what did you just say? The military officer, who was just about to leave, was stunned by Li Wangyu's words. He turned his head in disbelief and asked, My disease can still be treated? Yes. Li Wangyu nodded his head with certainty. Wasn't it just venereal disease? There was no syphilis in China in this era. It was probably gonorrhea and penicillin was the cure. Li Wangyu was even secretly delighted. What a coincidence. He had encountered such a good start. Venereal disease was an incurable disease in ancient times, but an antibiotic like penicillin was the cure for it. Even Lu Shenwei was taken aback by his words. He moved closer to Li Wangyu's ear and whispered, Zio, you're not joking? Can penicillin really cure venereal disease? Brother Shenwei, don't worry. Naturally it can. I guarantee it. When Lu Shenwei heard this, his face also lit up with joy. However, Li Wangyu's words had caused an uproar in the Imperial Physician Department's hall. Over 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department were all whispering to each other as they discussed spiritedly. Doctor, may I ask if there's any precedent for what County Count Hu said about curing venereal disease? Sigh, apart from the rumors of divine physician Hua Tuo's medical skills, I've never heard of anyone curing venereal disease. County Count Hu's words. The doctor didn't continue speaking, but he kept shaking his head to show his attitude. He clearly didn't believe Li Wangyu. That's right. We've also read many medical books, but have we ever heard of this flower being able to cure anything? I'm afraid that County Count Hu's words aren't true. Even Mr. Treasure said that flower willow could not be cured. Could it be that Lu Fengyu's medical skills are better than Mr. Treasure's? It's hard to say. Could it be that Lu Fengyu has the 15 lost secret prescriptions of Hua Tuo? Lu Fengyu's teacher is Sun Simiao, Sun Daoist. But it's not impossible. The words of the Imperial Medical Department's teachers and students naturally entered the ears of the lieutenant, causing the pleasant surprise that had just appeared on his face to suddenly freeze. Zhang Baozong was so agitated by Li Wangyu's words that he stood up abruptly. Ridiculous. It was ridiculous. How could such a disease be cured? County Count Hu, how dare you speak such nonsense? His words caused the lieutenant to lose his soul. He turned around and was about to leave. Li Wangyu completely ignored the questioning voices of the crowd. He pretended that he hadn't heard Zhang Baozong's words. He smiled at the lieutenant, revealing 8 spotlessly white teeth. If this lord says it can be cured, then it can be cured. Do you believe what they say and prepare to go back and wait for death, or do you prepare to have Lu Fengyu treat you? Choose for yourself. The lieutenant naturally didn't believe Li Wangyou's words. But who would be willing to wait for death? Even if there was only a 1% chance, he still hoped that his illness could be cured. The lieutenant directly knelt down in front of Lu Shenwei and Li Wangyu. I'll treat it. Lu Fengyu, please treat me. Li Wangyu laughed loudly. No need to be so courteous. Get up. Lu Fengyu can treat you right now. Yes. Lu Fengyu, please give me medicine and write a prescription for me. Li Wangyu waved his hand. There's no need to take medicine. A few injections will be enough. The lieutenant and everyone in the Imperial Medical Department were dumbfounded. A few injections? What did that mean? Could it be acupuncture? Could this be used to treat a willow disease? Zhang Baozong's face was filled with disdain. Preposterous. Acupuncture can treat a willow disease? That's nonsense. Imperial Medical Officer, you're also a medical student. Have you heard of this before? The Imperial Medical Officer slowly shook his head. This kind of thing, even in ancient books and legends, had never been heard of. It was rumored that Hua Tuo could treat a willow disease. He had 15 secret prescriptions, but it wasn't something that could be cured with acupuncture. Under everyone's astonished gaze, they saw Lu Shenwei take out a bamboo tube and put a golden needle on it. Come, let's do a skin test first. Let's see if you can get an injection. Li Wangyu indicated for the lieutenant to roll up his sleeves. After that, he let Lu Shenwei use alcohol to disinfect his arm. Then he inserted the needle into the lieutenant's forearm and injected a small amount of penicillin. Before the appearance of cephalosporin, China's hospitals had to do a skin test before injecting penicillin. The purpose was to prevent the patient from going into anaphylactic shock. The reason why a skin test was required was because China's medical standards weren't high back then. The purity of the penicillin wasn't high, and the quality wasn't pure enough. At that time, the penicillin imported from the West didn't require a skin test. But now, Sun Simiao used a local method to make penicillin, so there was no need to talk about the purity. Who knew how many problems would occur if the lieutenant injected penicillin without a skin test? After Lu Shenwei pulled out the needle, the lieutenant and everyone else were confused. They had never heard of such a treatment method. The Imperial Medical Officer walked over and bowed to Li Wangyu. May I ask what you're doing? I'm giving him a skin test. What's a skin test? Haha, to treat a willow disease, you have to inject penicillin, a divine medicine developed by Sun Daozhang. Old immortal Sunday penicillin is a divine medicine that's worth more than gold. However, penicillin also has side effects. Not everyone can bear its medicinal power. Therefore, we have to do a skin test on the wrist and inner arm first. Only those who don't have a reaction can continue to inject penicillin. The Imperial Medical Officer was confused. He didn't understand what side effects were, but he roughly understood the meaning. It was probably the meaning of medicine is 30% poison. As for penicillin, he had never heard of such a strange name. But after hearing Li Wangyou's words, he was even more interested. He quickly asked, May I know what diseases Sun Daozhang's penicillin can cure? Diarrhea, lower blood pressure, various blood diseases, coughing, cold attacking the lungs, wind and heat attacking the lungs, turbid phlegm blocking the lungs, willow disease, 7-day wind. These diseases can all be cured by penicillin. Li Wangyu recited a lot of diseases, which made the Imperial Medical Officer and everyone else dumbfounded. The diseases he mentioned were pneumonia, septicemia, and the like in the Tang dynasty. In order to know the names of these diseases, he asked Lu Shenwei for a long time before he finally understood the names of the diseases in the Tang dynasty. As for why he knew that these diseases could be cured, wasn't it because of the box of cephalosporin that was already eaten by his beautiful superior? Although the cephalosporin was eaten, he didn't throw away the packaging and instructions. The effects of penicillin and cephalosporin were roughly the same. He confirmed the diseases that penicillin could cure according to the instructions of cephalosporin. Li Wangyou's words made more than 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. If penicillin could cure so many diseases, it was really a divine medicine. It should be worth more than gold. But could such a medicine really exist? Could this be a miraculous elixir bestowed by the gods? Chapter 584. Actually, in the Tang dynasty, giving patients a skin test was also a risky thing to do. Not to mention the crude self-made penicillin. Even in the later generations of Wuxia, there were patients who died from anaphylactic shock when medical conditions were not perfect. And among those patients who died, 25% of them died from shock during the skin test. Of course, compared to the patients saved by penicillin, this side effect was negligible. In the Tang dynasty, many diseases did not have penicillin, and the mortality rate was 100%. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu dared to directly use penicillin to treat patients. Since he would be waiting for death if he did not use penicillin, he might as well take a gamble and have a high chance of survival. After giving the lieutenant the skin test, Li Wangyu was also a bit nervous. This was the first time penicillin was used and no one knew what would happen. Although anaphylactic shock or even death were rare, it was a small probability event. But if it really happened, there was nothing they could do and they could only watch the lieutenant die. After all, if the patient in the later generations went into anaphylactic shock, they could be injected with epinephrine for emergency treatment. But in the Tang dynasty, there was no such thing as epinephrine. If something really happened, there was nothing they could do and they could only watch. Fortunately, after a quarter of an hour, there was no reaction at the inner part of the lieutenant's arm where the skin test was carried out. This meant that the skin test was negative, and the injection could be carried out. If there was a bulge, red flush, or lump, it was a positive reaction, and the injection of penicillin could not be carried out. Li Wangyu carefully looked at the lieutenant's arm and nodded to Lu Shenwei, "Brother Shenwei, it's negative, and the injection can be carried out." He had already taught Lu Shenwei the common knowledge of injecting penicillin. Lu Shenwei nodded and took out the bamboo syringe again, preparing to inject the drug. "Come here, take off your pants, reveal your buttocks, and sit sideways on this stool." Lu Shenwei's words made the lieutenant dumbfounded. Was he really treating a patient? He even thought that there were some homosexual men in the military. Although he was not a homosexual, he had a rough idea. Hearing Lu Shenwei's words, the lieutenant not only did he not untie his pants, he even tightened his grip on his pants and looked at Lu Shenwei with vigilance. Lu Fengyu, I have to take off my pants to treat a patient?" Not only the lieutenant, but also the 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department in the hall were dumbfounded, and Zhang Baozong was also confused. To treat a patient to take off his pants? Who had seen such a thing? But even if Lu Fengyu was gay, he wouldn't go so far as to display it in front of these 200 people, right? Lu Shenwei still hadn't realized what the captain and everyone else's gazes meant. Seeing the captain dilly-dallying, he impatiently shouted, "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Do you still want to treat the patient?" Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei to Shenwei Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei were Shenwei and Lu Shenwei Shenwei. Although they were all men, the lieutenant's face immediately turned green when he exposed his butt to hundreds of people. But as a patient he did not have any human rights to speak of, so he could only endure and close his eyes, pretending that he did not know anything. Naturally, only Lu Shenwei was responsible for giving injections to the patient. Of course, Li Wangyu was the one who taught Lu Shenwei how to give injections. Actually, how could Li Wangyu know anything about it? At most, he knew that he had to empty the air in the syringe before injecting. He was not a medical student. His so-called injection experience was only the experience of going to the hospital and being injected with needles and seeing how the young nurses operated. Li Wangyu did not care too much. He roughly explained how to inject the medicine into the patient, then asked Niu Wu to catch a pig and let Lu Shenwei experiment on it himself. Lu Shenwei was helpless against Li Wangyu's unreliable teaching method. But he could only follow Li Wangyu's instructions and continuously insert needles into the pig's butt. Today Lu Shenwei was like a duck being driven onto a perch. It was his first time using needles on a living person. If the lieutenant knew that Lu Fengyu had only injected a pig's butt before, would he immediately jump up and run away? If it was the future, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's unreliable medical practice method would definitely be arrested and charged with illegal medical practice. But fortunately it was 1,300 years ago. Not only did no one find trouble with them, but the teachers and students of the Tang dynasty's highest medical school were also watching Lu Shenwei's every move with eyes full of curiosity. Lu Shenwei wiped the lieutenant's butt with alcohol and did not hesitate to insert the syringe into the lieutenant's body. He crudely pressed the syringe and injected the medicine into the lieutenant's body. Even though the lieutenant was a man who had been through a mountain of swords and a sea of blood and didn't even frown when he was stabbed, he still cried out in pain. Beads of sweat immediately dripped down from his forehead. Li Wangyu watched Lu Shenwei's operation from the side and also broke out in cold sweat. "If I get sick in the future, I will definitely not let this guy give me injections. It's really too scary." In the future, the nurses were very gentle when giving injections. Even the skilled nurses did not feel anything when giving injections. But Lu Shenwei's actions were so fierce that it was as if he had killed the lieutenant's father. It was too scary. Inside the bamboo syringe, Lu Shenwei pushed the medicine all the way to the bottom. Then he heroically pulled out the golden needle. Li Wangyu dared to swear that the lieutenant's but was bleeding from the place where the needle had been inserted. Lu Shenwei followed Li Wangyu's instructions and took out the golden needle. He then threw it into alcohol to soak and disinfect it. There was no other way. In 3 days, the supervising craftsman had only made 3 golden needles. Moreover, this was made of gold. It was impossible to use it as a one-time use, right? He could only use it repeatedly after disinfecting it. As for the bamboo syringe, this thing was not rare. Lu Shenwei casually threw it to the side. Alright, come back tomorrow at this time. Inject penicillin for a few days and your flower will be fine. But remember, before you recover, you are not allowed to sleep together. Also, don't go to those brothels in the future. Lu Shenwei bluntly lectured him. The lieutenant naturally nodded. After thanking Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei again and again, he limped out of the door. He had no choice but to limp. His but was really too painful. After the lieutenant left, the group of students from the Imperial Medical Department immediately turned on their curious baby mode and continuously threw out all kinds of questions. Lu Fengyu, that's it? He doesn't need to take medicine anymore? Is this penicillin so magical? It can cure a flower in just a few days? Lu Fengyu, may I ask what this bamboo syringe is? Lu Fengyu, facing this situation, Zhang Baozong's face was as calm as water. He only coldly snorted, "Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. You actually believe such nonsense? This old man doesn't believe that penicillin has such an effect. That injection is even more inexplicable. When did such a treatment method appear in the medical records?" Li Wangyu was too lazy to refute. Whether it was useful or not, they would know in a few days. After a long time, Zhang Baozong was finally dissatisfied and ordered the Imperial Medical Department to invite the next patient in for examination. Chapter 585. The next person to enter was an old man. Li Wangyu didn't recognize him, but from his robes he could tell that he was a 6th-rank official from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Baozong checked the old man's pulse and confirmed that he had a disharmony in his spleen and stomach. It was dysentery. Zhang Baozong twirled his beard and smiled. Your illness is dysentery, but it's not hard to treat. You just need to take the milk decoction and you'll be fine. The old man thanked him again and again, but dysentery was not easy to treat. At the very least, many of the doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau were unable to treat this illness. That was why he hurried over when he heard that Zhang Baozong and Lu Fengyu were in the Imperial Physician Bureau. Seeing that Zhang Baozong could treat it, he was overjoyed and asked Zhang Baozong to write a prescription for him. Zhang Baozong was not in a hurry. He twirled his beard and smiled. There's no rush. Today I'm competing with Lu Fengyu and Count Huxian. You should ask Lu Fengyu to treat you again. The old man could only listen to Zhang Baozong and ask Lu Shenwei to treat him again. Dysentery was not something that could be cured by penicillin. However, Lu Shenwei was not a quack. As Sun Simiao's eldest disciple, dysentery was not a problem for him. However, as mentioned before, there was only one patient. It was up to the patient to decide who would treat him. The old man hesitated for a moment before bowing apologetically to Lu Shenwei and Li Wangyu. He still asked Zhang Baozong to write down a prescription for him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Shenwei, but that he trusted Zhang Baozong more. Although Lu Shenwei was a doctor of the Imperial Physician Bureau, Zhang Baozong was famous for being a divine doctor. His disciple, Gung Hong, was also a doctor of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Secondly, in the profession of doctors, especially traditional Chinese medicine, the older they were, the more popular they were. Even in the future, patients were still more willing to find an old Chinese doctor to treat them. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and decline to comment. After sending off the grateful old man, Zhang Baozong twirled his beard in satisfaction. The teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau were all busy writing down Zhang Baozong's prescription. What Li Wangyu didn't expect was that the following day would be the same. All of the patients chose to have Zhang Baozong examine them. This caused Zhang Baozong's expression to become even more complacent, while Lu Shenwei could do nothing about it. Zio, your idea is not reliable. All the patients have gone to that old bastard for treatment. If this goes on, the two of us will definitely lose in 10 days. Li Wangyu was also depressed. He really didn't expect this. He didn't expect that even though he had created a dragon saber like penicillin, it would be useless. Those patients would rather go to that old man Zhang Baozong for treatment than have Lu Shenwei treat them. Even if there were some patients who could recover in a day or two after injecting penicillin, no matter how much Li Wangyu tried to persuade them, it was useless. Li Wangyu was overconfident because he had penicillin in his hands. If he had known earlier, he would have treated one patient each with Zhang Baozong. Then he would not have ended up in this situation where there were no patients coming for consultation. For an entire day, he and Lu Shenwei could only watch as the patients ran to the old man Zhang Baokeng to seek medical treatment. Even the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department gathered behind Zhang Baozong with pen and paper in hand. They earnestly took notes, afraid that they would miss the opportunity to learn from a famous doctor. It wasn't until the evening drums sounded and everyone prepared to disperse that Zhang Baozong stood up with the help of his disciples. After all, he was an old man in his 70s. When had he ever seen so many patients in a single day? The old man was quite tired. However, even if his body was tired, Zhang Baozong's mood was quite cheerful. He looked at Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei and didn't forget to ridicule them. How are the results of County Count Hu and Lu Fingyu today? Oh, I forgot that the two of you only saw one patient today. Ah, this is quite interesting. Even a flower can be treated. I'm looking forward to that lieutenant's recovery. With regards to Zhang Baozong's mocking words, it was rare for Li Wangyu to not reply back. He only indifferently glanced at the smug old man, then pulled the indignant Lu Shenwei and quickly left. Now that the situation was better than the person, there was no point in saying those words. It would only add to the ridicule. Li Wangyu could only pray that tomorrow's patients wouldn't be so deceitful. In any case, he and Lu Shenwei would at least have a chance to perform. Who knew that the situation would be the same the next day? The only exception was when the lieutenant came for an injection, which attracted the attention of the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department. At other times there was practically no one around Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Those patients who couldn't be cured by the Imperial Physician Department all came because of Zhang Baozong's reputation. Even if there were illnesses that Zhang Baozong couldn't treat, Lu Shenwei couldn't do anything either. Most of these were chronic diseases of the elderly. Li Wangyu, who had penicillin in his hands, could only sigh in helplessness. After all, penicillin was only an antibiotic. It wasn't a miraculous medicine or an immortal treasure that could cure all diseases. For those chronic diseases of the elderly, penicillin really didn't have any effect. Another day passed and Lu Shenwei was a bit better than the day before. At least 2 or 3 more patients still believed in Feng Yu's reputation and asked Lu Shenwei to treat them. On Zhang Baozong's side, there were another dozen or so patients seeking medical treatment. Not to mention the number of people who were ultimately cured, just the number of patients Zhang Baozong had seen was 30 or 40. On the other hand, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's side only had 3 or 4 people. This naturally made Zhang Baozong smile even more proudly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ridicule Li Wangyu. County Count Hu Xian, don't forget about the 10,000 taels of gold. Although I'm not greedy for money, it would be disrespectful to refuse someone who insisted on giving me 10,000 taels of gold. County Count Hu Xian's family is large, and it's rumored in Chang, and that the County Count Hu Xian's mansion has mountains of gold and silver. Presumably, losing some gold to me is nothing to County Count Hu Xian, huh? Lu Shenwei was so angry at the old man's words that he almost wanted to roll up his sleeves, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and said indifferently, Mr. Baozong, have you never heard of it? As the saying goes, winning first doesn't count, winning later is gold. Everything will be clear in 10 days. Li Wangyu appeared very calm, but in his heart he was extremely anxious. He was already thinking that if the situation was the same tomorrow, he would have to find Qing Chumo and the others and have them arrange for some patients to come in and treat as medical fraud. Otherwise, if he lost like this, not only would he lose his wife and soldiers, but his original plan would also be ruined. But no one expected that on the 3rd day, when everyone once again gathered in the hall of the Imperial Physician Department to prepare for the day's treatment, a person would suddenly rush in from outside the doors of the Imperial Physician Department. As he ran, he loudly shouted, godly doctor, you really are a godly doctor in the world. Dao Zhu is in the world, godly doctor, please accept my bow. This commotion not only attracted the attention of the patients waiting to be treated in the Imperial Medical Department, but also the hundreds of teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department in the main hall who heard the commotion. Chapter 586. The one who shouted, godly doctor, and ran in was the officer who had been injected with penicillin for 2 days. Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei were also stunned. What did this guy mean by shouting that? Could it be that his disease had been cured? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the officer ran in front of Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei and directly knelt down in front of them. County Count Hu, Lu Shenwei, the two of you are truly godly doctors. I've really recovered. Who said that there was no cure for this disease? Bah, I'll blind his dog eyes. After the officer finished speaking, he turned his head and glared at Zhang Baozong, his eyes full of disdain. Even Li Wangyu was stunned by his words. Sun Simiao's penicillin was so effective? Gonorrhea was cured after 2 days of injections? How could he know that even in the future, patients who had gonorrhea for the first time would recover after 3 or 4 days of injections of penicillin? And to the people of the Tang dynasty who had never used antibiotics, the effects of this medicine were immediate. Its effects were completely incomparable to those of the future. When Lu Xinwei heard this, his expression also changed. He quickly pulled the officer over and checked his pulse. He even had the officer untie his belt and take off his pants to check. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department were also shocked by the officer's words. Everyone knew that there was no cure for the disease of promiscuity. When Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei said that it could be cured, no one actually believed them. Even though they had seen Lu Xinwei inject the officer twice, they still didn't believe that there was such a thing. As for Li Wangyu's penicillin, they were even more skeptical and felt that it was an exaggeration. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. If a doctor in the future claimed that he had a godly medicine that could cure cancer and that he only needed a few injections, no one would believe him either. Not mocking him like Zhang Baozong was already showing respect to Li Wangyu, the founding uncle of the nation, and to Lu Xinwei, the Minister of Medicine. More than 200 people once again gathered around, surrounding the lieutenant so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Pairs of burning gazes, as if they were studying a rare treasure, were all directed towards the lieutenant's lower body. This time the lieutenant didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he acted like a valiant soldier showing off his meritorious service. He proudly revealed his lower body and twirled it left and right to show off to everyone. Li Wangyu was speechless. He couldn't bear to look anymore and quickly turned his head away. However, everyone, including Lu Xinwei and the group of teachers and students from the Imperial Physician Department, was watching very carefully, afraid that they would miss a single detail. Tisk, there's no swelling, it's eroded. The eroded area has already scabbed off and new flesh has grown out. This flower is really cured. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Doctor, how do you explain this? Isn't Hua Lu incurable? Perhaps it was a misdiagnosis? This person doesn't have Hua Lu's disease? The doctor from the Imperial Physician Department didn't know how to answer. Impossible. Mr. Bao Zong and Lu Fengyu both confirmed without a doubt that this person's lower body was red and swollen 2 days ago. If it wasn't Hua Lu's disease, then what was it? Could it be that Mr. Bao Zong made a misdiagnosis? Mr. Bao Zong said Hua Lu incurable. This lieutenant only had 2 days, so how did he recover from Hua Lu's disease? Everyone couldn't come up with an answer. They all turned their heads to look at Zhang Baozong. They wanted to see how Zhang Baozong, who had said with certainty that Hua Lu was incurable, would answer. When the lieutenant rushed in, Zhang Baozong naturally heard his words. His heart couldn't help but thump as he felt that things weren't going well. At this moment he couldn't care less. With the help of his disciples he stood up, separated the crowd, and squeezed his way to the lieutenant's side. The old man couldn't care about anything else. He pulled the lieutenant's hand over and checked his pulse. After a while, he squatted down and carefully sized up the lieutenant's lower body. How is it? Zhang Baozong, 3 days ago you kept saying that I was incurable. What else do you have to say now? Quack quack. The lieutenant's saliva was about to spray onto Zhang Baozong's face. However, although his words were unpleasant, Zhang Baozong had no words to refute. 3 days ago he was indeed the one who said Hua Lu incurable. He even mocked Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei. If this lieutenant was serious and really beat Zhang Baozong up, others wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, it was fine if you couldn't treat the illness and couldn't cure it, but you even advised the patient to go to other people for treatment. You even mocked and ridiculed him. This was asking for a beating. If it was an ordinary doctor, this lieutenant might really beat him up. It was only because Zhang Baozong was old and was once a minister of the Honglu Temple, a major third-rank official, that he didn't beat him up. Zhang Baozong had nothing to say in the face of this iron-like fact. He still couldn't understand why Hua Lu's disease could be cured. He didn't say anything about the lieutenant's ridicule. He walked back to his seat with the help of his disciples. The teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau were originally skeptical about penicillin, but now that the facts were in front of them, who wouldn't believe it? The lieutenant who had been sentenced to death by Zhang Baozong had miraculously recovered after just 2 injections. The mental impact of this was no less than an atomic bomb explosion. The lieutenant put on his clothes again and repeatedly thanked Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei before walking out of the Imperial Physician Bureau's main hall with his head held high. Everyone don't believe that old swindler Zhang Baozong. Why, he's a quack. I accidentally contracted Hua Lu, and that old swindler actually said that I was incurable. In the end, Lu Fengyu and the Count of Huxin gave me 2 injections. In just 2 days I was completely healed. Lu Fengyu is the divine doctor. Everyone, if you want to go in for treatment, you must open your eyes wide. Don't be fooled by those quacks. The lieutenant shouted at the crowd of patients waiting in the Imperial Physician Bureau, causing the patients and their family members to cry out in alarm. Lang Jun, are you serious? Nonsense, several hundred people in the Imperial Physician Bureau said it with their own eyes. How could it be false? If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors, workers, and doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau to see if I'm lying. If I'm lying, let the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning and I'll die a horrible death. Hearing him swear like this, a patient's family immediately asked the doctors and doctors they were familiar with in the Imperial Physician Bureau. The people in the Imperial Physician Bureau naturally replied truthfully. 3 days ago, when this lieutenant had come for treatment, Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had diagnosed him as Hua Lu. Zhang Baozong's claim that he was incurable was also not wrong. As for his complete recovery today, it was even more true. After receiving the testimonies of the doctors and doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau, the patients waiting for treatment couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This matter was actually true? Wasn't that Zhang Baozong a famous doctor? Was he also just someone who stole from the world? The lieutenant's words angered Zhang Baozong's disciples to the point that they almost wanted to charge out and fight him to the death. He had repeatedly reprimanded their teacher as an old swindler and a quack. How could they endure this? Zhang Baozong's face was also deathly pale, but he still had a bit of reason left. He firmly held on to his disciples, not allowing them to go out and cause more trouble. This time he had truly made a mistake. He had never expected that Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei would be able to cure an illness that no one in the world could. Was that penicillin really a divine medicine? Chapter 587. Due to the disturbance caused by the lieutenant, the patients who came for Zhang Baozong hesitated. Who would want to seek treatment from a quack? Furthermore, there were many teachers and students in the Imperial Physician Bureau as witnesses. Thus, today's consultation was different from the previous 2 days. Although there were still many patients who trusted Zhang Baozong's medical skills, there were more and more patients who turned to Zhang Baozong for consultation under the influence of the lieutenant. They were basically on par with Zhang Baozong. However, these patients were all suffering from ordinary illnesses and didn't need the precious antibiotic penicillin. This made Li Wangyu feel regretful. He couldn't wait to see a few patients on the verge of death so that everyone could witness the miraculous effects of penicillin. However, Li Wangyu could only think about it. How could he choose patients when he was in the consultation room? Naturally, he would treat any patient that came. Even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Just before the drum of dusk sounded, the last patient who came late was carefully helped into the lobby by the doctors of the Imperial Medical Department. When Li Wangyu and the others saw this person, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Even Zhang Baozong, who was in his 70s, quickly stood up and greeted him. The person who came was the honorable physician Duke Song Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was also a legendary figure in the Tang dynasty. He was the 7th son of Xiao Chua, Emperor Liang of the Southern Dynasty, and the younger brother of Empress Xiao of the Sui Dynasty. Xiaoyu was upright and outspoken. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he served as the prime minister 6 times and was removed from office 6 times. He was even demoted from his title by the Pai Lupi and exiled from Chang'an City. He was also one of the 24 meritorious officials in the Lingyan Pavilion. Li Wangyu naturally knew such a big shot. When he saw that the old man came to see him, he naturally treated him with respect. At this moment, Xiaoyu was removed from office once again. He had no official position, but everyone still respected him. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu's career was bumpy. In the first year of Jingguan, Xiaoyu served as the left servant of the minister for the 2nd time and served as the prime minister for the 2nd time. In the end, Xiaoyu was impeached after only 5 months as the prime minister. The reason was that he asked Tang Jian, who was on a diplomatic mission to the Turkic Empire, to bring a letter to his sister, Empress Xiao, who was taking refuge in the Turkic Empire. In the end, this matter was exposed. It was said that Xiaoyu was secretly communicating with the former empress. As a result, the strict and upright Xiaoyu, who refused to tolerate the shortcomings of others, was once again removed from his position by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu knew that Xiaoyu would soon be revived by Pai Lupi and become the prime minister for the 3rd time. Master Xiao, where are you feeling unwell today? Zhang Baozong went over to greet him politely. Haha, thank you for your trouble, Duke Zhang. This old man has been coughing for the past few days and has symptoms of fever. When I cough, my lungs hurt. Coughing less sputum with traces of blood in the sputum and sore throat. I've been ill for some time now and I can't recover from it. The doctors from the Medicine Bureau and the Imperial Physician Bureau have already taken a look at me. I've drunk a lot of medicine but I don't see any improvement. I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhang to treat this old man, Xiao Yu said weakly with an ugly expression. As Xiao Yu explained his condition to Zhang Baozong, he coughed violently. Li Wangyu was afraid that he would cough out his lungs. Zhang Baozong invited Xiao Yu to sit down and carefully checked his pulse. After a while, he slowly said, Master Xiao, this cough of yours is caused by an evil wind entering your body, causing your lungs qi to go up in reverse. It's an illness caused by wind and heat attacking your lungs. This illness is very troublesome and requires meditation. It's hard to recover in a short period of time. This old man will prescribe a bowl of mulberry apricot soup for you later. You can drink it for a few days and see the effects. Li Wangyu only understood half of it. The medical terms of the Tang dynasty were really hard to pronounce. He secretly asked Lu Xinwei, Brother Xinwei, what kind of illness is wind and heat attacking the lungs? It's a type of cough. It's usually accompanied by symptoms of fever and chest pain when coughing. Li Wangyu still didn't understand Lu Xinwei's explanation. However, there would be fever, cough, sputum and even lung pain. Damn, this can't be pneumonia, right? If it's really pneumonia, then it's simple. Penicillin can treat the illness. He carefully recalled that there was no such thing as pneumonia in Chinese medicine since ancient times. Instead, it was replaced by coughing. Looking at Xiao Yu's symptoms, it should be the pneumonia that Western medicine spoke of. Li Wangyu couldn't help asking Lu Xinwei, is this illness hard to treat? Lu Xinwei bitterly shook his head. It's a troublesome illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs. If Master Xiao can't recover, it's easy for him to develop tuberculosis. If that happens, even a deity won't be able to save him. As for Master Zhao's illness, the sage had already ordered me to treat him. I've also prescribed him mulberry apricot soup, but it didn't have any effect. When Li Wangyu heard this, he pondered in his heart. In history, Xiao Yu didn't have a short life. He only died in the 22nd year of Jingguan. At that time he was already 74 years old. The old man's pneumonia should be able to be treated, but the process would definitely be painful. Pneumonia wasn't a terminal illness in the Tang dynasty, but it wasn't easy to treat. There were many patients who died from coughing and pneumonia. It seemed that he needed to convince Xiao Yu to receive a penicillin injection. The influence of being able to quickly treat Xiao Yu's illness was much greater than treating a military officer. On the other side, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head after hearing Zhang Baozong's words. I won't hide it from Sir Zhang. Lu Fengyu had already prescribed me mulberry apricot soup, but it didn't improve. That's why I wanted to ask Sir Zhang to treat me today. If it's mulberry apricot soup, then there's no need to trouble Sir Zhang. Mulberry apricot soup had the effect of clearing drains and warming dryness, moistening the lungs and stopping coughing. It was usually used to treat the illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Zhang Baozong's face wrinkled as he racked his brains. Aside from mulberry apricot soup, what other ancient prescriptions were suitable? Li Wangyu suddenly spoke up and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yu. Master Xiao, Lu Fengyu's teacher, Sun Simiao, has developed a new divine medicine, penicillin. It has a miraculous effect on treating the illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs. Is what county count who said true? When Lu Fengyu examined me, he didn't mention this matter. Xiao Yu was naturally interested when he heard Li Wangyu's words. This medicine was developed by old immortal Sun a few days ago. Oh? That's interesting. Xiao Yu didn't think much of it. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he knew that this medicine had been passed down from his predecessors. After countless attempts and refinements by countless doctors, the prescription had finally been passed down to this day. Although Sun Simiao was known as a divine doctor, Xiao Yu didn't have much confidence in this so-called new medicine that had just been developed. He also didn't want to become a lab rat himself. Seeing Xiao Yu's disinterest, Li Wangyu hurriedly continued, Does Master Xiao not believe in the medicine's effects? 3 days ago, there was a military officer who was infected with a venereal disease. This was an incurable disease. There is no cure, but he only had to inject penicillin for 2 days to recover. This is the miraculous effect of penicillin. If Master Xiao doesn't believe me, you can ask the Imperial Physician Medallion and the various doctors to see if I, Li Wangyu, am lying. His words moved Xiao Yu somewhat. He had naturally heard of the incurable disease and knew that it couldn't be cured. If penicillin could even cure an incurable disease, then it wouldn't be impossible for it to cure his lung disease. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu wanted to nod and try the new medicine. However, Zhang Baozong suddenly said, "Wait." Chapter 588. Wait, County Count Who Old Master Zhao's status is different. How many people have you used this penicillin on? How dare you use it on old Master Xiao? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility, County Count Who? Lu Fengyu, let me ask you, are there any precedents for the illnesses that County Count Who says can be cured by penicillin? How many patients have you cured? Zhang Baozong's question was not wrong. Although Xiao Yu had been removed from his position as Prime Minister by Pai Lupi, he was not an ordinary person. Given his status, he could not be treated lightly. Zhang Baozong's words made Lu Xinwei's face turn red. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Although he was not happy with Zhang Baozong, he was a kind and honest person, so he could not lie. For Lu Xinwei to go against his conscience and say that penicillin had saved countless lives, he couldn't say such nonsense. Zhang Baozong was old and experienced. When he saw Lu Xinwei's stammering appearance, how could he not understand? Perhaps this penicillin had never been used on a patient before. Even if it was used to cure that military officer, it might be the first time it was used. His guess was right. It was the first time that penicillin had been used on a patient to treat the lieutenant. Although the effects were surprisingly good, how could he say that penicillin could cure the illnesses that Li Wangyu claimed it could? Li Wangyu felt a bit of a headache when he heard Zhang Baozong's question. If it was a normal patient, he would have dared to pat his chest and say that he could cure them. However, Xiao Yu's status was honorable. How could he make such a promise? There was no proof. However, this was not a problem for Li Wangyu. He was determined to use penicillin to treat Xiao Yu's illness. Haha, Mr. Baozong is indeed experienced and prudent. Your words are not wrong. However, just as Mr. Baozong said, this penicillin has not been used on patients with wind heat disease. However, Li Wangyu purposely paused here. His words caused Xiao Yu, who was full of anticipation, to turn cold. Naturally, he wouldn't be willing to test this new medicine and become a guinea pig. However, when he heard Li Wangyu say, "But," a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "County Count Who, but what?" "But it's not hard to prove." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "In Chang, and there are naturally many patients who suffer from wind heat disease. As long as we find some patients who are willing to be treated by Lu Fengyu and inject penicillin, Master Xiao will be able to see the effect in a few days. At that time, won't Master Xiao be at ease and allow Lu Fengyu to boldly drug him?" Li Wangyu's words made Xiao Yu's eyes light up. He nodded repeatedly. "County Count Who, if that's the case, I'm naturally willing." Zhang Baozong's face darkened. That was not what he meant. If he followed Li Wangyu's plan and found those patients to be cured by penicillin, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? He and Li Wangyu were betting on who could cure more patients in 10 days. Now, most of the patients came to him for treatment. How could he be willing to give Li Wangyu such an opportunity to add more battle results? However, before Zhang Baozong could think of a reason to stop him, he heard the imperial physician clap his hands and cheer. "Good, this is good. Let's leave this matter to the imperial physician department. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll have the doctors go to those houses to find patients with wind heat disease and bring them to Lu Fengyu for treatment." In the imperial physician department, there were more than 100 doctors in the medical department. In the Tang dynasty, it was not easy to become a doctor recognized by the imperial court. After the basic courses such as Su Wen and Shin Nong's Herbal Classic, they had to study specialized courses. According to the Tang dynasty's 6 classics, it took 7 years for physical treatment, 5 years for minor ailments, and 2 years for ear, eye, mouth, and teeth diseases. In other words, these doctors had to study in the imperial physician department for 2 to 7 years according to the subject. Moreover, the imperial physician department had strict requirements. There were examinations every month, every quarter, and every year. According to the Tang dynasty's 6 classics, it was recorded that there was a monthly examination for the doctor, a quarterly examination for the imperial physician, and a year-end examination for the Grand Minister. If one's skills were too good, he would be replaced by an official. If one did not succeed after 9 years of study, he would be forced to retire. If one did not succeed after 9 years, he would be expelled. This was much stricter than the university in the future. Studying medicine was not just about studying. One had to have enough clinical experience. However, what kind of place was the imperial physician department? It was for treating the families of officials. How could they let these doctors who were still studying treat the patients' families? Therefore, the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were arranged to treat patients in the various medicine shops in Chang and city. Although the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were medical students, they had received formal medical education and training. Their standards were much better than those of Liu Yan's medical workers. These doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were naturally loved by the people of Chang and city when they went to practice in the medicine shops. They were also very clear about which patients were in the various medicine shops in Chang and city. As soon as the Imperial Physician said this, a few doctors of the Imperial Physician Department immediately stood up and bowed. Replying to the Imperial Physician Department, Mr. Xiao, the Count of Huxian, and Lu Fengyu, I know of a patient with wind heat disease in his lungs. His family is poor and has no money to treat him. If Lu Fengyu is willing to treat him, he will definitely be willing. I also know of a patient with wind heat disease in his lungs. The words of the doctors made Xiao Yu overjoyed. He looked at Li Wangyu expectantly. Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. He smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to quickly invite the patient's families over. We can test the medicine today. If it's fast, we will see the results in 2 or 3 days. The Imperial Physician Department immediately nodded and arranged carriages for the doctors. He asked them to bring the patient's families to the Imperial Physician Department. The doctors immediately took the order and ran out. Not long after, the carriages arranged by the Imperial Physician Department came back and brought back 4 or 5 patients. These patients were all ordinary people of Chang and city. They suffered from wind heat disease in their lungs and had no money to treat it. They were basically waiting for death. They heard that Fengyu of the Shangyao Medical Department was willing to treat them for free. There was no reason for them to refuse. As for what medicine was used and whether it was a new medicine, they did not care at all. Since they were waiting for death if they did not treat it, they were naturally willing to give it a try. Zhang Baozong's face was gloomy. He checked the patient's pulse one by one and confirmed that their symptoms were similar to Xiao Yu's. They were all wind heat disease in their lungs. Lu Xinwei also checked the patient's symptoms and nodded to Li Wangyu. Zio, these people all have the same symptoms. They are the same as Mr. Zhao's. Okay, then let's give them a skin test first. Li Wangyu did not hesitate. Although it seemed a little immoral to experiment on ordinary people, in fact, with the medical conditions of the Tang dynasty, his willingness to treat these dying people was already a bodhisattva's kindness. Even if there was an accident during the treatment, the patients' families could not say anything except kowtowing to them and thanking them. Medical trouble? There was no need to think about this kind of thing. It would never happen in the Tang dynasty. Under Xiao Yu's eager gaze, Lu Xinwei once again gave the patients a skin test of penicillin in front of everyone. However, an accident happened this time. Chapter 589. The few patients who underwent the skin test were all negative and could receive penicillin injections. However, there was a middle-aged man who was coughing non-stop and had a red hue on his arm. This was a positive reaction to penicillin. Naturally, he could not continue injecting penicillin or he would die. Li Wangyu shook his head regretfully. Patient, please go back. This penicillin is not suitable for your treatment. Hearing that he could not receive Li Wangyu's treatment, the middle-aged man fell to his knees in front of Li Wangyu. He coughed non-stop and kowtowed repeatedly. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Please save me. Cough cough. I'm willing to take the medicine regardless of the consequences. Please don't let me go back and wait for death. Cough cough, cough, I'd rather take the medicine. Even if I die because of it, I won't say a word. Li Wangyu continued to shake his head. Since the penicillin skin test was positive, he could not continue injecting penicillin. Otherwise he would not be saving people but harming people. Anaphylactic shock could really kill people. Li Wangyu remembered that when he was young, his mother had a colleague who passed away from anaphylactic shock due to penicillin injection. His mother had been talking about this matter from time to time many years later. Was a pity? Although it was an accident with a small probability, since the skin test showed a positive reaction, he could not continue injecting penicillin. But no matter how Li Wangyu refused, the middle-aged man only begged bitterly and kowtowed with his head banging loudly on the ground in a very sorrowful manner. Lu Xinwei looked at the pitiful man from the side and understood his feelings. If it were not for a wealthy family like Xiao Yu who had doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau and the Shangyao Bureau to treat him and take all kinds of medicine, the wind heat disease would be fatal. As for these ordinary people, they would only be treated by Liu Yan's doctors from the pharmacy. Not to mention their medical skills, just the cost of seeing a doctor and getting medicine was unbearable. It was not an exaggeration to say that pneumonia in the Tang dynasty was not an incurable disease, but it was not much different from a terminal illness. It was just waiting for death. Zio, are you sure it's positive? Didn't you tell me that there's another type of false positive reaction in the skin test? Lu Xinwei asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu was stunned by his question. He had indeed told Lu Xinwei that the results of the skin test were mostly negative, positive, and false positive. In fact, there were not many people who were allergic to penicillin. He seemed to remember that in his previous life, only about 10% of the people showed a positive reaction in skin test, and most of them were false positives. The proportion of people who were really allergic to penicillin was only about 1%. However, he only knew how it was done, not why it was done. Other than knowing that no reaction was negative and could be injected, how could he know what kind of reaction was a false positive? What was positive? To be on the safe side, Li Wangyu naturally categorized all those who had a reaction to the skin test as positive and did not inject them. This was the safest method. Li Wangyu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. He took a closer look at the middle-aged man's arm. There was only a redness and there didn't seem to be any other symptoms. Li Wangyu hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. The middle-aged man begged bitterly, and even Xiaoyu couldn't bear it. Count Hu Xian, can this person really not be treated with medicine? I feel that he's quite pitiful. If you send him back, he won't live for long. How about you write a life and death contract and have him sign it? Then Lu Fengyu can treat him as he pleases. If something happens, you can't blame Count Hu Xian and Lu Fengyu. When the middle-aged man heard Xiaoyu's words, he quickly replied, "This lowly one is willing. Cough cough willing. Cough cough cough. As long as esteemed one is willing to treat me, even if I can't be cured and something happens, I won't complain." At this point, Li Wangyu simply made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and nodded in agreement. That's good. Go and find your family members and tell them about the risks of the treatment. If something happens, you can't blame us. Of course, of course. Many thanks, esteemed one. When the middle-aged man heard that Li Wangyu had relented, he quickly got up from the ground and ran to the Imperial Physician Department's main hall to call for his family. Soon, a woman followed the middle-aged man into the main hall. She hadn't even wiped away the tears on her face when she knelt in front of Li Wangyu and the others. Esteemed one, please treat my husband. Regardless of life or death, if anything happens, this lowly woman will not complain. This was clearly the middle-aged man's wife. In response to her words, Li Wangyu could only shake his head and sigh. Now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and try to see if the middle-aged man's life was tough or not. If it was a false positive reaction, then there would be no problem. If it was a positive reaction, then it would be difficult for even a deity to save him. He could only watch as the middle-aged man died. Once again, he told the couple about the possible reactions that might occur after the injection of penicillin. In the end, he asked the doctor from the Imperial Medical Department to help the middle-aged couple write a life and death contract and let them sign it with their fingerprints. After a while, Li Wangyu indicated for the woman to leave. Lu Xinwei began to prepare the medicine for the pneumonia patients. It was still the same procedure. Although the patients were baffled that they had to take off their pants in public, they didn't dare to disobey. However, they didn't dare to disobey. They could only take turns to take off their pants under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people and let Lu Xinwei inject them with injections. Xiaoyu was also watching from the side. It was his first time seeing such an injection method, so he was puzzled. The imperial physician beside him had already seen it twice, so he had a rough understanding of it. He quickly explained to Xiaoyu, "Old Master Xiao, the medicine developed by Old Immortal's son is different from ordinary medicine. The needle is hollow, so the medicine can be injected directly into the patient's body through the bamboo tube." Is this medicine really so miraculous? I'm not sure about other illnesses. However, one of the military officers was infected with the flower willow, and he indeed recovered in 2 days. This lowly official and everyone in the Imperial Medical Department can testify to this. Xiaoyu nodded his head and continued to watch Lu Xinwei inject the patients. It was still the same crude action. Li Wangyu couldn't help sweating in his heart. He couldn't bear to watch. Even Xiaoyu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help knitting his brows when he saw the patient's painful expression. He was clearly shocked by Lu Xinwei's injection method. After the pneumonia patients were done with their injections, it was the middle-aged man's turn. Li Wangyu hesitated for a while before he nodded his head to Lu Xinwei, indicating for him to inject penicillin. At this moment, everyone became nervous. For a moment, no one spoke in the Imperial Physician Department's hall as they nervously stared at Lu Xinwei and the middle-aged man. This made Lu Xinwei a little nervous. He held the syringe on the middle-aged man's, but for a long time, but he didn't manage to inject it. Everyone's gazes followed the syringe in Lu Xinwei's hand. Just when they were nervous, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and howled. It scared Lu Xinwei so much that his hand trembled and he almost stabbed the needle into the back of his hand. Chapter 590. Lu Xinwei came back to his senses. He hadn't inserted the needle yet, so why was this man screaming? He angrily slapped the middle-aged man's head. What the hell are you screaming for? I haven't inserted the needle yet. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he muttered, I saw those people before. When they sat down they all screamed like that. I thought it was a rule. His words caused everyone to be stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere from before dissipated quite a bit. Lu Xinwei was so angry that his face turned red. Without thinking, he directly inserted the needle into the middle-aged man's butt. Ah! This time, the middle-aged man screamed again. He finally understood why those people had screamed when they were treating him. It really was King painful. Under Lu Xinwei's violent actions, a syringe of penicillin was quickly injected into the middle-aged man's body. Li Wangyu gestured for him to put on his pants. Go and call your wife in. Let's stay here for a while. If you're fine in an hour, you'll be considered to have passed through the gates of hell. Whether or not you can live will depend on your fate. The middle-aged man had already mentally prepared himself. To him, if he couldn't treat this illness, he would only be waiting for death when he returned. He would also be a burden to his family. It would be better to end it today. If he could live, then he would have a free life. If he couldn't, then his wife would suffer less. He respectfully knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei. Then he left the main hall to find his wife. Outside the main hall, his wife had been silently crying. When she saw him come out, she hurriedly went forward to support him. Tang, how are you? Did the noble person give you medicine? Do you feel unwell? The middle-aged man nodded. Wait for an hour. If I can live, then I can probably keep my life. Sigh, my wife, I've dragged you down. Something happens, cough, 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 you should take the children with you before marrying. I only have one request. Can you find someone who treats the children well? Dalong, what nonsense are you talking about? If you're gone, I'll naturally raise the children. If you go there, wait for me. I'll look for you after I raise the child. The woman cried miserably. Her hands gripped the middle-aged man's sleeves tightly, unwilling to let go. It was as if her husband would leave her if she let go. Just like that, the two of them supported each other and stood outside the lobby of the Imperial Medical Department, crying and talking at the same time. Seeing this, Li Wangyu and the others felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Lu Xinwei even felt that the corners of his eyes were a little wet. He couldn't help but ask, Zio, what if there's really an allergic reaction like you said? Is there no way to save him? Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. The Tang dynasty only had such medical facilities. How could they save him? He couldn't bear to look at the couple any longer, so he simply turned his head away and cupped his hands towards Xiaoyu. Master Xiao, I estimate that the patients will recover in 2 to 3 days if they're quick, or 4 to 5 days if they're slow. Master Xiao, you can continue to take the decoction for the next few days. When you see the effect in a few days, you can rest assured and use the medicine. He didn't expect that the old man, Xiaoyu, would suddenly roll up his sleeves. Come, do that skin test for this old man. Master Xiao, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyu didn't react for a moment. Injection of penicillin. This old man doesn't need to wait for those patients to recover. This old man has been open and above board all my life, but I almost made a big mistake today. Since those commoners can use the medicine, why can't this old man use it? It's beneath me to let others test the medicine for this old man. Haha, but this old man doesn't regret it. If it can cure those patients, it'll be a good story. Come, Lu Fengyu, do the skin test for this old man. Xiao Yu's words shocked Zhang Baozong, the imperial medical officer, and the others. They all tried to dissuade him. Master Xiao, you can't. You can wait a few more days. It won't be too late to use the medicine after the effects of the medicine have taken effect. Master Xiao, please reconsider. This penicillin is a new medicine. It's better to wait. Xiao Yu shook his head firmly. This old man is already ashamed to let the commoners test the medicine. Everyone, please don't try to dissuade me. Since this medicine can be used by the commoners, why can't this old man use it? Lu Fengyu, please do the skin test for this old man. Lu Xinwei hesitated. Giving acupuncture to commoners was different from giving acupuncture to a big shot like Xiaoyu. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, solemnly bowed to Xiaoyu. Master Xiao is righteous. This penicillin is a good medicine. If it's promoted, it can save countless lives. Since Master Xiao dares to test the medicine for the common people, how can we not take responsibility? He turned his head to look at Lu Xinwei. Brother Xinwei, please do the skin test for Master Xiao. If there's any accident, I'll go and ask for forgiveness from the saints. Li Wangyou's words made Lu Xinwei's eyes turn red. Zio, what are you saying? I'm the one who used this medicine. Naturally, I'll take responsibility for it. What does it have to do with you? Go away. This matter has nothing to do with you. After he finished speaking, he pushed Li Wangyu to the side and picked up a bottle of alcohol to disinfect Xiao Yu's wrist. Xiao Yu twirled his beard and laughed. Aha, what does this have to do with the two of you? I'm the one who let you use this medicine. If there's any problem, I'll take responsibility for it. Everyone listen carefully. If anything happens after I use this medicine, it has nothing to do with Count Hu Xian or Lu Fengyu. I ask that you all testify when the time comes. Xiao Yu's words moved the faces of the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau. They all bowed to him. Master Xiao is righteous. Zhang Baozong and the Imperial Physician Bureau could only look at each other and sigh. They didn't say anything to stop him. Lu Xinwei steadied his mind and, in a rare moment of gentleness, pierced the needle into the skin above Xiao Yu's wrist and injected some penicillin medicine. A doctor from the Imperial Physician Bureau came forward and helped Xiao Yu to the side to rest. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit tense. After 15 minutes, Li Wangyu came forward to check. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was negative, no reaction at all. He suppressed his excitement and nodded to Lu Xinwei. Brother Xinwei, it's negative. When the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau heard this, they all clapped and cheered. The tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed. Master Xiao, please untie your belt. I'll give you the medicine and the needles. Lu Xinwei also let out a long sigh and smiled at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu laughed loudly. I never thought that there would be a time when I would take off my clothes in front of everyone. Why are you all staring at me? I'm not that little girl from P Square. Scram, 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 scram to the side. His joke caused everyone to laugh. They were too embarrassed to look at the old man's butt, so they all cast sidelong glances at him. After Lu Xinwei injected Xiao Yu with the penicillin, he instructed, Master Xiao, please continue to drink the mulberry apricot soup. Drink more warm water and eat less spicy food. Remember to keep warm to prevent catching a cold. In a few days, you should be able to recover from your wind heat disease. Good. I want to see how miraculous Daoist Sun's medicine is. Li Wangyu let Xiao Yu rest in the hall for another 15 minutes. When he saw that there were no adverse reactions, he prepared to send him out. Just as she was about to help Xiao Yu out of the hall, a doctor from the Imperial Physician Department suddenly cried out in alarm, "Oh no!" Chapter 591. Oh no, an hour has already passed. Why hasn't the patient appeared yet? Could it be? The doctor from the Imperial Medical Department suddenly spoke up, reminding everyone of the middle-aged man who had signed the life and death contract. According to Li Wangyu, if nothing happened in an hour, then everything would be fine. Everyone had been busy giving Xiao Yu injections and had forgotten about this matter. With the doctor's reminder, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Li Wangyu slapped his forehead. Damn it, how could they have completely forgotten about the middle-aged man? Just as he was about to run over to check on the middle-aged man's condition, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching cries coming from outside the Imperial Medical Department's lobby. Li Wangyu's heart sank. Oh no. Everyone in the Imperial Medical Department was in a mess as they rushed out of the lobby. When everyone rushed out of the lobby, they didn't see the scene of the middle-aged man collapsing to the ground as they had imagined. At this moment, the couple outside the lobby were hugging each other and crying bitterly, F***ck, isn't everything fine? What's the meaning of crying so sadly? Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel speechless. He had thought that the middle-aged man had already gone into shock due to the penicillin allergy. Are the two of you crying in grief here? Why are you crying all of a sudden? An Imperial Medical Department doctor couldn't help but reprimand them. Suddenly awakened by his words, the wailing couple looked up in shock. They didn't know when the two of them had been surrounded by people, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Replying to noble sir, this lowly one and my wife were only grieving for a moment and couldn't control ourselves. Please forgive us for disturbing you. Seeing that this lowly one doesn't have long to live, please don't blame my wife. She was just sad for a moment. Li Wangyu was so angry that he laughed. Get lost, get lost. What do you mean you don't have long to live? Didn't I say it before? You'll be fine in an hour and your illness will be cured. What are you yelling for? Go back. Remember to come back tomorrow at this time to continue the injection. In a few days your lung disease will be cured. What? Noble lady, please don't lie to this lowly one. Will this lowly one really not die? The middle-aged man could not help but tremble as he spoke. His wife grabbed his sleeve tightly. Not only did she not stop crying, she cried even louder. Dalong, did you hear what Guerin said? You won't die, you won't die. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This middle-aged man really had a false positive penicillin skin test. He only decided to take the risk because he saw that there was only a red flush on her wrist and no hard lumps. Now that the middle-aged man was fine, his pneumonia would naturally be cured. The couple wailed for a long time before finally venting the misery in their hearts that had been pent up for many days. The two of them knelt down again and kowtowed respectfully to the crowd. Only then did they support each other and leave. Li Wangyu looked at their backs and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Everything about the Tang dynasty was good, but the medical conditions were really speechless. It was just pneumonia, but in the Tang dynasty, it was enough to destroy a family. As for penicillin, although Sun Simiao had developed it, there was no way to mass produce it. Not only was the effect of the artificial small-scale production unstable, but it was also difficult to popularize. Li Wangyu could foresee that penicillin would only be used by the rich and powerful for a long time in the future. As for the common people, it was impossible to even think about it. Li Wangyu had never thought about how to make penicillin. It was not that he was reluctant, but that he did not dare. It was very difficult to extract penicillin, and the effect of artificially extracted penicillin was also unstable. If he had not observed that the staphylococci were really killed under the microscope, he would not have dared to use penicillin on the patient. Even so, it was still a great risk. If he had rashly spread the extraction method of penicillin, he really did not know how many people would have died. There were not many doctors in the Tang dynasty who could be relied on. While Li Wangyu was sighing, Xiaoyu twirled his beard and smiled. County Count Hu Lu Fengyu, you have saved this couple. It is also a great merit. Lord Xiao is too kind. Speaking of which, it is also Lord Zhao's credit. Haha, this old man is ashamed to accept such praise. It was just a moment of selfishness, but this old man is also gratified to have such a good result. Everyone chatted and sighed before dispersing. However, just as Li Wangyu returned to his residence in Kaihua Square, he was summoned to the Taiji Palace by a servant sent by Pai Lupi. Naturally, the 100 Cavalry Department had already reported to Pai Lupi about the bet between him and Zhang Baozong in the Imperial Medical Department. Pai Lupi originally thought that Li Wangyu had gone crazy when he dragged Lu Shenwei to compete with Zhang Baozong. However, when Pai Lupi found out that Li Wangyu had used the miracle drug penicillin on the patient's family, he could not help but be shocked. Early on, when Li Wangyu had performed an appendectomy to cure Li Qingqian, he had already reported to Pai Lupi about the miracle drug penicillin. At the time, he had only said that Sun Simiao was still in the process of developing it. Pai Lupi had also been very excited by the described curative effects. He had even given Sun Simiao quite a few copper coins for research purposes. He had not expected that the penicillin that Li Wangyu had said could prevent wound infections would be developed by Sun Simiao just like that. Pai Lupi had originally planned to wait and see what the effects of the penicillin were. However, he had not expected that the penicillin that he had only thought of as preventing wound infections would actually be able to cure a flower willow disease. He immediately ordered people to summon that military officer into the palace and have the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau examine him again. After confirming that he had truly recovered, Pai Lupi's opinion of penicillin increased by several degrees. When the 100 Horsemen Department came to inform him that the Count of Huxian wanted to use penicillin to cure Xiaoyu's wind heat disease, Pai Lupi could no longer sit still. He did not care that the evening drum had already been sounded in Chang'an. He ordered Mi Tuo to send people to summon Li Wangyu into the palace. In the Taiji Palace's Yinyang Hall, Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. He smiled and asked, "Uncle, for you to summon me into the palace in such a hurry, is there a reason?" "You scoundrel. If penicillin is so important, why didn't you inform me?" Li Wangyu laughed awkwardly and said, "Hee uncle, this penicillin has just been developed by old Immortal's son and its effects have not been confirmed. How could I rashly report it to uncle? I originally wanted to wait until I finished my competition with Zhang Baozong and saw the actual effects of penicillin before reporting to uncle." "That's enough. Hurry up and tell me clearly. What are the effects of penicillin? You scoundrel, you have some guts. You actually dared to use a newly developed medicine on Master Xiao. If something bad happened to him, I'd like to see how you'll explain it to Uncle Xiao." Pai Lupi glared at him unhappily. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and said, "Uncle, Wasn't that because Master Xiao was righteous and could not bear to see the commoners test medicine on him? He saw that Pai Lupi was about to blow his beard and glare again, so he quickly changed the topic. Uncle, this penicillin is a rare and good thing. Apart from what I said before, it can prevent wounds from getting infected, it can also cure all kinds of illnesses. Li Wangyu explained everything he knew about the illnesses that penicillin could cure to Pai Lupi. After listening, Pai Lupi was flabbergasted. This penicillin is truly a miracle medicine. Zio, how much does penicillin cost? Can it be mass-produced? When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Uncle, this is the biggest problem. Penicillin is not easy to extract and its price is high. It's comparable to gold. It's really difficult to popularize. Pai Lupi was not very disappointed when he heard this. He just sighed and said, since it's a miracle medicine, it's rare and expensive. That's normal. It's just a pity. I originally thought that if this medicine could be popularized in the army, the casualties of the Tang dynasty soldiers would be reduced by 70 to 80%. Sigh, what a pity. Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. Uncle, that's not necessarily true. Chapter 592. Whether it was Li Yuan or Pai Lupi, they were both emperors on horseback, so they placed a lot of importance on military matters. The great Tang had set down strict laws to protect the wounded soldiers and provide compensation for their families. For example, when it came to the injured soldiers on the battlefield, the Tang dynasty laws clearly stated, everyone is on guard. If an official or a servant is sick and the head of the department does not ask for medical treatment, the person will be whipped 40 times. If the deceased is killed, the disciple will be imprisoned for a year. In other words, whether it was on the battlefield or at the border, if a soldier was injured and did not receive timely treatment, his superiors would be punished. If the person died because of this, the person responsible could be sentenced to a year in prison. The military also had specialized statistics and records, including the number of injured soldiers, their conditions and their recovery to manage the injured soldiers. There was also a rule in the military, if a sick child is abandoned and is not taken care of or fed, the inspector and the person responsible for the sick child will each be caned 100 times. If a sick child is buried alive, they will be beheaded. As for the injured or dead soldiers, there were also detailed plans for their families. Whether it was money, cloth, land, cattle, tax relief, or even official positions, there were many more. From this, it could be seen how much importance Pai Lupi placed on the injured soldiers in the military. Pai Lupi was still regretting that he could not use a miracle drug like penicillin to reduce the casualties in the military. Li Wangyu's not necessarily made Pai Lupi unconsciously raise his eyebrows. Ziyu, what do you mean? Are there other ways to reduce the casualties in the military? Yes, uncle. As long as there are first aid, disinfection, and bandages on the battlefield, it might not lead to a large number of deaths due to injuries. I estimate that it should be possible to reduce the casualty rate by 50%. Pai Lupi asked, the disinfection that Ziyu mentioned, is it the alcohol you used when you operated on Qingqian last time? Yes, using alcohol to disinfect and bandage first aid on the battlefield can definitely reduce a lot of casualties. However, there were too few doctors in the army, and their medical skills were worrisome. Little nephew earnestly requests uncle to establish a military medical system and set up a military medical department to train military doctors and paramedics to learn first aid on the battlefield, suturing surgery, disinfection, and other medical skills to save the lives of our Tang dynasty soldiers. Uncle, don't let the soldiers bleed and cry. Li Wangyu's words were sincere. What he said about the poor medical system in the Tang dynasty was also true. The Tang system was installed. Military doctors were sent by the Taichung Temple, but the number was pitifully small. For every 500 men and above in the marching army and military service area, one physician is usually assigned. If there were more than 5,000 people, they would be given to 2 people. Henceforth he led 5,000 men plus 1 man. Every doctor will be given 2 to reduce the number of injured doctors. An army of 5,000 with only 2 physicians. What use would they be in a war? Not to mention the extremely crude medical skills and treatment conditions. It was estimated that if they just sprinkled a handful of the so-called golden sore ointment on the wound, it would be considered a cure. Whether or not the soldiers could survive after being injured would depend on the heavens. Pai Lupi frowned. Zio, I can understand the military doctors you mentioned. Are you referring to the doctors assigned to the army? What do you mean by paramedics? Uncle, paramedics are also soldiers. In addition to carrying weapons and attacking with the army, they also need to carry medicine packs with them, including bandages, alcohol, golden sore ointment, and other first aid medicines. These paramedics need to learn first aid on the battlefield. When someone is injured, the paramedics can immediately stop the bleeding and send the injured to the rear for military doctors to treat. In my opinion, every 100 men in a brigade can be assigned 2 paramedics. In this way the casualties on the battlefield will be greatly reduced. After hearing his words, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth. After a long time, Pai Lupi slowly shook his head. Zio, your idea is very good. I think the paramedics you mentioned are very good, but it will be difficult to realize. Uncle, why is that? My Tang dynasty has hundreds of thousands of government soldiers. According to your idea, how many paramedics do we need? At least tens of thousands, right? With so many soldiers who can save the injured, do you think I can copy Han Xin and conjure up soldiers out of beans? Even if we recruit soldiers who are slightly literate and train them, where would we find so many medical doctors to teach them first aid? Pai Lupi's words were also true. The literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was very low, and there were even fewer scholars who were willing to study medicine. Even the Imperial Medical Department only had a few hundred students. Among them, there were no more than 100 medical students. And these people still had to study for 7 years before they could graduate. Teaching medicine to a few hundred people was completely different from teaching medicine to tens of thousands. Even if Pai Lupi wanted tens of thousands of paramedics, he couldn't find enough people to train them. Li Wangyu laughed and suddenly changed the topic. Uncle, do you know why I made a bet with Mr. Treasure? Oh? What? Pai Lupi didn't understand why he suddenly brought it up. Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Hey, Uncle, I heard that Mr. Treasure has taken in countless disciples. In the Jiang clan, there are hundreds of disciples and grand disciples. Does Uncle know about this? Pai Lupi nodded and then his eyes lit up. He seemed to understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Uncle, old immortal son has also taught more than a dozen disciples and grand disciples. Aren't these doctors ready-made teachers? As long as I win the competition, Mr. Treasure will have to worship old immortal son as his teacher. When that time comes, all the disciples and grand disciples of the Jiang clan will have to listen to old immortal son's instructions. I intend to let these people learn the art of surgery from old immortal son and then become medical doctors. They will be specially trained to be military doctors and paramedics. In the future, the military doctors will no longer be sent by Taichung Temple. Instead, they will be sent by the military medical department after receiving first aid knowledge on the battlefield. This way, it will definitely reduce the casualty rate of the soldiers in battle. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, Pai Lupi finally understood why he made such a bet with Zhang Baozong. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. Zio, you little brat, you've schemed well. Since that's the case, I approve of this. After I discuss with Jijie, Xianling, and the others, I will establish the military medical department to train military doctors and paramedics. However, I'll leave the medical doctors in the military medical department to you. If you can't win against Zhang Baozong and trick those doctors, I'll settle the score with you. Hey, Uncle, don't worry. I have penicillin in my hands. Mr. Treasure will definitely lose this bet. The uncle and nephew looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh loudly. The next day in the Imperial Medical Department, Lu Shenwei and Li Wangyu used the miracle medicine penicillin to treat Xiaoyu's lung disease. The patients who were waiting for treatment had already heard of this. Although they hadn't seen the effects of this miracle medicine, everyone had more trust in Lu Shenwei, the Minister of Medicine of the Imperial Medical Department. After the 4th day of treatment, the number of patients who chose to seek treatment from Lu Shenwei was more than twice the number of patients compared to Zhang Baozong. This angered Zhang Baozong so much that his expression became increasingly ugly. Chapter 593. It was the same on the 5th and 6th days. Zhang Baozong's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but there was nothing he could do. It was just like Lu Shenwei a few days ago. He couldn't possibly force those patients to come to him for treatment, right? Xiaoyu and the other pneumonia patients in Chang and City still came to the Imperial Physician Bureau for injections every day. It had to be said that penicillin was too effective for the Tang people who didn't have any antibodies. In the future, pneumonia patients usually needed 10 days of treatment to fully recover. As for Xiaoyu and the other patients, they had only been injected with penicillin for 3 days, but they were almost fully recovered. Even the middle-aged man who coughed the most and had given up on waiting for death, not only did his complexion look better, but he also coughed less and less. On this day, Lu Shenwei injected penicillin into Xiaoyu once more and took his pulse. He smiled, "Old Master Xiao, you'll be fine after 2 more injections." Zhang Baozong also walked over and took Xiaoyu's pulse. After a long time, the old man put down his arm and sighed. He didn't say anything and walked back. Zhang Baozong was already filled with regret. He initially thought that he would win the medical competition, but now it looked like he was doomed. When he thought about how he would have to kowtow to Sun Simiao if he lost, Zhang Baozong felt his heart twitching. But he couldn't think of any way to save himself. Even as a famous physician, he could only sigh helplessly in the face of penicillin, a miracle medicine that shouldn't exist. On the 7th day of the competition, no one came to ask for Zhang Baozong's medicine. There was no other reason other than that some of the patients who received the penicillin injection had already recovered. Even if pneumonia could be treated in the Tang dynasty, it was still a long process. In the future, pneumonia patients had to be hospitalized for half a month, let alone in the Tang dynasty. But now there were patients who recovered in just 4 days. This was simply a miracle in everyone's eyes. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department had long since stopped crowding around Zhang Baozong. Hundreds of people swarmed around Lu Xinwei's side, attentively pouring tea and water for him and Li Wangyu. They only wished to be able to learn this miraculous medical skill. Some smart doctors even volunteered to help Lu Xinwei inject the medicine after seeing him inject it a few times. Li Wangyu was speechless at Lu Xinwei's brutal injection technique. Li Wangyu could not help but feel heartache for the patients as he watched those young doctors perform acupuncture under Lu Xinwei's guidance clumsily. What a sin. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea and pretended not to hear the screams of the patients. On the 8th day, Xiaoyu recovered from his pneumonia. The people who were originally invited to test the medicine also recovered from their pneumonia. Now, everyone in Chang and city began to talk about penicillin, the magic medicine. Legend had it that it was a magic medicine that could revive the dead. It was an elixir that the old immortal Sun Simiao asked for from the heavens. Li Wangyu could only shake his head and smile bitterly at these unreliable rumors. The result was that the threshold of the Imperial Medical Department was almost flattened by the patients. Even though the Imperial Physician Department only treated hundreds of officials, the number of people who were qualified to be treated by the Imperial Physician Department in the vast Chang and city was also very large, including hundreds of officials and their families, as well as a large number of civil servants. And these patients who came to seek medical treatment were all here for Lu Xinwei and penicillin. In fact, 90% of the patients did not need antibiotics like penicillin. Even if they did, Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei would not be willing to let them use it unless it was absolutely necessary. The amount of penicillin that Sun Simiao extracted was really small. In the past few days most of it had been used up. Lu Xinwei kept a straight face and refused all the patients who begged him to give them a shot of penicillin even when they caught a cold. But even so, Lu Xinwei was the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau and Sun Simiao's eldest disciple. He was not a mediocre person. Without the use of penicillin, it was not difficult for him to cure these ordinary patients who came to seek medical treatment. Zhang Baozong could only sigh at this situation. On the 8th day, the consultation in the Imperial Medical Department ended. Zhang Baozong stood up with difficulty with the help of his disciples and walked to Li Wangyu. Count who, there is no need to continue this competition. I have lost. I have lost. Tomorrow I will go find Daoist's son and kowtow to him. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples beside Zhang Baozong became anxious. Teacher, you can't. Daoist's son's medical skills are only on par with yours. Zhang Baozong waved his hand disinterestedly at his disciples' dissuasion. Don't say anything more. I can't even beat Daoist's son's disciple. Saying something like this will only make me laugh. Teacher, Lu Xinwei only relied on penicillin, a miracle drug. How can his medical skills be compared to teachers? Fool. Since Daoist's son was able to develop a miracle drug like penicillin, it means that his medical skills are above mine. What have I taught all of you on a daily basis? As long as you are a doctor, you must be gentle and courteous. Yes, this disciple knows his mistake. After Zhang Baozong finished lecturing his disciple, he cupped his hands toward Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei and left with his disciple's help. Looking at the old man's skinny back, Li Wangyu felt that although Zhang Baozong was arrogant, he did not lose the demeanor of a famous doctor. The disgust he had for Lu Xinwei lessened a bit. After Zhang Baozong left, Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei looked at each other and smiled. Imperial Physician Token, since Mr. Baozong has already admitted defeat, then there's no need to continue the 10 days agreement. Tomorrow, Brother Xinwei and I won't be coming to the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Wangyu had been in Chang and city for 8 days and was already impatient. Since Zhang Baozong had admitted defeat, there were only 2 days left. There was no need to continue the competition. He still needed to hurry back to Dingzhou village. When the imperial physician heard his words, he shook his head. Count who you absolutely cannot. Originally, I had someone inform the patient's family that Lu Fengyu would be in the Imperial Physician Bureau for 10 days. It's only been 8 days. There are still 2 days left. How can we cancel it? Won't the patient's family find trouble with me? I asked that Count Hu and Lu Fengyu persist for 2 more days. The Imperial Physician was so insistent for 2 reasons. On one hand, it was as he said. It would be difficult to explain to the patient's family. On the other hand, he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity for the teachers and students to learn. Although Lu Xinwei's medical skills were still lacking compared to Zhang Baozong's, the gap between him and the doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau was quite large. In the past few days, even without the penicillin, just Lu Xinwei's diagnosis and treatment had greatly benefited the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Thus, how could the Imperial Physician be willing to let Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei leave early? In this regard, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose helplessly and nod his head in agreement. He agreed to continue seeing patients in the Imperial Physician Bureau for the next 2 days. However, Li Wangyu didn't expect that agreeing to continue seeing patients in the Imperial Physician Bureau would give him a huge surprise. Chapter 594. Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei's consultation in the Imperial Physician Department had finally reached the last day. After sending off the last patient in the line, Li Wangyu stretched his body. It's finally over. Brother Xinwei, I will return to Dingzhou village in a bit. Do you want to come along? Lu Xinwei helplessly shook his head. I still have many things to do at the Imperial Physician Department. I took 10 days of leave and it has already been delayed. I can only wait for my rest day to go back and visit my teacher. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded his head. Being an official was troublesome, which was also the reason why he did not want to become an official. However, now that he thought about it, he could use the excuse of observing filial piety for Li Zhou. What if 2 years later, Pai Lupi forced him to become an official? Every day when the rooster crows, he would have to wake up and go to court. He also had to deal with official matters. Just thinking about it made him feel bitter. Forget it, he would think about the matter 2 years later. There was no point in thinking about it now. Li Wangyu smiled and was about to leave when he saw another person poking his head out of the Imperial Physician Department's main hall. He was hesitating whether or not to enter. When Li Wangyu saw the person, he smiled. Wasn't this the colonel from Shi City? He and the other rich kids had gone to Shi City to drink and have fun. In the end, that bastard Chai Lingwu knocked over a candle in the middle of the night and caused a fire. Luckily, he was not burned to death. At that time, the person who came to put out the fire was this colonel. Speaking of which, this colonel could be considered his savior. Li Wangyu waved his hand at the colonel. Come in. Why are you poking your head out of the door? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you here? I remember you. You are the colonel from Shi City, right? The colonel naturally recognized Li Wangyu and immediately gave a respectful greeting. Greetings, County Earl Hu. I am the colonel of Shi City's Wuhupu. My surname is Peng and my name is Yuan Kuei. Colonel Peng, thank you for putting out the fire at the Hu wine shop that day. County Earl Hu is too polite. That was my duty. There is no need to thank me. Li Wangyu said with a smile, since you've come to the Imperial Physician Department today, does Colonel Peng want to have a consultation? His words caused the colonel to hesitate for a while before he finally opened his mouth and said, this official's lower body hasn't been feeling well recently. I'm afraid that I've been infected with the venereal disease. I heard that Lu Fengyu has a magical medicine that can cure it, so, Li Wangyu was speechless. These damned fellows were all womanizing and had gotten themselves dirty. In the Tang dynasty there were no safety measures like condoms. Serves these perverts right to be infected. Peng Yuan Kuei could be considered his savior, so Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Let Lu Fengyu examine you. You bunch of bastards, can't you be a bit more honest? Li Wangyu unhappily called for Lu Xinwei to examine his body. Peng Yuan Kuei smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to reply. He obediently walked in front of Lu Xinwei and reached out his hand to take his pulse. He then took off his pants for Lu Xinwei to examine. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't interested in seeing a big man's bird walk. He minded his own business and drank tea. The group of teachers and students from the Imperial Physician Department were eager to learn. They all came forward to examine Peng Yuan Kuei's condition. After Lu Xinwei carefully examined Peng Yuan Kuei, he couldn't help but say, that's strange. I've never seen this venereal disease before. Why is there ulceration between his legs? The Imperial Physician and doctor from the Imperial Physician Department also nodded. Lu Fengyu is right. This doesn't seem to be a venereal disease. Hearing the doctors say this, Peng Yuan Kuei couldn't help but tremble with fear. Lu Fengyu, Imperial Physician, can I still be saved? Don't be anxious. Let me examine you carefully first. Do you have any other discomfort on your body? Peng Yuankue hesitated for a moment before honestly replying. In the past 2 days I've had some ringing in my ears, my vision is a bit blurry, my waist hurts and I can't urinate properly. There are also some knots growing on my body. It seems to be ulceration. Hearing him say this, Lu Xinwei immediately had him take off his clothes. Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking tea outside the crowd. When he heard Lu Xinwei and Peng Yuankue's conversation, he couldn't help but be stunned. This disease really wasn't gonorrhea. Why did it seem like a disease that shouldn't have appeared? Li Wangyu put down his teacup and got up to separate the teachers and students gathered around Peng Yuankue. When he squeezed in to take a look, he couldn't help but be shocked by the large ulceration on Peng Yuankue's body. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be syphilis, right? Moreover, according to Colonel Peng's description, he had ringing in his ears and decreased vision. These were all typical symptoms of syphilis. In the university of his previous life, there was a health education class. In order to let the university students have a better understanding of these diseases, the teacher who taught the class had once shown the slides of these STDs for them to see. Li Wangyu remembered it very clearly because this disease was simply too disgusting. He liked to read history books. He once read that the Qing dynasty's emperor Tongji died of syphilis. It was said that when he died, his whole body was festering. It was very tragic. But how could this be syphilis? It doesn't make sense. One must know that syphilis was not a disease that originated in China. Later research proved that this disease originated in the Americas. It was after Columbus's voyage that he discovered the Americas. His crew had an affair with the natives there and brought the disease back to Europe. Later on, when the Europeans opened up China's sea route, they also brought syphilis to China. But now, it was only 628 AD, the second year of Jingguan in the Tang dynasty's Chang'an city. How could there be a syphilis patient? Is this a ghost? Li Wangyu's voice was trembling. Colonel Peng, tell me honestly, how did you get this disease? This. Peng Yuankue was suddenly asked about this matter. He didn't know how to answer. You still won't tell me the truth? Let me tell you, this disease is also a type of disease called syphilis. But this disease didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. Tell me honestly, how did you get this disease? Li Wangyu's words scared Peng Yuankue so much that he knelt down. The county governor of Hu County, it was a merchant in Shi City. He invited me to his residence for a banquet. After I got drunk, I had sex with the merchant's concubine. After I came back, I got this disease. Lu Xinwei asked curiously, Zio, you said this disease is called syphilis? Is it also a type of disease called syphilis? Why have I never heard of this disease? The imperial physician on the side also said, That's right, I've also never seen any description of syphilis in the medical records. Li Wangyu opened his mouth to answer Lu Xinwei and the imperial physician's questions, but he didn't know how to answer. He could only say vaguely, it's hard to explain in a few words. In short, this is a very infectious disease. Brother Xinwei, quickly give Colonel Peng a skin test and prepare to inject penicillin. This disease can kill. Hearing that his disease could be fatal, Peng Yuankue was so scared that he repeatedly kowtowed, Lu Fengyu, please save me. When Lu Xinwei heard Li Wangyu's serious words, he didn't hesitate and immediately gave Peng Yuankue a skin test and an injection of penicillin. Li Wangyu indicated for Peng Yuankue to put on his clothes and subconsciously took a few steps away from him. Although syphilis was mainly transmitted through blood, Li Wangyu always felt scared when he was too close to Peng Yuankue. Alright, for the next 10 days go find Lu Fengyu every day to inject penicillin. Your disease can be cured, so there's no need to worry. Now, take me to the poor merchant at once. This is no small matter. Chapter 595. The narrowest part of the Bering Strait was only 35 kilometers, and the widest part was 80 kilometers. In history, the earliest record was the Danish explorer Vitus Bering. In 1728, when he was serving in the Russian army, he passed through the Bering Strait. This strait that separated Asia and North America was named the Bering Strait. In the future, Li Wangyu had argued with others about whether or not the Bering Strait could be crossed on foot in winter. After looking up a lot of information, the conclusion was that it was very, very difficult. Although the Bering Strait was frozen all year round, 35 kilometers did not sound far. It seemed that one could reach the other side in a few hours by sleigh. However, the frozen sea was not smooth. Not only would there be huge ice cracks, but there would also be frequent snowstorms. Moreover, one had to overcome temperatures of -30 to -40 degrees Celsius. Even in the future, it was difficult to cross the frozen Bering Strait on foot, let alone 1,000 years ago. Li Wangyu found it hard to imagine that someone from the Yixia kingdom could cross the Bering Strait at this time. However, even if they crossed the Bering Strait, how could they continue south through Alaska and Canada and enter North America? Li Wangyu could not understand this. However, Peng Yuankue was infected with syphilis, so he had to believe it. Seeing Li Wangyu ask about the whereabouts of the Yixia kingdom merchant, Qiqi Zhongxi could only spread out his hands helplessly. County Earl, the Yixia kingdom merchant only came to Taowu to trade, but he has already returned to Yixia kingdom. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but feel disappointed. Yixia kingdom was thousands of miles away from Chang and city. Where could he find someone? It seemed that there would be no results even if he continued to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether or not someone from the Yixia nation had accidentally run to America, there were no clues now. Even Bai and was a few thousand miles away. It would take at least a few months for him to arrive. How could he find someone else? Qiqi Zhongxi's concubine had been infected with syphilis by the Yixia kingdom merchant in Taowu. It was also an accident that she was brought to Chang'an City. With his interest waning, Li Wangyu planned to get up and leave. Qiqi Zhongxi respectfully prepared to send Li Wangyu out, but after taking 2 steps, Li Wangyu suddenly turned his head and asked, "Qiqi Zhongxi, did the concubine you beat to death give her anything from the Yixia kingdom?" Li Wangyu was still a bit unwilling. Since the concubine had served the Yixia kingdom, perhaps they had given her something as a gift. What if there were some specialties from America? He didn't believe that the people from the Yixia kingdom only brought back syphilis, the only specialty of the Americas. Beggar Zhongxi shook his head, replying to County Uncle, "After that lowly servant was beaten to death by me, she was dragged outside the city and buried. Apart from gold, silver and jewelry, everything else in her room has been burned. There's nothing special about it." When Qiqi Zhongxi was Qiqi Zhongxi not Qiqi Cho Qiqi, yes. County Earl, please come with me. That concubine had just returned to Chang and from the north with the merchant caravan a month ago. She did not have any valuables with her. Qiqi Zhongxi kingdom led Li Wangyu and his group to a room in the middle of the courtyard. This is the room that concubine used to live in. Li Wangyu pinched his nose and asked someone to open the door. He went in and looked around. Naturally, it was empty. He helplessly retreated. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes were attracted by a few flower pots in the middle of the courtyard. Li Wangyu's voice began to tremble. These pots of crops, where did they come from? Qiqi Zhongxi kingdom did not understand. He hurriedly asked the servants in the residence before replying, "County Earl, the servants said they were planted by that concubine. May I ask if there is anything wrong?" Li Wangyu ignored him and directly shouted at Niu Wu and the others, "Niu Wu, immediately have people surround these plants. If anyone dares to damage these plants, kill them without mercy." Yes. Niu Wu and the troops were confused by Li Wangyu's order. However, this was the first time they had seen their Langjun give such a nervous order. Naturally, they did not dare to be negligent. Immediately, some of the troops stepped forward and pulled out their sabers from their waists. They surrounded the pots of crops that Li Wangyu was pointing at and forbade others from approaching. Beggar Zhongxi was scared out of his wits by this scene. After a while, he stuttered, "May I ask County Earl is there something wrong with these pots of crops? Don't ask so many questions." Niu Wu. Li Wangyu ignored him and turned to shout at Niu Wu. "What orders do you have, Langjun?" Niu Wu saw Li Wangyu's disposition and knew the importance of this matter. He did not dare to be negligent. Li Wangyu tore off his goldfish talisman and threw it to him. "Go, take my goldfish talisman and immediately ride to Duke Lu's mansion. Have Uncle Cheng lead the Imperial Army of the Jianghu Guards to surround Huayuan Square. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed. Go quickly." Yes. Niu Wu took the goldfish talisman and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately rushed out of Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion and jumped on his horse to rush out of the square. Although he did not know what had happened, since Li Wangyu was so nervous and even had Qing Yaojin lead the Imperial Army, it must be something big. Niu Wu did not care about the ban on horses in Chang'an City. He directly urged his horse to rush into the middle of the street and rush towards Duke Lu's mansion. At this time the gate was about to close. The Imperial Army of the Jianghu Guards had already begun patrolling the streets to enforce the night ban. Seeing Niu Wu galloping, the Imperial Army immediately stopped him. "Stop. Who are you? How dare you gallop in Chang'an City?" "I'm a soldier from the County Count's mansion. I have an urgent matter to attend to at Duke Lu's mansion." My Langjuan's goldfish talisman is here as proof. Niu Wu raised Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman and shouted. The squad leader of the Imperial Army of the Jianghu Guards carefully checked the goldfish talisman and confirmed that it was correct. Although the squad leader did not know what the urgent matter was, since the county count asked his soldiers to take his goldfish talisman and rush to Duke Lu's mansion, it must be something big. The squad leader pondered for a while and led his Imperial Army of the Jianghu Guards to escort Niu Wu to Qing Yaojin's mansion. Li Wangyu anxiously paced back and forth in Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion. From time to time he would go to the pots of crops and carefully examine them. His soldiers did not understand what these pots of crops were to make their Langjun so nervous. Zhongxi and Peng Yuankui were even more at a loss as they stood aside uneasily. The maidservants in Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion were chased far away and did not dare to show their faces. While Li Wangyu was waiting anxiously, the gate of Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion was slammed open with a bang. A large group of Imperial Army of the Jianghu Guards in full armor and holding shiny weapons rushed in. Bastard, if you don't explain yourself today, you won't be able to escape this beating. When Li Wangyu heard that, he was about to explain to Qing Yaojin. When he looked up, he was shocked to see that other than Qing Yaojin, there was another person standing beside him. Who else could it be other than Pai Lupi? Chapter 596. When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi actually came personally, he was somewhat surprised. Uncle, why did you come personally? Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. Nonsense, you already had Jijia transfer the Jianghu Guards here, how could he not inform me? Quickly speak, what is it that made you transfer the Jianghu Guards here? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't blame me for carrying out the family law today. At this time, Li Wangyu was no longer in a hurry. He signaled Niu Wu to lead the troops away and had the Jianghu Guards chase away the group of people, including the beggar Zhongxi. Only then did he lead Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin to the several pots of plants in the courtyard. Uncle, it's not that this little nephew is impulsive, it's just that these pots of plants are too precious. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin curiously looked over and saw that there were many plants in the courtyard. Among them, there were 4 or 5 pots of plants with many flowers blooming. There were white, pink, purple and various other colors that were bright and dazzling. Oh, what kind of flowers are these? It's rare to see flowers blooming in November. It's quite beautiful, how come I've never seen this kind of flower before? Qing Yaojin curiously asked. He even reached out to grab a flower to see what it was. Li Wangyu grabbed his arm in fright. Uncle Qing, you can't touch it, this is the life of the common people. What? Qing Yaojin was so frightened by his words that his hand trembled. He asked in disbelief, you little bastard, what did you say? This is just a pot of plants, what nonsense are you talking about? Pai Lupi was also stunned. He originally wanted to reach out his hand, but he quickly withdrew it. He was prepared to listen to Li Wangyu's explanation. Uncle Qing, this little nephew isn't joking. Otherwise, when this little nephew is full, I'll ask you to bring the Jianghu Guards and surround this square. Zio, speak clearly, what is this flower? Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu wasn't a person who fooled around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to his request to transfer the Jianghu Guards and come with him to see what was going on. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked, Uncle Qing, how much grain does the Tang dynasty produce from farming? 1 dan more than 2 dan, why are you asking this? Qing Yaojin asked. Li Wangyu nodded and continued, if there are crops that can produce 10 dan or even more, what do you think? When he heard this, his eyes couldn't help but widen his eyes. Zio, what nonsense are you speak? 10 dan? How is that possible? How can there be such a crop? If there is such a crop, how can you Tangs things? But aren't you taking things for granted? You're simply dreaming. Qing Yaojin had the same attitude. Zio, what the hell are you doing? Crops produce Tang dan dan? If there is such a crop, I'll kneel down and let you ride me. The reactions of Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin were within Li Wangyu's expectations. He wasn't annoyed by their questioning and just pointed at the pots of plants. Hee, Uncle Qing, don't think this little nephew is fooling around. These pots of plants can produce 10 dan per mu, or even more. This little nephew calls them potatoes. That's right, the few pots of plants that Li Wangyu saw in Zhongxi's house were the sprouts of potatoes. As a child who grew up in the countryside, if Li Wangyu couldn't recognize potato seedlings, then he wouldn't be able to live up to his identity as a transmigrator. He didn't expect that in this era, someone really went to America and brought back a crop like potatoes. Li Wangyu even thought that maybe in Wuxia someone had already grown potatoes but not as a crop, but as a kind of beautiful flower. This was probably the reason why the concubine who was beaten to death by Zhongxi planted it in a pot. Presumably it was taught by the Wuxia merchant. As for using potatoes as ornamental plants, it wasn't unusual. Potatoes were first brought to Europe by Spanish colonists from South America. They were planted as flowers because of their beautiful flowers. During the reign of Louis XVI, the French nobles wore potato flowers as the noblest and most fashionable decoration. They even planted potatoes on the outskirts of Paris specifically for this purpose. At that time, the French also believed that eating potatoes would cause leprosy, syphilis, sudden death, and sexual mania. Some even believed that potatoes were created by witches and devils to deceive people. The French would rather starve than eat potatoes, and they called potatoes the devil's apple. These pots of potatoes were planted as flowers in Zhongxi's house. Other than Li Wangyu, no one else knew the actual value of these potatoes. Even if his beautiful boss saw these pots of flowers, she wouldn't say anything. Because she didn't know what a potato looked like when it bloomed, and she didn't know what a potato seedling looked like. Li Wangyu really didn't expect to see potatoes in the Tang dynasty. His heart almost stopped beating when he saw the potato blossoms. In the future, potatoes were worthless, and they could be bought for a few cents per kilogram in the supermarket. But in the Tang dynasty, if potatoes could be popularized, it would be a good thing that could bring countless people back to life. Even the history of Wuxia would be changed because of this. Because he thought of the importance of potatoes, Li Wangyu didn't dare to neglect it. After he ordered his troops to surround these pots of potatoes, he immediately sent Niu Wu to find Qing Yaojin to transfer troops. After Niu Wu left, Li Wangyu didn't give up. He didn't even care about taboo, and forced Zhongxi to lead him around the house to see if there were other things from America. But unfortunately, after turning Zhongxi's house upside down, there were no other things that shouldn't be there except for the 5 pots of potatoes that had already bloomed in front of him. This made Li Wangyu feel very regretful. Peppers, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, cocoa beans, pumpkins. America was really a treasure trove, but it was a pity that he had to wait for hundreds of years to open the treasure trove. As for the yield of potatoes per mu, he didn't dare to say too much. In the future, the yield of potatoes per mu could reach 3,000 or even 5,000 caddies, but in the Tang dynasty, it might not be possible. But he was absolutely sure that he could get 1,000 caddies. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin stunned at first, and then they both laughed. Zio, don't make trouble. These pots of beautiful flowers and plants can produce 10 dan per mu of crops? Do you think I'm a fool who doesn't know anything about farming? Qing Yaojin patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, Brat, this joke isn't funny at all. Hurry up and tell me clearly, why do you want to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Insignia here? Don't try to fool me with this kind of nonsense. Li Wangyu was speechless and he silently rolled his eyes. Why didn't anyone believe him when he was telling the truth? In fact, Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin couldn't be blamed. This kind of words, not to mention the two of them, probably no one in the entire Tang dynasty would believe Li Wangyu's words except for their beautiful superiors. Li Wangyu's expression was solemn, and he bowed deeply to Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin. Reporting to your majesty, this subject's words are all true, and not half a word of nonsense. These 5 pots of potatoes can really produce more than 10 dan per mu of crops. Not only can they be eaten but they are also very delicious. They can be used as a staple food to satisfy hunger, and can also be used as a dish. They are rare treasures. His serious report made Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin couldn't help but withdraw their smiles. Pai Lupi was stunned. Zio, this matter must not be joked about. Are you telling the truth? If there is half a word of falsehood, your majesty can take this subject to prison, demote me and punish me. When Li Wangyu said this, Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin were both dumbfounded. Chapter 597. After a long while, Qing Yaojin murmured, Zio, did you steal the treasures of the immortals in heaven? 10 dan of grain per mu, how is this possible? Pai Lupi was also skeptical. He pointed to the potted potato flowers and asked, Zio, are you really saying that these potted flowers are the high-yield grain you mentioned? Where did you find out? Where did he find out? Li Wangyu really didn't know how to explain this. However, since Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all thought that he might be the reincarnation of an ancient great power, then he could continue to use this excuse to fool them. Uncle, I don't know. In short, when I saw these potted plants, I knew what they were called, and what they were used for. This is absolutely not wrong. Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but look at Qing Yaojin. They both remembered that they guessed that Li Wangyu was the reincarnation of an ancient great power. Pai Lupi didn't dwell on this issue and asked, What kind of potatoes are these? How long until they mature? After the potatoes bloom, they can be harvested in 30 to 50 days. Potatoes are not picky about the soil and can be planted twice a year. They are sowed in February and March, harvested in June and July, sowed in September and October, and harvested from December to January. Li Wangyu explained. Like rice or wheat, it bears fruit? No, since this thing is called a potato, naturally its fruit is hidden in the soil. When harvesting, it needs to be pulled out by the roots. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be curious. If it is as Zio said, why would such a precious species appear in the residence of the Bai and people? Zio, do you know where this thing comes from? Why have I never heard of it? Li Wangyu had actually thought about whether to tell Pai Lupi about the American continent. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell him about it for the time being. Anyway, the American continent was even more illusory than the Penglai Immortal Island to the current Tang dynasty. Although it did exist, it was difficult to reach, so it was better not to mention it. Otherwise, if he told Pai Lupi that this guy had a sudden impulse to sail out to explore the new world, wouldn't he have killed the crew in vain? Without enough navigation technology and ship development, it was simply unrealistic to explore the new world with the current Tang dynasty ships like Columbus. After thinking about this, Li Wangyu roughly explained what he knew. Uncle, according to what I know, this potato was a gift from a sea merchant of the Wuxia kingdom to a concubine of the owner of this mansion, the merchant beggar Jianghu of Bai, and when he sailed to Bai, and to do business. But I don't know where he got this potato. Chong? Where is that? Why have I never heard of it? Pai Lupi was stunned and asked curiously. In history, Pai Lupi learned about the Chong in the 14th year of Jianghu. At that time, the king of the Lugui kingdom sent his son to the Tang dynasty to pay tribute. The Tang dynasty only learned about the existence of the Chong in the north of the Lugui kingdom from the attendant of the Lugui kingdom's tribute envoy. However, the distance between the Chong and the Tang dynasty was too far, so there had never been any communication in history. Li Wangyu explained the location of the Chong to Pai Lupi, which made Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin speechless. It was hard for them to imagine that there was a kingdom in the distant and cold north. After no longer thinking about the origin of the potato, Pai Lupi walked around the 5 pots of potatoes a few times with his hands behind his back and said, "Since this potato is so precious, I will immediately ask the imperial army to move it away and send it to the agriculture temple. I will order people to take good care of it. In a month's time, we will know whether what you said is true or false. If it is true, I will definitely record it as a great merit for you." If it was true, Pai Lupi felt that it would not be excessive to immediately confer Li Wangyu the title of prince. In an agricultural society, food was the key to a country's prosperity. It was also the embodiment of a country's strength. Pai Lupi did not think that Li Wangyu asking the imperial army to come was inappropriate. It was natural for them to be nervous about such an important crop. Although Li Wangyu's words were without proof, Pai Lupi did not dare to fully believe it because he had not seen it with his own eyes. However, since Li Wangyu had already said so, he had no choice but to believe it. No matter what, the truth would be revealed in a month's time. Li Wangyu quickly said, "Uncle, the agriculture temple does not have any experience in taking care of potatoes. To be on the safe side, why don't you give me 2 pots and let me take care of them in Dingzhou village in case of any accidents? Uncle, what do you think?" Okay. Pai Lupi felt that it was reasonable and naturally nodded in agreement. Under the command of Qing Yaojin, the imperial army of the Golden Guards carefully moved away the 5 potted pots with potatoes. As for Qiqi Zhongxi, whether it was Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, or Qing Yaojin, they did not seem to have any intention of asking for his opinion. Moreover, they did not have any thoughts of compensating or rewarding him for taking away the pots of potatoes. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin felt that it was natural, not to mention that the owner of this house was from Baian. As for Li Wangyu, he was dissatisfied with Qiqi Zhongxi for beating his poor concubine to death. Speaking of which, the one who had the greatest credit for discovering the potatoes was that poor concubine. However, because she followed Qiqi Zhongxi's instructions and served the Wuxia kingdom's merchants, she was unexpectedly beaten to death after being infected with syphilis. She truly deserved to die. Li Wangyu still found it hard to accept that this attitude of treating human life as nothing. He also did not feel that the concubine deserved to die. As such, he did not have any intention of rewarding Qiqi Zhongxi. After the imperial army moved away the pots of potatoes, the imperial army surrounded Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and Li Wangyu and left Qiqi Zhongxi's residence like a tide. Even now, Qiqi Zhongxi the Bai-en did not know what had happened and he did not dare to ask. After sending Ping Yuankue away, Qiqi Zhongxi immediately ordered people to close the door. For a long time, he did not dare to take half a step out of his residence. Many years later, Zhongxi followed the caravan and passed by a field. When he saw the blooming flowers in the field, he felt that they were very familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that they were the same as the pots of flowers that Huxing County Count had taken away from his residence. He found a farmer and found out that these flowers were the potatoes that he and the others loved to eat the most. At this point, Zhongxi suddenly realized what had happened in his residence that evening a few years ago. Putting aside the fear in Zhongxi's heart, Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue staying in Chang'an City. After saying goodbye to Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin, Li Wangyu simply led the imperial army that was escorting the potted potatoes out of Chang'an City and returned to Dingzhou village before the city gates closed. A large group of imperial army soldiers escorting their Langjun back to the residence scared the villagers of Dingzhou village and the old housekeeper Li Heng. His beautiful superior hurriedly came out to greet him and saw Li Wangyu anxiously instructing everyone to move 2 pots of flowers into the castle. He was going to send them to the top of the castle that faced the sun to be cultivated. He also arranged for guards to guard the 2 pots of flowers 24 hours a day. His beautiful superior was naturally confused. She looked at the 2 pots of flowers for a long time and did not understand what was going on. "Wangyu, what are you doing? Why are the 2 pots of flowers so nervous?" "Hihi, Changqing, do you know what kind of plants these 2 pots of flowers are?" The beautiful superior shook her head. The flowers were quite beautiful, but they were not common flowers in the flower shops of the modern era. She did not recognize them. Li Wangyu moved closer to her ear and softly said 2 words, "potatoes." 2 simple words, but the beautiful superior felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She froze for a long time before looking at him in disbelief. "Are you sure? Aren't potatoes in America? How did you find them?" Li Wangyu burst out laughing and proudly described the events that had taken place today. Just as he was waiting for the beautiful superior to praise him, he saw the beautiful superior take a few steps back in disgust. So disgusting. You actually came in contact with a syphilis patient? Stay away from me and go take a bath." Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, a woman with mysophobia. Chapter 598. During this period of time, Li Wangyu was in a really good mood. Zhang Baozong kept his word and really went to the Xianwei temple to kowtow to Sun Simiao. Actually, this was not an insult to him. After all, Sun Simiao was almost 90 years old and was close to becoming a famous person. Although Zhang Baozong was 70 years old, in front of Sun Simiao he was just a kid. Previously, when he spoke rudely to Sun Simiao, the old priest was too lazy to argue with him. He just treated him like an ignorant kid. There was no choice. Living for a long time was an asset. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in the future people who were 100 years old were not common. The country with the longest average life expectancy was only 82 years old. It was not surprising for the 90-year-old Sun Simiao to take in a 70-year-old disciple. Since their teacher was Sun Simiao's disciple, the disciples of the Zhang family could only kowtow to him. There was no choice. In this era the teacher was the most important. After Li Er discussed with Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Qin Xiong and Yuqi Jingda, these big shots in the military, they all felt that the ambulance soldiers that Li Wangyu had proposed that day were good things. They could greatly reduce the percentage of soldiers who were injured or even killed in battle. After all, in the era of cold weapons, most of the injured could recover as long as the bleeding was stopped and treated in time. This was not just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. For every soldier who was injured or killed, there would be 1 more veteran soldier. The so-called veteran soldiers were just soldiers who had been through many battles and were lucky enough to survive. More importantly, this could increase the courage of the soldiers in battle. If there were immediately medics to treat an injured soldier, this would be a huge morale booster for the soldiers. The military medical department naturally did not have any accidents and started to prepare. Li Er and the other big shots in the military planned to recruit 1,000 soldiers who were somewhat literate and smart from the Imperial Army and the Magistrate Army and train them. This matter could be implemented in 3 years in Jingguan, and the initial results could be seen in 4 years. On the other hand, Li Wangyu never imagined that he would encounter a syphilis patient like Peng Yuankue in a competition with Zhang Baozong on a whim. Furthermore, he never imagined that he would be able to dig out a treasure like the potato. Potatoes were really good stuff. They had a high yield per mu and were also resistant to cold. They could be grown even in sandy soil. The land of the Tang dynasty could be used to grow wheat or rice for 1 season, and then potatoes for the winter. Once the potato plantation was expanded, food would no longer be a problem. At the very least, no one would starve to death during a famine. When Li Wangyu thought of stewed beef with potatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, potato biscuits, fried potatoes, baked potatoes, potato roast meat, these delicacies, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Damn, why didn't potatoes taste that good in the future? Even his beautiful boss couldn't help but check on the growth of the potatoes every day when she found out that the 2 pots of beautiful flowers were potatoes. She was also looking forward to the potato. As the days passed, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss spent the winter in the Tang dynasty for the first time. However, they didn't feel cold at all. When he was building the castle, Li Wangyu was afraid of the cold winter, so he specially designed and installed many fireplaces. However, he didn't expect that they would be useless. In order to keep out the cold, he also spent a lot of money to ask the craftsmen to make many copper pipes and install them in the castle. He originally planned to connect the hot spring water from the mountain to the pipes during the winter and use it as a heater in the castle. However, he didn't expect that his efforts would be in vain. Now it was mid-December, but Li Wangyu hurried. The temperature in Jianghu was about 5 or 6 degrees. If the sun came out, even a thick coat couldn't be worn. The temperature was at least 10 degrees. This was similar to his experience when he traveled to Kunming in Yunnan in the future. Li Wangyu really didn't expect that the temperature in the Tang dynasty during the warm period would be so high in winter. Good news came one after another. On this day, Yang Quan hurried to Dingzhou village on a horse. Yang Quan, led by the old butler Li Heng, found Li Wangyu by the lake in his mansion. "Zio, you're still in the mood to fish here? Let's go to the festival quickly." Li Wangyu was stunned. It wasn't the New Year or any other festival. What was the festival about? Brother Xuqing, what festival? Harvest. The harvest festival. The rice is ripe. What? Li Wangyu didn't react for a moment. What rice is ripe? The next second he threw the fishing rod away and jumped up. "Brother Xuqing, what did you say? The rice is ripe? Really? Haha, Zio, you don't believe me? You were the one who proposed to change the planting of rice in September. Why don't you believe it yourself? Do you know that the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County worship you like a living Buddha? The prefectures and counties around Hu County are now regretting their decision. Haha, those bastards. That's what they get for laughing at me." Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat when he heard Yang Quan, who was always gentle and refined, laugh like a Qing Yaojin. He also knew that when he proposed to change the planting of rice in September, Yang Quan was the one who was under the most pressure. After all, when Li Wangyu proposed this plan, he, as the official of Hu County, supported it wholeheartedly. Although Li Wangyu promised that if the planting of rice failed, he would provide rations for the hundreds of thousands of people in the following year until the new crop was ready, Yang Quan would still be in a lot of trouble. Li Wangyu already knew that Yang Quan's promotion this time was likely to jump several ranks. He would be directly appointed by Pai Lupi as a rank 5 imperial censor and become a subordinate of Wei Zheng. However, if the planting of rice in Hu County failed, Yang Quan would be removed from his position as county magistrate at the beginning of spring. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems with his promotion. Li Wangyu was naturally grateful for this. Fortunately, ever since the planting of rice, it had been growing well. Those who used this as an excuse to secretly criticize Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could only obediently shut their mouths. Li Wangyu hadn't paid much attention to the rice during this time. Now that he heard Yang Quan say that the rice had ripened, he was delighted. "Zio, let's go. I've been an official for many years, but this is the first time I've seen a harvest festival in the 12th month." Yang Quan pulled Li Wangyu and walked out. Li Wangyu naturally had to follow along. Not only was he happy for Yang Quan and the people of Hu County, but he himself would also benefit greatly from this. Back then, Pai Lupi's words were like gold and jade. He had clearly said that the imperial court wouldn't take the rent from Hu County this year and would hand it all over to Li Wangyu. Now that the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County had successfully switched to rice, the rent handed over to his family would be quite a bit. According to the previous records of Hu County, that was 100,000 dan of grain. Moreover, since Hu County had switched to rice this year, the rent paid by the people was naturally rice. The price of rice was much higher than wheat. This year the Guangzhou road was hit by a locust plague. Although the locusts were eliminated in time, the price of grain was still high. When Li Wangyu had just transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, during the second month of the second year of Jingguan, the price of grain was 360 coins per bushel. Now the price of grain had risen to 400 coins per bushel. However, the price of grain was different from the price of grain. The price of grain here didn't refer to the price of rice, but the price of millet, wheat and the like. The price of millet was only 60% of the price of rice. In other words, the price of rice in Jianghu and today was more than 600 coins per bushel. According to this price, Li Wangyu's 100,000 dan of grain could be converted to 600,000 strings of coins. It was a terrifying price. However, before he could get the rent, there were already people who were jealous and even started to obstruct him. Chapter 599. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was the custom of holding a harvest festival on a large scale. Depending on the maturity of the crops, the time of the harvest festival varied as well. However, it was generally held in the 10th month of autumn. After harvesting, tasting, and storing the crops, a corresponding ceremony would be held to pray to the gods and ancestors for a smooth harvest and for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The imperial family would also pray to the gods and the heavens on the winter solstice, praying for good weather in the coming year and for the people to have enough food and clothing. Even though there was a plague of locusts this year, the harvest festival was still held. Only Hu County did not hold one. This was very normal. At the time, the fields in Hu County were still green, so how could they hold a harvest festival? Thus, at the end of the year when the crops were ripe, the harvest festival of the second year of Jingguan began. When Li Wangyu and Yang Quan rode back to Hu County, they were shocked to find that the entire county had become a sea of joy. Before they even entered the county, they could see that both sides of the road were filled with people preparing to enter the county to participate in the harvest festival. The black mass of heads caused Li Wangyu to involuntarily click his tongue. He had never seen so many people outside of the train stations during the spring festival. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a lively scene in the Tang dynasty. He found it quite interesting and chatted with Yang Quan on horseback. However, Hu County was only a middle county, so it was not very large. Before Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could enter the city, they were blocked at the city gates. The bailiffs hurriedly sounded their gongs, trying to make way for Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. "Out of the way, what are you all doing here? Don't you see that County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu want to enter the city? Out of the way, out of the way." It would have been better if the bailiffs had not shouted. Now that they had shouted, not only did they not disperse the people, they even made the surrounding crowd even more rowdy. "It's County Count Hu. County Count Hu is at the city gates. Quick, let's go. County Count Hu is there. Mother of my child, let's go to the city gate. County Count Hu Shin is there." Following which, the crowd formed by countless commoners rushed towards the city gate where Li Wangyu and Yang Quan were. Li Wangyu's forehead was dripping with sweat as he watched the dense mass of people rushing towards him. Oh my god, what are they doing? Putting aside the fact that he only had Niu Wu and a few guards by his side, even if he were to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Jin, they would still be trampled to death. "Brother Shuqing, what are you doing?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't want to be trampled to death for no reason. Even Zhao Yebai, the horse he was riding, was snorting anxiously and scratching the ground with its hooves. Yang Quan was no better than him. When had he ever seen such a situation? With so many people, if an accident were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they were on horseback, it would not be of any help. Even Niu Wu and the Li family's guards unconsciously gripped the hilts of their sabers. The Yamen runners were so frightened that they repeatedly sounded their gongs. "Halt! What are you all doing?" With so many people surging towards them, if a single person didn't abide by the rules and cause trouble, they would be drowned out by the crowd. But to everyone's surprise, when the crowd arrived in front of Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, they suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at Li Wangyu on horseback. For a long time no one spoke and the atmosphere became rather strange. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the crowd. "This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu." Then, under Li Wangyu's flabbergasted gaze, the commoners all fell to their knees. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the sight of nearly 10,000 people kneeling in front of him. What was the meaning of this? Why were they kneeling to him all of a sudden? For 10,000 generations, County Count Hu, this commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. This commoner kowtows in gratitude to County Count Hu for saving our lives. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu on behalf of my entire family of 7. This commoner's family of 9 originally thought that we could only go out and beg for a living, but who would have thought that we would have a bountiful harvest of rice this year? This commoner is endlessly grateful. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Tao ancestor, please bless County Count Hu with a long life of 100 years. There were also quite a few people who didn't forget to thank Yang Quan. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu. Yang Mingfu, you are a good official. The cries of the common people caused the fear in Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's hearts to vanish, and they let out long sighs of relief. Following this, Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over his body. He felt like an electric current was running through his body. What ability did he have to make so many commoners kowtow to him? Wasn't it just a sudden impulse that made the commoners switch to rice? Was he worthy of such praise? Li Wangyu hurriedly rolled off his horse and jogged over to an old man to help him up. "Old sir, please don't. Please get up." The old man stubbornly kowtowed to Li Wangyu a few more times. Old me had many misunderstandings with County Count Hu. I thought that County Count Hu wanted us to switch to rice in the 9th month to harm the commoners. Old me was stupid and didn't understand County Count Hu's love for the commoners. Old me truly deserved to die. Please forgive me, County Count Hu. Li Wangyu's eyes also became somewhat moist. He motioned to Niu Wu to quickly help the old man up. "Old sir is too serious. I was just blindly giving you an idea. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yang Mingfu." However, he ordered people to build water wheels for each village, cultivate rice seedlings, and supervise you all to switch to rice. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Li Wangyu pointed at Yang Quan and said with a smile. The commoners naturally kowtowed to Yang Quan again, causing Yang Quan to become flustered. He repeatedly waved his hands. At this moment, Yang Quan, a middle-aged man who had been an official for many years, also had red eyes. At this moment, he seemed to truly understand the will of the people and the will of the people. The commoners were truly easily satisfied. Give them a mouthful of food to eat and let them pass through difficult times, and they would be unswervingly loyal and grateful. Originally, during the year of the Great Disaster, the surrounding provinces, counties didn't have much yield left. The government had already begun to prepare for disaster relief. However, because of Li Wangyu's persistence and perseverance and Yang Quan's support and supervision, the hundreds of thousands of commoners in Hu County changed to rice in the 9th month for the first time in history. They even had a great harvest today. How could the commoners not be deeply grateful to the two of them? In front of Hu County's gate, countless commoners rose and fell. They stood up and kowtowed again. They were so busy that Li Wangyu and Yang Quan helped them up and kowtowed again. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, their hearts were filled with pride. As the saying goes, when a real man lives in this world, he must establish a great reputation. Above, he must protect the ruler. Below, he must protect the people. If it is beneficial to the country, he will die 100 deaths without hesitation. The hubbub outside Hu County's gate fell into the eyes of a group of people on a nearby hill. Chapter 600. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was the custom of holding a harvest festival on a large scale. Depending on the maturity of the crops, the time of the harvest festival varied as well, but it was generally held in the 10th month of the golden autumn. After harvesting, tasting, and storing the crops, a corresponding ceremony would be held to pray to the ancestors and gods, praying for a smooth harvest and for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The imperial family would also pray to the gods and the heavens during the winter solstice, praying for good weather and for the people to have enough food and clothing. Even though there was a plague of locusts this year, the harvest festival was still held. Only Hu County did not hold one. This was very normal. At the time, the fields in Hu County were still green, so how could they hold a harvest festival? Thus, at the end of the year, when the crops were ripe, the harvest festival of the 2nd year of Jingguan began. When Li Wangyu and Yang Quan rode back to Hu County, they were shocked to find that the entire county had become a sea of joy. Before they even entered the county, they could see people on both sides of the road, preparing to enter the county to participate in the harvest festival. The black mass of heads caused Li Wangyu to involuntarily click his tongue. He had never seen so many people outside of the train stations during the spring festival. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a lively scene in the Tang dynasty. He found it quite interesting and chatted with Yang Quan on horseback. However, Hu County was only a middle county, so it was not very large. Before Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could enter the city, they were blocked at the city gates. The bailiffs hurriedly sounded their gongs, trying to make way for Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. "Get out of the way, what are you all doing here? Don't you see that County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu want to enter the city? Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way." It would have been better if the bailiffs had not shouted. Now that they had shouted, not only did they not disperse the crowd, but they also made the crowd even more noisy. "It's County Count Hu. County Count Hu is at the city gates. Quick, let's go. County Count Hu is there. Mother of my child, let's go to the city gate. County Count Hu Shin is there." Following which, the crowd formed by countless commoners rushed towards the city gate where Li Wangyu and Yang Quan were. Seeing the black mass of people coming towards him, Li Wangyu's forehead was soaked with a few drops of sweat. "Oh my God, what are they doing? Putting aside the fact that he only had Niu Wu and a few guards by his side, even if he were to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Jin, they would still be trampled to death. Brother Shuqing, what are you doing? Li Wangyu couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't want to be trampled to death for no reason. Even Zhao Yebai, the horse he was riding, was snorting anxiously and scratching the ground with its hooves. Yang Quan was no better than him. When had he ever seen such a situation? With so many people, if an accident were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they were on horseback, it would not be of any help. Even Niu Wu and the Li family's guards unconsciously gripped the hilts of their sabers. The Yamen runners were so frightened that they repeatedly sounded their gongs. Halt! What are you all doing? With so many people surging towards them, if a single person didn't abide by the rules and cause trouble, they would be drowned out by the crowd. But to everyone's surprise, when the crowd arrived in front of Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, they suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at Li Wangyu on horseback. For a long time no one spoke and the atmosphere became rather strange. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the crowd. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Then, under Li Wangyu's flabbergasted gaze, the commoners all fell to their knees. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the sight of nearly 10,000 people kneeling in front of him. What was the meaning of this? Why were they kneeling to him for no reason? County Count Hu, Marquis Hu, for 10,000 generations, this commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu for saving our lives. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu on behalf of my entire family of 7. This commoner's family of 9 originally thought that we could only go out and beg for a living, but who would have thought that we would have a bountiful harvest of rice this year? This commoner is endlessly grateful. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Tao ancestor, please bless County Count Hu with a long life of 100 years. Quite a few of them didn't forget to thank Yang Quan. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu. Yang Mingfu, you are a good official. The cries of the common people caused the fear in Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's hearts to fade away, and they let out long sighs of relief. Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over his body. He felt like an electric current was running through his body. What ability did he have to make so many commoners kowtow to him? Wasn't it just a whim that made the commoners switch to rice? Was he worthy of such praise? Li Wangyu hurriedly rolled off his horse and ran to an old man to help him up. Old sir, you can't do this, you can't do this. Please get up. The old man stubbornly kowtowed to Li Wangyu a few more times. Old me had many misunderstandings with County Count Hu. I thought that County Count Hu wanted us to switch to rice in the 9th month to harm the commoners. Old me was slow-witted and didn't understand County Count Hu's love for the commoners. Old me truly deserved to die. Please forgive me, County Count Hu. Li Wangyu's eyes also became somewhat moist. He motioned to Niu Wu to quickly help the old man up. Old sir, you are too serious. I was just blindly giving you an idea. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yang Mingfu. However, he ordered people to build water wheels for each village, cultivate rice seedlings and supervise you all to switch to rice. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Li Wangyu pointed at Yang Quan and said with a smile. The commoners naturally kowtowed to Yang Quan again, causing Yang Quan to become flustered. He repeatedly waved his hands. At this moment, Yang Quan, a middle-aged man who had been an official for many years, also had red eyes. At this moment he seemed to truly understand the will of the people and the will of the people. The commoners were truly easy to satisfy. Give them a mouthful of food to eat and let them pass through difficult times, and they would be unswervingly loyal and grateful. Originally, during the year of the Great Disaster, the surrounding provinces and counties didn't have much yield left. The government had already begun to prepare for disaster relief. However, because of Li Wangyu's persistence and perseverance and Yang Quan's support and supervision, the 100,000 commoners of Hu County were able to switch to rice in the 9th month for the first time in history. They even had a great harvest today. How could the commoners not be deeply grateful to the two of them? In front of Hu County's gate, countless commoners rose and fell. They stood up and kowtowed again. They were so busy that Li Wangyu and Yang Quan helped them up and kowtowed again. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, their hearts were filled with pride. As the saying goes, when a real man lives in this world, he must establish a great reputation. Above, he must protect the ruler. Below, he must protect the people. If it is beneficial to the country, he will die 100 times without hesitation. The hubbub outside Hu County's gate fell into the eyes of a person riding on a nearby hill. Chapter 601. Wah, your majesty, that brat Zio and that Yang Quan really surprised me. Planting rice in September actually succeeded? Qing Yaojin's signature hoarse voice boomed. The group of people on the hillside outside the county town of Hu County was naturally Li Er and a group of important officials of the court. During the morning court session, an official reported that Hu County had successfully switched to planting rice. They had already begun harvesting and storing the rice. Today, Hu County would also hold a harvest festival to celebrate. When Pai Lupi heard this, his interest was naturally piqued. He led a group of dukes and officials on a patrol in plain clothes and rushed to Hu County to see what was going on. However, no one had expected to see such a scene. Tens of thousands of people kneeling and thanking Li Wangyu and Yang Quan. This made Pai Lupi a bit stunned. However, this was within reason. Compared to the people in the surrounding counties and counties, their faces were clouded with worry. They didn't know how to survive the disaster. The bigwigs of the imperial court were already discussing the disaster relief. Not only did the 100,000 people in Hu County not have to worry about famine, but their income was even better than in previous years. The reason was simple. The price of rice was higher than that of corn. These people couldn't bear to eat refined grains like rice. After paying rent, the rice that was originally reserved for rations would naturally be sold on the market for corn. After all, corn was only 60% of the price of rice. This was equivalent to a 40% increase in income. How could the people of Hu County not be moved to tears by Li Wangyu and Yang Quan? In response to Qing Yaojin's words, Pai Lupi shook his head. Zio's way of doing things is truly difficult to fathom. On the side, Fang Xianling stroked his beard and smiled. I hope that Zio can do more unexpected things. Haha, Fang Xuanling's words are reasonable. Let's go. Everyone enter the city. Today we will celebrate with the people. This is the first time I've seen the year-end harvest festival. Li Er laughed heartily. He urged his horse down the mountain and led the group of big shots towards the county seat of Hu County. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu were naturally startled by the sudden appearance of Pai Lupi and the other officials. They hurriedly went up to greet them. No need for formalities. We are also here today to join in the fun. Yang Mingfu, you can go about your business. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Yang Quan did not need to be so courteous and should go about his business. The various harvest festivals were all led by the government. As the official, Yang Zwe naturally had to be present to lead the ceremony. After Yang Quan excused himself and left, Pai Lupi waved at Li Wangyu. Zio, it seems that what you said was true. Unfortunately, we did not listen to you and did not allow Guanzhong Road to switch to rice in August and September. When Pai Lupi mentioned this matter, he felt that it was a pity. If Guanzhong Road's fields could be switched to rice in time, the officials in the imperial court would not have to rack their brains for disaster relief. Now, not only did Guanzhong Road not have to rent, but they also had to allocate large amounts of food for disaster relief. Comparing the two, Pai Lupi could not help but feel regret. He regretted that he did not listen to Li Wangyu's advice. Uncle, you can't say that. When I first proposed this matter, I was actually just trying it out. However, I was not confident. Today I was just lucky that it succeeded. Now that I think about it, if Uncle and the other officials had agreed to switch to rice in Guanzhong Road, the consequences would have been even more serious if it failed. As they say, in order to govern a big country one has to be careful. Uncle and the other officials were not wrong. Li Wangyu's words made Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others nod their heads. These were the words of an old man. Although they were also annoyed by this matter, they did not regret it. Just as Li Wangyu said, how could such a matter be decided by Li Wangyu alone? If it succeeded, they would be happy. However, if it failed, they would be in deep trouble. A county had a population of 100,000, while the entire Guanzhong Road had a population of several million. The two were not on the same level. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty had 3.04 million households and 12 million people. Nearly a third of them were in Guanzhong Road. Chaos could happen anywhere in the Great Tang, but Guanzhong Road could not. This was also the reason why in history, after Guanzhong Road was hit by locusts, Pai Lupi immediately sent out Yufu golden silk to redeem the sold children and return them to their parents. He also issued a general amnesty to stabilize the people of Guanzhong Road. Now, because of the timely elimination of the locusts, although Guanzhong Road's yield was reduced by 60% to 70%, it was not a complete loss. The people did not have to sell their children to survive. Compared to history, it was much better. In addition, the rent for this year was reduced, and the government was preparing to start disaster relief. At least this year, Guanzhong Road would not be filled with starving people. It was a blessing in disguise. Li Wangyu naturally understood this, so what he said to Pai Lupi was from the bottom of his heart. Everyone sighed and praised Li Wangyu for being a genius. In the midst of the hubbub, someone suddenly stepped out and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, since Hu County is about to have a bumper harvest this year, does Your Majesty's decree for Guanzhong Road to waive the rent for this year include Hu County? Li Wangyu could not help but frown. It was Wang Renyu again. He was really haunting him. What did he mean by saying this at this time? However, he did not say anything. He only looked at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was also stunned. He pondered for a moment before saying, I remember that I once said that if Hu County fails to plant rice this year, the rent for that county will be waived. However, if there is a harvest at the end of the year, the rent for this year will be given to Hu County Count as a reward for Hu County Count's dedication to the people. What? Did Lord Wang forget about this? Wang Renyu smiled insincerely and shook his head. No, I naturally remember. However, in my opinion, the tax for Hu County is around 100,000 sure. Now that Guanzhong Road is suffering from a disaster, the Imperial Court has to provide disaster relief and the Ministry of Civil Affairs is struggling. If there is 100,000 sure of grain, how many people can be saved? I believe that since Hu County Count did not invest in this at the beginning, supervising the planting of rice, the construction of water wheels, and the distribution of rice seedlings was all done by Hu County Magistrate Yang Quan and the Deputy Magistrate. If Your Majesty were to reward Hu County Count with 100,000 sure of grain rent, would that be inappropriate? Wang Renyu's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked from anger. K these bastards. When I said that I wanted to change the planting of rice, these aristocratic families all stood out and accused me of bringing disaster to the country and the people. Now that there is a bumper harvest, they actually want to interfere. They are not human. In reality, Li Wangyu did not plan on taking the 100,000 sure of grain rent. He did not lack money, so he was willing to use the grain to do good deeds. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that Li Wangyu had money, of course he was willing to use it to do good deeds and help the people. Originally, he had been thinking about using the 100,000 sure of grain to the newly established Wangyu Charity Hall, to help the people of Guanzhong Road. However, if he donated it, it would be different from Wang Renyu stealing the grain that belonged to him. How could Li Wangyu let this old thief succeed? Li Wangyu laughed coldly. No, Lord Wang is wrong. Chapter 602. Wang Renyu sneered and glanced at Li Wangyu. What? Does County Count who think I'm wrong? Or does County Count who not want to part with the 100,000 dan of grain? I'm thinking for the common people. If County Count who doesn't want to part with the grain, that's fine. I'm just asking for the common people to share His Majesty's burden. The common people are crying piteously for food, and we have received His Majesty's favor. How can we turn a blind eye and not hear? His words sounded righteous and concerned for the common people, but Li Wangyu inwardly cursed. This kind of pseudo-moral guardian was indeed equally shameless, and the degree of shamelessness was the same. Li Wangyu was sure that if he said that he was unwilling, the aristocratic families would definitely ruin his reputation among the common people. They would say that he was rich but heartless, that he was extravagant, and that he was an evil person who was indifferent to the common people. If he was pressured by morality and agreed not to take the land rent, that would be even better. Not only would Li Wangyu have worked for nothing, but Wang Renyu would also be able to claim that he was asking for the common people. He would be able to get 100,000 dan of grain from Li Wangyu to help the common people, and he would be able to raise the reputation of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Neither side would be at a disadvantage. All he had to do was talk. All the big shots naturally understood this, and they couldn't help but secretly curse Wang Renyu for being shameless. Even Pai Lupi inwardly shook his head. He felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan's table manners were too unsightly. Qing Yaojin glared at Wang Renyu with his bell-sized eyes. However, at this moment even Qing Yaojin couldn't say anything. After all, Wang Renyu had said that he was doing this for the common people. Li Wangyu already had a countermeasure, and he was even planning to dig a hole for Wang Renyu to jump into. However, Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. No, Lord Wang, these words are wrong. It doesn't matter if I take the land rent or not, but I can't harm His Majesty. Nonsense, what does this have to do with His Majesty? How is it not related? His Majesty is the Emperor. How can he go back on his words? Was His Majesty's reputation only worth 100,000 dan of grain? You want His Majesty to take back his order for the sake of 100,000 dan of grain. In this way, does His Majesty's words not count? Lord Wang, what are you up to? Li Wangyou's rebuke made Wang Renyu somewhat at a loss as to how to answer. The emperor's words were naturally the golden rule. He didn't dare to say in front of Pai Lupi that Pai Lupi's words didn't count. Wouldn't that be disloyal? Wang Renyu simply snorted coldly and said no more. Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, back then you said that you would hand over the land rent in Hu County to me. Will I be able to do with the land rent as I wish? Pai Lupi stroked his beard and smiled. Of course. Zio, you don't have to worry. You deserve the 100,000 dawn of grain rent. Back then, if it weren't for your guarantee and your willingness to bear a year's worth of food for the 100,000 people in Hu County after the failure of the rice transplanting, how could there be today's harvest? Therefore, the 100,000 dan of grain rent will naturally be given to you. You don't have to worry about this. As for how you want to deal with it, that is your own matter. I and the court will not interfere. Li Wangyu bowed towards Pai Lupi as a ruler and subject. I thank your majesty for your kindness. Thus, I will shamelessly accept the 100,000 dan of grain rent. Seeing Li Wangyu so unceremoniously accept the 600,000 dan of grain, Wang Renyu felt sick of it. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only think about how to smear Li Wangyou's name in the scholarly circles when he returned. Just as Wang Renyu was thinking, he heard Li Wangyu continue. However, I was inspired by Lord Wang's words. I feel that as a subject I should share your majesty's worries. Now that Guanzhong Road is suffering from a disaster, I am willing to do my best to resolve your majesty's worries. Therefore, I plan to donate the 100,000 dan of grain to the court and ask your majesty to use it to help the people. Pai Lupi and the others were stunned when they heard this. What was this? He was going to donate the 100,000 dan of grain? Pai Lupi couldn't help but wave his hand. Zio, you don't have to do this. No, your majesty. What Lord Wang said just now is very reasonable. The people are crying piteously for food and we are greatly indebted to the ruler. How can we turn a blind eye and not hear? Therefore, I am willing to donate the 100,000 dan of grain. I believe that I am not the only one who will do this. Lord Wang also thinks the same. Li Wangyu looked at Wang Renyu. Lord Wang, right? His words made Wang Renyu dumbfounded. How did he get blamed for this? Was that what he meant just now? He didn't want Pai Lupi to reward him with the 100,000 dan of grain, but he didn't want Li Wangyu to donate the 100,000 dan of grain himself. The difference between the two was too great. Moreover, Li Wangyu, this bastard, had said such nice things. What did he mean by sharing the ruler's worries? If he wanted to donate the grain himself, then just donate it. What was the meaning of dragging him into it? Wang Renyu suddenly came to his senses and cold sweat ran down his back. He couldn't help but turn his head and glare at Li Wangyu. County Count Hu you don't talk nonsense. When did this old man ask you to? He couldn't finish his sentence. He really didn't mean it that way before, but after Li Wangyou's words, it really did seem like he was the one who instigated Li Wangyu to donate the grain. Wang Renyu was being roasted on the fire. Li Wangyu didn't care about the 600,000 strings of grain and casually donated it. He even put Wang Renyu on a high pedestal. Then how could he say that he didn't mean it that way? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? But if he tacitly agreed and Li Wangyu donated the grain, how could his Taiyuan Wang clan not donate? If it was just the Taiyuan Wang clan donating the grain, then it was fine. Donating a bit of grain wasn't a big deal. But the point was, if he were to donate as well, what would the other courtiers do? With Li Wangyu and Wang Renyu as precedents, would the others have to share the ruler's worries? Would they pretend not to see it? What was the difference between this and a company in the future forcefully distributing donations of love? In short, everyone would have to fork out their own money, but they would hate the person who suggested it. And the person who suggested it today was him, Wang Renyu. It was because he suddenly understood this that Wang Renyu felt his balls hurt. He couldn't donate the grain, but he couldn't not donate it. He was still thinking about how to dodge the question when he heard Qing Yaojin laugh. Ha, Zio's words are reasonable. Since Duke Wang said that he wanted to help the ruler resolve his worries, then this matter should naturally be done. I, old Qing, don't have that much grain, but I still have enough to donate 5,000 dan. Your Majesty, I will donate 5,000 dan of grain to help the people of Guangzhong. Qing Yaojin's words almost made Wang Renyu spit out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this adding insult to injury? This time he was really covered in yellow mud. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. Wang Renyu gritted his teeth and could only reply, Your Majesty, I am also willing to donate 10,000 dan of grain to help the people of Guangzhong. His words caused the officials to raise their eyebrows. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Chapter 603. Pai Lupi glanced at Wang Renyu and then smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, since you have such a heart to serve the country and the people, how can I stop you? I approve of this matter. He then turned to Mi Tua, who had been waiting by his side, and said, record the donations made by County Count Hu, Duke Lu, and Duke Wang. Tomorrow, publish it on the palace gate. I want the world to know about the righteous deeds of County Count Hu and the others. Yes. Mi Tua naturally accepted the order. Pai Lupi's words made all the officials speechless. This Pai Lupi was indeed two-faced. On the surface he was praising Li Wangyu and the others for their contributions, but in reality he was warning them to donate as well. Otherwise, if the palace gates were to be copied, the faces of all the officials would turn ugly. If they did not donate, wouldn't they be scolded to death by the people of Guanzhong Path? I will donate 500 dan of grain. I will donate 100 dan of grain. I will donate 1,000 dan. The officials could only donate different amounts of food to the imperial court according to their positions and the savings of their families. The officials looked at Wang Renyu with hatred. This bastard who harmed others without benefiting himself became even more so. They wanted to immediately go home and make a scarecrow and write Wang Renyu's name on it to vent their anger. One must know that not all officials were as rich as Li Wangyu, Qing Yaojin, or the aristocratic families. It was not easy to live in Chang'an University. Many officials who did not come from aristocratic families found it difficult to feed their families. Now they were here to participate in the harvest festival, but because of one sentence from Wang Renyu, they had to donate grain. What the hell was going on? This Wang Renyu was not a good person. Whether or not County Count Hu takes 100,000 dan of grain, what does it have to do with you? Even the few clan leaders of the aristocratic families threw a dissatisfied glance at Wang Renyu, and then each donated 10,000 dan of grain. Wang Renyu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Today he had really shot himself in the foot. Not only did he lose 10,000 dan of grain, but he was also hated by the officials. The gloominess in his heart almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Wangyu was actually adding insult to injury. Sure enough, Lord Wang is the most important minister of the country, His Majesty's trusted aide. Without Lord Wang's guidance and the heart of serving the people, I really wouldn't have thought of donating 100,000 dan of grain. I'm ashamed. Wang Renyu's face turned even darker. He didn't know what to say, so he simply retreated to the side without saying a word. Pai Lupi smiled. After Li Wangyu stirred things up, Pai Lupi did a rough calculation. Including the farmland rent that Li Wangyu donated, they had collected nearly 200,000 dan of grain from hundreds of officials. This was not a small number. With this, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would have no problem raising some funds to help the millions of people affected by the disaster in Guanzhong Road. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He couldn't help but tease Li Wangyu. Ziyu, since you've already spent so much, you don't have to send any more gifts for my birthday. I'll take the 100,000 dan of grain as your gift, ha. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Uncle Hehe, I've already prepared the gift. How can you not accept it? This gift is something that I racked my brains and spent countless manpower and resources to come up with. I guarantee that it will surprise you. Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel curious. He smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then I'll wait for your gift. But Li Wangyu hesitated. He planned to take advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood today to explain the matter of him holding back the 73 palace maids. He donated 100,000 dan of grain in exchange for Pai Lupi's palace maids. He thought that Pai Lupi wouldn't be reluctant to part with them, right? But what? Seeing that Li Wangyu suddenly stuttered, Pai Lupi felt that something was wrong. This kid might be up to something again. Hehe, uncle, but of the 300 palace maids that I brought back to practice, 73 of them were punished because they made mistakes. Uncle won't blame me, right? Hearing this, Pai Lupi didn't think it was a big deal. He casually waved his hand. Ziyu, you can do as you see fit. I've already said that if those palace maids are disobedient, you can punish them however you want. However, Li Wangyu's next words almost made Pai Lupi's nose crooked from anger. Li Wangyu lowered his voice and smiled embarrassedly. Yes. Since uncle has said so, I'm relieved. I've already punished the 73 palace maids that made mistakes. I've punished them by marrying them to my fu and forbidding them from ever returning to the palace. What? Pai Lupi couldn't help but raise his voice. He pointed at Li Wangyu, who had an innocent expression. What did you say? What, uncle? But I didn't punish them properly? Those 73 palace maids were unbearably vulgar. I felt that if they returned to the palace, they would be an eyesore. That's why I punished them by marrying them to avoid sending them back to the palace and disgusting uncle. Pai Lupi took a few deep breaths to stabilize his mood. He suppressed the urge to slap the little bastard in front of him to death. No wonder he used the excuse of rehearsing for his birthday to borrow the 300 palace maids from the palace. It turned out that he was here to ambush him. This little bastard, he wanted to learn from his 3 kingdoms, where Liu Bei borrowed Jianghu and didn't return it. He still has the nerve to say that my palace maids are unbearably vulgar. Does he have any shame? Pai Lupi really didn't want to continue arguing with Li Wangyu. He coldly snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and left. Mi Tua returned to the palace. Yes. Mi Tua didn't hear the conversation between uncle and nephew, so he didn't understand. Wasn't His Majesty in a good mood just now? Why did he want to return to Chang'an? However, Pai Lupi said that he wanted to go back, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only immediately order someone to bring a horse over and help Pai Lupi onto the horse's back. On the horse's back, Pai Lupi used the horsewhip in his hand to point at Li Wangyu. He angrily said, "In a few days, if I don't see the surprise you mentioned, you will go to the censorate prison to report yourself." After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he whipped the horse and left. Mi Tua and a group of palace guards naturally hurried to follow. Seeing this, although the officials didn't understand why Pai Lupi suddenly left, they also followed back to Chang'an. However, Qing Yaojin didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he went to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what did you say to His Majesty? What made him so angry?" Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. "Hee, Uncle Cheng, nothing. Qing Yaojin raised his big hand threateningly. "Are you going to say it or not?" It's really nothing. It's just that, it's just that I detained dozens of His Majesty's palace maids." Due to Qing Yaojin's threat, Li Wangyu whispered to Qing Yaojin that he secretly married 73 palace maids. Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed. "Wow, you're amazing. It's okay, I've wanted to do this for a long time, but I'm not as bold as you. Others say that I'm a pain in the ass, but now it seems that this title should be given to you. Don't worry, when I go back to the censorate prison, I'll let Chumo and the others see you." Wah. Qing Yaojin satisfied his curiosity, laughed, jumped on the horse's back and chased after Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was speechless. He raised 2 middle fingers in the direction of the old hooligan's receding figure as a sign of respect. The harvest festival didn't end because of the departure of Pai Lupi and the others. Li Wangyu didn't care what Pai Lupi thought. After all, what was done, so he could do whatever he wanted. Li Wangyu chuckled and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He led Niu Wu and the troops to find Yang Quan and joined the celebratory crowd in Hu County. It was very lively. Time passed in a flash and it was the end of the 2nd year of Jingguan. On the 22nd of December, it was the birthday of the great emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi. Chapter 604. Pai Lupi's birthday was the most anticipated day of the imperial court. The reason was simple, a 3-day holiday. Civil servants in the Tang dynasty had a hard time. They had a break every 10 days, which was quite inhumane. Therefore, Li Erxiang's birthday was celebrated throughout the country, and there was even a 3-day holiday, which was what the ordinary officials liked the most. Speaking of which, celebrating Pai Lupi's birthday was quite simple. It was nothing more than a banquet for the officials, meeting the envoys from various countries and various officials sending gifts. However, Pai Lupi's descendants knew how to have fun. Not only did they celebrate their own birthdays, but they also shamelessly set their birthdays as national holidays. For example, Tang Xuanzong's birthday was set as Qianqiu Festival, Tang Suzong's birthday was set as Qianqing Festival, Tang Xinzong's birthday was set as Qianqing Festival, and so on. In short, Li Er's descendants could not compare to his ancestor in terms of civil and military skills, but in terms of shamelessness, they were far superior. Using the emperor's birthday as a birthday and having a celebration ceremony in the ceremony also started in the Tang dynasty. On Pai Lupi's birthday, there would be a banquet in the Taiji Palace. All officials of 4th or 5th rank and above were allowed to attend. Unlike ordinary people's birthdays, the Pai Lupi's birthday gifts were very simple. There were only 2 things, a golden mirror and a pouch. According to the old Tang book, kings and dukes present the golden mirror and pouch, and all the provinces in the world celebrate and have a 3-day holiday. The golden mirror was naturally not a mirror made of gold, but a bronze mirror. As for the pouch, it was just an accessory used to carry small items around the waist. In fact, it was a metaphor for the officials to bathe themselves in the king's grace. In other words, Pai Lupi's birthday gifts were only a few hundred bronze mirrors and a few hundred pouches. It was very pitiful. Not only did Pai Lupi not receive any gifts, but he also had to lose money. In addition to the banquet, Pai Lupi also had to participate in an archery competition with the officials. If he won he would be rewarded and if he lost he would be punished with alcohol. When Li Wangyu found out about this archery ceremony, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Wasn't this king deliberately going against him? Was archery something that a jade-faced young man like him should know how to do? The archery ceremony was held in front of the martial virtue hall. A target was set 90 paces in front of the palace gates for Pai Lupi and the officials to shoot. However, the archery targets used in the Tang dynasty were not circular targets. Instead, they were made of various animal skins and were called ho. When Pai Lupi shot bear skins they were called bear marquis. When the officials shot deer skins they were called deer marquis. On the left and right sides of the target, there were also piles of arrows to block the arrows. This was naturally to prevent officials like Li Wangyu who were careless from shooting arrows and accidentally injuring others. It was Li Wangyu's first time participating in this kind of activity. Everything was new to him. Pai Lupi and the officials sat in front of the martial virtue hall. Taichung Temple began to play music. Everyone drank and enjoyed themselves. After 2 rounds of drinking, Mi Tua bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Everyone, if there is a ceremonial bow, please shoot." "Yes." "Yes." Mi Tua ordered. The band played again. Pai Lupi stood up, took out his bow and began to shoot. The arrows were not randomly shot. They had to match the rhythm of the music. After 4 arrows were shot, the music and the arrows stopped at the same time. "Good. Uncle is indeed a god." Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi's arrows were all on the bear skins. He shamelessly began to clap and praise him. However, he attracted the attention of everyone. No one agreed with him. Pai Lupi's face could not help but twitch. He pretended that he did not hear anything. He ignored Mi Tua and turned back to his seat. Li Wangyu was puzzled. What did this group of officials mean? Pai Lupi's arrows hit the target. This was 100% accurate. Why didn't this group of people applaud? While he was puzzled, Qing Yaojin, the old hooligan, slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Boy, I admire you very much. When we go back I will teach Chu Mo and his brothers a lesson." Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's face turn black. "Fuck, don't think that I don't know. You are scolding me." However, Li Wangyu was still puzzled. "Uncle Qing, did I say something wrong? Didn't the arrows hit the target?" Qing Yaojin laughed and did not answer. He just pointed at the target and signaled him to look at it. Li Wangyu noticed that after Pai Lupi finished shooting the arrows, the captain of the Chenyo guards immediately came forward to check the target. After the captain checked, he pulled out 4 arrows and ran back to report loudly, "Your Majesty, for arrows, this arrow hit. This arrow is raised, this arrow is on the left, this arrow falls." Li Wangyu suddenly realized. It turned out that it depended on the accuracy. Hitting the bullseye means hitting the target. Raising is shooting high, falling is shooting low. So, Pai Lupi's 4 arrows only hit the target? No wonder no one applauded. Li Wangyu's face was also a little hot. This flattery fuck really hit the horse's hoof. It was really shameful. No wonder Pai Lupi's face was so ugly. He quickly used drinking to cover up his embarrassment. Tang Chu, this group of stubborn officials, was actually so honest. They didn't even know how to praise Pai Lupi's 100% accurate shots? That captain of the Chenyo guards, didn't you see Pai Lupi's face turn black? You still seriously said this arrow is raised, this arrow falls? You really don't have eyesight. After Pai Lupi finished shooting, it was time for the officials to shoot one by one. They also shot 4 arrows to the rhythm of the music. It had to be said that among the officials, there were many people who shot better than Pai Lupi. Even if the dukes and generals were excluded, there were many civil officials who were not weak in archery. Even a calligraphy expert like Ouyang Sun actually hit the bullseye twice. Speaking of which, his results were better than Pai Lupi's. However, if there were good archers, there would naturally be people with good craftsmanship. Li Wangyu used penicillin to cure the pneumonia patient Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu belonged to the category of extremely bad archery. He was famous among the officials. When it was Xiaoyu's turn to shoot, one person stood out from the officials and laughed at Xiaoyu. "Xiao Gong, I specially made a new poem for you today. Would you like to hear it?" Xiaoyu looked at the person who came and was so angry that his face turned black. He stomped his feet and scolded, "Ouyang Sun, you bastard, you want to humiliate this old man again." Ouyang Sun was not angry and laughed, causing Pai Lupi and the officials to also laugh. Xiaoyu and Ouyang Sun had a close relationship. The ridicule between the two was just a joke between old friends. Pai Lupi did not forget to fan the flames. "Ouyang Qing, read your poem and let us enjoy it." "Haha, naturally. Your Majesty, how about listening to my poem?" The title of the poem is to mock Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu heard the title of the poem, he was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Needless to say, this old bastard friend wrote a poem to mock his archery. The strong wind blows the slow arrow, the weak hand controls the strong bow. Wanna go high and high should go west and go east. 10 times to the ground, 2 hands in the air. If you ask who this person is, it should be Song Gong. Song Gong was the Duke of Song Xiaoyu. Ouyang Sun was dismissing his old friend Xiaoyu. The arrows missed, but the arrow that shot west flew east. After Ouyang Sun finished reciting the poem, Pai Lupi and the officials laughed. Xiaoyu shook his head speechlessly. He ignored everyone's ridicule and turned around to shoot. Li Wangyu also laughed with everyone. But after laughing, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 605. Li Wangyu's expression had changed because he had seen Xiaoyu's archery and thought of himself. Damn. Xiaoyu, who had been mocked by the crowd and even mocked by Ouyang Sun, had shot 4 arrows crookedly, but at the very least they had hit the target. One of them had even barely hit the target. One had to realize that the target was 90 paces away. For an old man in his 60s like Xiaoyu to hit the target was truly not easy. But even so, Xiaoyu had been mocked by the crowd, so what about Li Wangyu? Li Wangyu looked at the target and then looked at his own small arms and legs. Fuck, he probably couldn't even draw a bow, right? After today's shooting, would there be a poem, mocking Li Wangyu for shooting, that would be passed down to the future generations for ridicule? The thought of this caused Li Wangyu's back to sweat. His eyes darted around as he tried to think of a way to escape. Just as Li Wangyu was pondering, Duke of Lu Ho Junji stepped onto the stage. One had to admit that Ho Junji, as a famous general of the Tang dynasty, was extremely skilled in martial arts. All 4 of his arrows had hit the bullseye, eliciting cheers from Pai Lupi and the other officials. It was clear that the title of archery today belonged to Ho Junji. Ho Junji smugly tossed his bow to a nearby Chinyo guard officer and happened to glance at Li Wangyu's worried face. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Count who, you haven't shot an arrow yet, right? Why don't you demonstrate your archery skills to His Majesty and the other officials? Li Wangyu looked at Ho Junji's smug face and felt an urge to splash the wine in his cup. This bastard, what are you so smug about? Do you dare to compete with this old man in blind archery? This old man can even use one hand. But he reacted quickly. Standing up, he clasped his hands at Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, this little nephew doesn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, so I won't embarrass myself today. Little nephew is afraid that if I knock the bow and shoot the arrow, I won't be able to hit the target. Later on, I'll have to trouble the Chinyo guards to look for arrows everywhere. That wouldn't be nice. Li Wangyu's self-deprecating words made Pai Lupi and the other officials burst into laughter. No one wanted him to shoot anymore. Ho Junji scornfully pursed his lips, and just when he was about to add a few more taunts, Li Wangyu spoke up again. Uncle, although this nephew's archery skills are not good, this nephew has recently written a new article. I wonder if Uncle and everyone are interested? Zio, you have a new work? Hurry up and read it. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi's interest was piqued. Fang Shenling, Du Ruhui Zhangsun Wuji, and the other big shots also gathered around. Ever since Li Wangyu's epigraph of My Shack was released, everyone was full of admiration for his literary talent. Hearing that Li Wangyu had a new work, how could they not be curious? Uncle, everyone, this article of mine is called Old Oil Cellar. I wrote it after hearing about an anecdote in Chang'an. Li Wangyu cleared his throat and began to recite. In the capital, there is an expert archer who is unparalleled in the world. The Duke is also proud of this. Trying to shoot in the family's garden, there is an old oil seller who is relieved of his burden and gazes at it for a long time. Seeing that the arrow is 80 or 90% accurate, he slightly nods his head. The Duke asked, Do you also know how to shoot? Am I not also good at shooting? The old man said, There is no other way but you are skilled. The Duke angrily said, How dare you shoot so lightly? The old man said, I will know by drinking oil. Then he took a gourd and placed it on the ground, covered the mouth with money, and slowly poured oil into the gourd through the hole of the money, but the money was not wet. Because he said, There is no other way but I am skilled. The Duke laughed and dismissed him. What is the difference between this and Zhuang Sheng's dismembering the ox and cutting the wheel? Li Wangyu shamelessly plagiarized Ouyang Xiu's old oil cellar from the Song dynasty. He even replaced Qin Yaozi with an expert archer in the capital. After all, Qin Yaozi was from the Song dynasty. If he didn't change it, how would Pai Lupi and the others know who he was? As for whether or not there was an expert archer in Chang'an, Li Wangyu couldn't care less. After he finished reading the article, everyone was quiet, savoring the flavor of the article. Ouyang Xiu's old oil cellar had been passed down for thousands of years. Needless to say, its literary talent was great. The key was the timing of Li Wangyou's reading of the article. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Hou Junji all thought that this article was written by Li Wangyou after being provoked by Hou Junji. Otherwise, how could it be so appropriate? This misled Pai Lupi and the others, making them even more amazed by Li Wangyou's talent. In just a few moments, he had been able to recite such a masterpiece. What sort of terrifying talent was this? On the side, Qing Yaojin didn't think so much, heartily laughing. Wow, what a great, there is no other way but I am skilled. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zio, your talent is indeed unparalleled in this world. Hou Junji instantly grimaced. Wasn't this mocking him for being a good archer and merely being skilled? The officials attending the birthday banquet couldn't help but laugh as they discussed this old oil cellar, in low voices. They couldn't help but admire Li Wangyou's quick wit and talent. They looked at Hou Junji with even stranger expressions. Soft chuckles could be heard from the crowd, and the phrase, there is no other way but I am skilled. This made it even harder for Hou Junji to vent his anger, but he didn't have the literary talent to retort back. He could only pretend that he hadn't heard anything, sit back down at his table and drown his sorrows in wine. Even when he was the winner of the archery ceremony and received Pai Lupi's imperial steed as a reward, Hou Junji didn't smile. He felt like all the officials were looking at him with the words there is no other way, but I am skilled written all over their faces. Li Wangyou didn't seem to care. Laughing and laughing, he and Xiao Yu went to receive their punishment wine and downed it. Li Wangyou's old oil cellar had made Hou Junji feel like he had swallowed a fly, but he had nowhere to vent his anger, and he was left feeling extremely aggrieved. After the archery ceremony, Pai Lupi and the officials returned to Taiji Palace to formally begin the birthday banquet. The banquet began at noon. First, the various envoys of the various provinces and prefectures offered tributes and nectar pouches to Pai Lupi. In the Tang dynasty, offering tributes was an extremely important task for the local government. The copper used to forge these mirrors had been refined several hundred times to ensure its purity, and it was known as 100 refinements copper. The craftsmen would design exquisite designs for the 100 refinements mirrors and cast them on the backs of the mirrors. Then they would use jade shavings and gold paste to polish the surface of the mirrors until they shone brightly. The production of these 100 refinements mirrors required a great deal of time and effort, and the cost of each mirror was no less than 100 strings of copper coins. Of the tributes, the Yangzhou tribute mirror was the most famous, and it was also known as the River Heart mirror. Bai Juyi had once written a poem praising the Yangzhou tribute mirror. The 100 refinements mirror is unconventional. Placed in the sun, it is miraculous and miraculous. The waves of the River Heart mirror are cast on a boat. On the 5th day of the 5th month at noon the powder and gold paste are polished and translucent, transforming into the water of the autumn pond. The mirror is presented to Penglai Palace, and the governor of Yang Prefecture will seal it. Li Wangyou also couldn't understand why the Tang liked mirrors so much. Moreover, in his view these bronze mirrors were very ordinary. These tributes from various provinces were placed in Taiji Palace for the officials to enjoy and play with. In front of the River Heart mirror from Yangzhou, most of the officials were gathered to play with and admire it. From time to time, there would be waves of exclamations from the crowd. But in Li Wangyou's view, even the River Heart mirror from Yangzhou was just SOSO. It was just that the carvings on it were more exquisite. But when it came to the function of the mirror itself, these bronze mirrors were not praiseworthy. Li Wangyou even felt that if Pai Lupi used a copper basin to collect water, his appearance would be much clearer than these bronze mirrors. Li Wangyou even maliciously thought that the poor emperor of the Tang dynasty, the great and upright His Majesty Pai Lupi, might not have carefully looked at his appearance from birth until now. Thinking of this, Li Wangyou couldn't help but laugh out loud, which attracted the attention of the surrounding officials. They didn't understand what was wrong with the county earl. On the other hand, the prideful Yangzhou envoy standing to the side was provoked by Li Wangyou's laughter. Dare I ask County Earl who, is there any flaw in the River Heart mirror that my Yangzhou tribute mirror can make the County Earl laugh? Li Wangyou was stunned. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at myself. What does it have to do with you? Chapter 606. Li Wangyou was too lazy to respond to the Yangzhou emissary's dissatisfied questioning. He turned around and prepared to leave. The emissaries of the Tang dynasty were usually assassins or other high-ranking local officials. Their main purpose was to represent the province in participating in various ceremonial activities, dealing with local officials' examinations, bringing local tributes into the capital to participate in the imperial examinations, and conveying the will of the province. The Yangzhou emissary was a different one from Yangzhou, a lower fifth-rank official. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to leave, the Yangzhou imperial envoy was still unwilling to let him go. He raised his voice and asked, "Dare I ask County Count Hu, is there any flaw in the River Heart mirror that my Yangzhou offered that made County Count Hu laugh? County Count Hu, please give me some pointers." His words naturally attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Even Pai Lupi, who was on the imperial staircase, looked over to see what was going on. Li Wangyu originally didn't want to be nosy. His laughter had nothing to do with the River Heart mirror that Yangzhou had offered. However, the Yangzhou emissary's unwillingness to let it go made him a little annoyed. Li Wangyu turned around and smiled faintly. "This River Heart mirror is very good. The workmanship is exquisite. This is a mirror with 4 bronze statues surrounding it. They have different postures and a unique charm. It can be said that it is cast in Guangling City, and the water caltrop flower comes out of a box." However, Li Wangyu's words of praise made the Yangzhou imperial envoy nod his head repeatedly, thinking that Li Wangyu was apologizing in disguise. In particular, the phrase "cast in Guangling City," and the water caltrop flower comes out of a box, made him so happy that his eyebrows jumped. However, Li Wangyu's "but" made the smile on his face freeze again. "However what?" Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. "However, you seem to have forgotten what the bronze mirror is used for." "What does County Count Hu mean?" The Yangzhou emissary didn't understand. Li Wangyu was just about to answer that the most basic function of a mirror was to see people clearly, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Pai Lupi on the royal stairs and couldn't help but have a mischievous thought. "If you use bronze as a mirror, you can fix your clothes. If you use ancient times as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall. If you use people as a mirror, you can see the gains and losses." Li Wangyu said seriously, "Do you still not understand the use of bronze mirrors?" What he said was purely a joke. This was because the original author of these words was Pai Lupi himself. These words were spoken by Pai Lupi after Wei Zheng's death in the 17th year of Jingguan. In the end, it was shamelessly plagiarized by Li Wangyu. The Yangzhou imperial envoy was startled by Li Wangyu's words. County Count Hu Xin's words seemed to be very pretentious. If you use bronze as a mirror, history as a mirror, and people as a mirror, it was a very thorough summary. The surrounding officials were also shocked by Li Wangyu's words and began to lower their heads to ponder the meaning. When Li Er, who was on the imperial staircase, heard this, he quickly walked down the imperial staircase extremely excited. "Good. Ziyu's words have touched the bottom of my heart. If you use bronze as a mirror, you can fix your clothes. If you use ancient times as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall. If you use people as a mirror, you can see the gains and losses. These 3 mirrors are truly wonderful." Li Wangyu secretly laughed in his heart. "Wasn't Pai Lupi just saying nonsense? You said it yourself. I'm just helping you say it in advance. Me too, I'll bring paper and brush." Pai Lupi repeated it a few times, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. He immediately called for Mi Tuo to bring paper and brush and wrote down the words himself. "Good. Ziyu's words are very good. Mi Tuo, frame these words for me and hang them in the legislative hall. I want to study them every day and reflect on myself 3 times. Pai Lupi continued to instruct. Seeing how Pai Lupi praised Li Wangyu so much, the officials in the hall all revealed expressions of admiration. This County Count Hu Xin was truly amazing. Just a casual sentence could attract the attention of the saint. He was truly a genius. And since Pai Lupi admired his words so much, the officials naturally remembered them and planned to study them carefully when they returned. Li Wangyu didn't expect that he had just played a prank on Pai Lupi and pirated his words in advance. He had actually acted pretentious. Pai Lupi finished admiring his words and waved for Mi Tuo to put it away. Then he smiled and looked at Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, don't worry about it. Since you said that you can use the bronze as a mirror, you can use it to fix clothes. Then let me ask you, what's the problem with Yangzhou's River Heart mirror?" Only then did the Yangzhou imperial envoy realize that he had been fooled by Li Wangyu's words. He was still thinking about using history as a mirror and using people as a mirror. He had forgotten to ask Li Wangyu what the words had to do with the use of the bronze mirror. After being reminded by Pai Lupi, the Yangzhou imperial envoy came back to his senses. He looked at Li Wangyu. "County Count Hu Xin, what you said just now was thought-provoking. I admire you very much. But what does this have to do with the use of the bronze mirror? What's wrong with my Yangzhou's tribute mirror?" Li Wangyu chuckled. If you use the bronze mirror you can fix clothes, but the key is that it has to be clear. But when I look at the Yangzhou tribute mirror, the surface of the mirror is not very clear. It makes people blurry. How can I fix clothes? His words immediately made the Yangzhou imperial envoy anxious. Count Huxian, how dare you humiliate my Yangzhou tribute mirror? Take a look at the bronze mirrors in this hall. Are there any that are clearer than the ones from Yangzhou? His words were not wrong. Of the hundreds of bronze mirrors in the hall, the Yangzhou tribute mirror was the best. Not only was the workmanship exquisite, but the surface of the mirror was also polished the brightest. Li Wangyu nodded. That's right. In terms of the bronze mirrors in the hall, the Yangzhou tribute mirror is the best. But the Yangzhou imperial envoy rolled his eyes. As expected it was, but again he directly asked, but what? But compared to the mirror that I prepared to present to His Majesty, it is far inferior. Li Wangyu's words made the Yangzhou imperial envoy anxious. Count Huxian, be careful with your words. Does Ruan dare to boast like this? Even Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head. Zio, don't boast like this. In Chang, and you really can't find a better craftsman than Yangzhou. Where are you going to make a better bronze mirror than the Yangzhou tribute mirror? Qing Yaojin, this old man, also did not mind the commotion. He came over and said, Why, Zio, I don't believe your words. But since you said so, you must have some confidence. Then quickly present the bronze mirror that you presented to His Majesty. I will judge it and see how it compares to the Yangzhou tribute mirror. Qing Yaojin's words made the officials in the hall nod. Even Pai Lupi nodded slightly, indicating that Li Wangyu could present his bronze mirror first. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Since Uncle Qing has said so, then this little nephew will present his bronze mirror. May Uncle and everyone else take a look and see how it compares to this river heart mirror. Not long after, a shocking scene appeared. The bronze mirrors of the Tang dynasty were about the same size. The largest bronze mirror that was unearthed in the future was the large double-fish pattern bronze mirror. It was only 43 centimeters in diameter and weighed 12 kilograms. After all, a large amount of copper was needed to make a bronze mirror. In addition to the limitations of the manufacturing process, it was impossible to make a bronze mirror that was too large. As for the bronze mirror that Li Wangyu had prepared to present to Li Er, it was carried into the main hall by several palace attendants with great effort. The size of the mirror gave everyone a shock. Chapter 607. A few eunuchs laboriously carried a bronze mirror that was as tall as a person and covered in a red cloth into the hall, shocking everyone present. Qing Yaojin was dumbfounded, and only after a while did he say, Zio, is this the bronze mirror you prepared to present to His Majesty? Why is it so big? The Yangzhou imperial envoy burst out laughing. This is the first time I've seen such a large bronze mirror. Count Huxian is truly amazing. I wonder how such a large bronze mirror is polished? The most important part of making a bronze mirror was polishing the mirror. Using lead, tin, and mercury to make mirror polishing powder, and then manually polishing the mirror until it was bright enough to reflect a person was not easy. This was also the reason why there would not be a large number of bronze mirrors. Moreover, because of the materials used to make them, the bronze mirror would oxidize after a while, and the mirror would gradually become dim. At this time, the mirror would need to be polished again. The mirror's original brightness is obscured by dust. Through polishing, its brightness is revealed. This was referring to polishing the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror that Li Wangyu had presented was not only squarish, but it was also shockingly large. A mirror that was as tall as a person was not much different from a full-length mirror in the modern world. Just looking at the general shape of the mirror covered in red cloth made everyone shake their heads, feeling that Li Wangyu was just messing around. Li Wangyu did not explain to everyone's doubts. He chuckled, walked up and pulled away the red cloth covering the bronze mirror. When the red cloth was pulled away, revealing the bronze mirror underneath, everyone in Taiji Palace gasped. The commotion was so great that Li Wangyu wondered if all the oxygen in the hall had been sucked dry by Pai Lupi and the others. The clear reflection of the mirror seemed to have been immobilized, and everyone in the hall was frozen in place. Everyone who saw the mirror froze on the spot, as if they had lost their souls. Their eyes were fixed on the bronze mirror, and they didn't even blink. The hall instantly became deathly silent and it was extremely strange. Behind Pai Lupi, there was an eunuch holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. Because he was too frightened, the whisk in his hand slipped out of his hand without him even noticing. The dust fell to the ground with a crisp sound, waking everyone up abruptly. Qing Yaojin grabbed Li Wangyu's arm and said, Zio, you tell me clearly. What is this? Is it an immortal treasure? Li Wangyu was grabbed by him forcefully and was in great pain. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Uncle Cheng, let go. It hurts, it hurts. This is the bronze mirror that your nephew is offering to His Majesty. How could it be an immortal treasure? Uncle Cheng, please don't make trouble. If it's not an immortal treasure, how could there be such a clear bronze mirror? After Qing Yaojin finished speaking, he moved closer to the mirror and carefully examined his own appearance. This is the first time that I, old Qing, have seen myself so clearly. Pai Lupi strode over and pushed Qing Yaojin, who was in front of the bronze mirror, to the side. He stood in front of the bronze mirror and looked left and right. In Li Wangyu's eyes, the Pai Lupi at this moment was like a girl who was shopping in the future, standing in front of a full-length mirror and admiring her own graceful figure. He was just as narcissistic. Not only Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin, but all the officials in the hall also rushed over and stood behind Pai Lupi. Even though they could only see a little of their own appearance behind Pai Lupi's figure in the mirror, it was enough to make all the officials of the imperial court intoxicated. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi and these officials lost their composure. It was really because the bronze mirror that Li Wangyu offered was too shocking. It was almost no different from the clarity of the full-length mirror in the future. When had they ever seen such an exaggerated bronze mirror? The silver surface of the mirror clearly reflected everyone's appearance. It was so clear that even the pores on each person's face could be seen clearly. This bronze mirror was naturally made by Li Wangyu using the methods of the future. When Li Wangyu said that he wanted to make a mirror and present it to Pai Lupi, his beautiful superior snorted disdainfully at his whimsical ideas. The reason was very simple. There was no glass. In her opinion, to make a mirror that could be seen clearly in the future, glass was necessary. However, to make a mirror, glass wasn't necessarily necessary. The reason why mirrors in the future were made of glass was mainly because glass was the cheapest to make. The principle behind a mirror's image was very simple. The surface was smooth and had the ability to reflect light. The refraction of light was based on the principle of reflection. However, glass itself didn't have the ability to reflect light. Glass was only translucent. Therefore, whether or not a mirror was clear and could form an image had nothing to do with the use of glass. Using glass was firstly because it was cheap. Secondly, because of the smoothness of glass, it was easy to coat it with a film to form a mirror surface. Thirdly, the glass itself could protect the mirror surface. Mirrors in the future were usually made by adding a layer of reflective coating on the opposite side of the glass. In fact, the mirror surface that we see is the reflection of the light from the coating, not the glass itself. Therefore, using the same principle, Li Wangyu only needed to coat the copper mirror with the coating and the effect would be the same. Early mirrors were made by covering the glass with a layer of tin foil and then pouring mercury. The mercury would dissolve the tin foil and form a tin amalgam. The tin amalgam would adhere to the glass and form a mirror surface. Finally, a layer of red paint would be painted on the back of the mirror to protect the mirror surface. When Li Wangyu was young, the back of the mirrors at home were painted with red paint. It was made using this method. The bronze mirror that he presented to Pai Lupi was the same. The difference was that he didn't use tin foil. Instead he used silver. The mercury dissolved the silver and formed a silver amalgam. When the silver amalgam was plated on the smooth surface of the bronze mirror, it formed a shiny silver mirror surface. The reason why he used silver was because the silver amalgam was brighter and had better reflection. The reason why he used tin in the future was even simpler. It was cheap. If he used silver to make a mirror, not many people would be able to afford it. However, Li Wangyu didn't lack money. Naturally, he made a shiny silver mirror and presented it to Pai Lupi. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't think of this method on his own. It was the wisdom of the ancestors of China. In the Ming Dynasty's book, Tiangong Kaiwu, there was a record of using this method to make a mirror. Mercury can dissolve gold and silver into mud. It is like plating. The effect was no different from the mirrors in the future. Of course, the silver amalgam was also poisonous. However, as long as it was not swallowed, there would be no effect. The effect of the mirror made with this method was also surprisingly good. This unprecedentedly huge mirror directly stunned the emperors and ministers of the Tang dynasty. They all stood in front of the huge mirror in a daze. As for the Yangzhou imperial envoy, he had lost the ability to speak. He turned his head stiffly to look at the dim Yangzhou imperial tribute mirror and then looked at the huge mirror in front of him. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. He really didn't know how to express his feelings at this time. After a long time, Pai Lupi seemed to come back to his senses. He said in a low voice, "Zio, your bronze mirror is really a divine artifact. I like it very much." Qing Yaojin, Fang Shenling, and the other big shots all looked at Li Wangyu with envy. Their eyes were full of naked resentment. They also wanted a mirror like this. Chapter 608. At Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, the original process of each province offering bronze mirrors and hundreds of officials offering bronze mirrors was all disrupted by Li Wangyu's shocking bronze mirror. With this bronze mirror in front of them, the other hundreds of bronze mirrors instantly became trash. Pai Lupi, who had always been fond of bronze mirrors, no longer had the slightest interest in them. Pai Lupi stood in front of the bronze mirror for a long time before reluctantly giving up his position to let the officials see it. After all, he also knew that this bronze mirror was a gift from Li Wangyu. In the future he could use it however he wanted. Today he had to let the officials in the hall enjoy it first. In order to not let anyone accidentally break this precious bronze mirror, Pai Lupi waved at Mitua and motioned him to arrange a few eunuchs to guard the bronze mirror, in case it was accidentally broken. Yes, everyone, don't worry. If there is the slightest accident with this bronze mirror, you will cut off this servant's head. Mitua, as the provincial supervisor of the Department of Eunuchs, had seen all kinds of good things. However, the bronze mirror that Li Wangyu presented to Mitua had really frightened him. If he didn't have to serve Pai Lupi, Mitua would have picked up his Xiao Dao and guarded the bronze mirror. In order to seize the opportunity to look at the mirror, the top officials of the Tang dynasty almost fought over it. The old gangster shamelessly took advantage of his strength to seize the first opportunity to look at his own full-body portrait. The other dukes like Yuchi Jingdo were not as thick-skinned as this guy, so they could only obediently run to the back of the line. Just like the rush to buy train tickets during the Spring Festival in the future, the officials and dukes of the Tang dynasty, according to their official ranks, consciously lined up in front of the mirror, ready to look at it one by one. Even the Yangzhou imperial envoy ran to line up with a thick face. As for his previous questioning of Li Wangyu, he no longer dared to mention it. Although Qing Yaojin had snatched the first place and was flirting with the mirror for a long time, before he had his fill, he was chased away by the group of big shots behind him, lest he monopolize the bronze mirror all by himself. No matter how thick-skinned the old man was, he could not withstand the mockery of the officials and could only helplessly dodge. Zhang Sun Wuji, who was behind him, immediately went forward and looked around in the mirror, tidying up his clothes. Li Wangyu was speechless at these country bumpkins, who had never seen the world. Wasn't it just a mirror? Was it necessary? However, the behavior of this group of big shots made Li Wangyu rather satisfied. Even this group of men had such a reaction. Then, what would the noble women and young ladies of the Tang dynasty be when they saw this mirror? How much do you think a mirror like this would sell for? I think it's at least 2,000 strings of copper coins. 2,000 strings of copper coins is the cost. Starting from 4,000 strings of copper coins, don't think it's expensive and not give a discount. You have to study the customer's shopping psychology. Customers who are willing to pay 2,000 strings of copper coins for a mirror don't care about paying another 2,000 strings of copper coins. Do you know what a successful person is? Successful people buy whatever they want. They buy the most expensive one, not the best one. Therefore, our slogan for making bronze mirrors is not to ask for the best, but to ask for the most expensive. Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of the classic lines from the movie Big Shot, which amused him. The reason why he spent so much effort to make this bronze mirror plated with silver amalgam was, of course, not just to show off or to please Pai Lupi. He wanted to rely on this bronze mirror to add another business to his family. Today, using Pai Lupi's birthday banquet as an excuse to present this bronze mirror with great fanfare, it was better to say that it was Li Wangyu's advertising and marketing activity. Of course, this idea was also given to him by his beautiful boss. Now, it seemed that the effect was surprisingly good. When the silver-plated bronze mirror appeared, it caused all the officials to lose their composure. It could be said that it was a great success. Li Wangyu moved to Pai Lupi's side and whispered, "Uncle, are you satisfied with this bronze mirror?" Pai Lupi's face was naturally full of smiles. "Great. Zio, I didn't expect that you would give me such a bronze mirror. Good, it's really too good. Let me ask you, do you still have this bronze mirror? You mustn't forget about your aunt." Li Wangyu was speechless. This guy actually still wanted it, and he even used Empress Jiangsuan's name. Shameless. Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, the bronze mirror is naturally not a problem, but uncle, are you willing to do a business with me?" "Oh, what business?" Li Wangyu pouted at the bronze mirror. "Selling bronze mirrors." "Hee, uncle, you see, all the officials love this bronze mirror. If we sell this kind of bronze mirror, do you think we can make a profit?" Pai Lupi couldn't help but open his eyes wide. "Zio, you mean to say that this bronze mirror can be manufactured in batches? How much will it cost?" "Of course it can. Such a large bronze mirror is not easy to manufacture, but it's not difficult to make a smaller one. As for the cost, yes, a bronze mirror of this size will cost about 20 to 30 strings of coins. Li Wangyu pointed at the bronze mirrors that the various provinces had offered as tribute. Pai Lupi was very surprised when he heard this. Zio, are you wrong? According to what I know, these tribute mirrors cost no less than 100 strings of coins. Why is your bronze mirror so cheap? In response to Pai Lupi's confusion, Li Wangyu smiled. Uncle, this is not strange. These tribute mirrors need to be refined repeatedly, and they also need to use manpower to grind the surface of the mirror. It takes time, effort, and labor, so the cost is naturally high. Nephew's method of making mirrors does not need to be so troublesome. Pai Lupi's eyes lit up and he lowered his voice. If that's the case, the profit from making mirrors is quite high. In my opinion, selling this bronze mirror for 1,000 strings of coins is not a problem at all. Zio, you can discuss this matter with your aunt. I approve. Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Needless to say, this was a good business that could bring in a lot of money every day. Pai Lupi had no reason to refuse. After the disturbance caused by Li Wangyu's mirror, the banquet that was supposed to start at noon could only continue after 2 hours. The palace musicians began to play again to liven up the atmosphere. As for the bronze mirror, Pai Lupi instructed Mi Tuo to carefully move it back to the legislative hall. After the banquet started again, the Yangzhou imperial envoy raised his wine cup and walked in front of Li Wangyu. He bowed. County Count Hu, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. The bronze mirror made by County Count Hu is truly a work of the gods. My Yangzhou River Heart mirror cannot compare to it. I'm truly ashamed. Li Wangyu was someone who went along with the temper of a donkey. Seeing the Yangzhou imperial envoy bow his head and admit defeat, he naturally would not harp on it. Both sides drank the wine in their cups, and this matter was considered over. Pai Lupi suddenly thought of something and called Li Wangyu to his side. Zio, I was almost fooled by you, you little bastard. Let me ask you, where are the 300 palace maids you borrowed from me? Hee, uncle, it's 227. This nephew reported to uncle a few days ago that the 73 palace maids, made a mistake and were punished by this nephew to get married. Pai Lupi saw that he still dared to say this and was so angry that he almost kicked him off the royal stairs. Good. Then 227. Where are they? I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. If you dare to fool me, you will go to the imperial prison yourself today. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. This guy who burned the bridge after crossing the river was too stingy. He had just taken his bronze mirror, and now he was turning hostile. Wasn't it just 73 palace maids? He actually threatened to send him to the imperial prison. He really didn't know how to act like a son. Uncle, how can this nephew fool you? Today I would like to invite uncle to take a look at the congratulatory gift this nephew has prepared for you. Li Wangyu gestured to Mi Tuo, indicating that they could begin. If he wanted to cause trouble in Taiji Palace, he naturally could not avoid Mi Tuo, the imperial eunuch. After watching the performance of the palace maids, Mi Tuo was also quite shocked. Naturally, he was willing to cooperate fully. Mi Tuo even acted on his own initiative and hid it from Pai Lupi in order to give Pai Lupi a surprise at today's birthday banquet. Seeing Li Wangyu's gesture, Mi Tuo nodded and gestured to the imperial eunuchs in Taiji Palace. Chapter 609. Taiji Palace was the largest main palace in Taiji Palace. The entire palace was 40 feet above the ground. Looking from afar, Taiji Palace stood against the blue sky, tall and majestic and breathtaking. There were 3 dragon tail paths in front of the palace, which were stairs leading to the palace from the ground. The dragon tail paths were divided into 3 levels. The middle and lower levels were the passages for officials to go to court, and the top level was deep into Taiji Palace, forming a 2-story corridor inside Taiji Palace. Every day during the court meeting, the imperial censor and the imperial censor would stand at the railings of the upper corridor to supervise the officials in the palace below. Today was Pai Lupi's birthday banquet. Naturally, there were no imperial censors standing at the second-floor corridor of Taiji Palace to supervise on the dragon tail path. Following Mi Tuo's signal, the musicians in the palace immediately changed the music they were playing to the cheerful music of the western region's Qiuzi style. Qiuzi music was known for its enthusiasm and excitement. The so-called sonorous and deafening was the music that the Tangs liked very much. Qiuzi dance was also very popular in the Tang dynasty. The Dunhuang Mogeo grottos, Yingang grottos, and Longmen grottos all originated from Qiuzi dance. Qiuzi dance was also praised as the song and dance of the heavenly palace. Li Wangyu had seen the variety show Poetry Next Door in his previous life. In it, Yurimina's Qiuzi dance was really beautiful. After coming to the Tang dynasty, he had seen the graceful figure of the Qiuzi dance with his own eyes. However, it was obvious that the program he had prepared for Pai Lupi today was not the Qiuzi dance. This Qiuzi dance was just very suitable for the palace maids when the beautiful superior rehearsed the program for them. Hearing the Qiuzi dance, Pai Lupi couldn't help but glance at Li Wangyu beside him. Zio, Qiuzi dance is nothing new. Hehe, uncle, you'll know if you keep watching. Li Wangyu didn't explain. Accompanied by the Qiuzi dance music, dozens of palace maids in Qiuzi dance costumes danced from the Dragon Tail path in front of Taiji Palace to the second-floor corridor of Taiji Palace. This also attracted the attention of the officials in the hall. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qijing cheered loudly as they watched. It was so satisfying. However, Pai Lupi snorted discontentedly and said, "Humph, you still say it's not a Qiuzi dance? Do you think I'm blind?" He felt that when Li Wangyu said that he wanted to borrow 300 palace maids to prepare a birthday banquet for him, it was just a cover-up. He was using this as a cover to find wives for the 73 troops in his mansion. In fact, Pai Lupi wasn't wrong. This was Li Wangyu's original plan. However, since he had tricked so many palace maids from Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu was not an unscrupulous merchant. Naturally, he had to be worthy of Pai Lupi's reward. As the musicians in the hall played the Qiuzi dance, several hundred palace maids suddenly poured into the Dragon Tail path of Taiji Palace. They began to dance to the faster and faster rhythm of the dance. As the largest main hall of Taiji Palace was extremely spacious. Even with 100 palace maids pouring in, it didn't seem crowded at all. But the moment these palace maids appeared, Pai Lupi and the other officials gaped in shock, their pupils dilating as if they had seen a ghost. This is completely improper. An elderly official was so agitated that his beard trembled as he pointed at the palace maids with a trembling finger. As for Qing Yaojin and the other generals, they were so happy that their molars were showing. They excitedly slapped the table a few more times and stamped their feet in praise. When Pai Lupi saw the dressing of these palace maids, he couldn't help but stand up. He pointed at Li Wangyu and then at the palace maids below. "Zio Yu, what do you take Taiji Palace for? What do you take our palace maids for? Absurd, truly absurd." He extended a hand, intending to call a halt to the music and dance in the hall. Li Wangyu unhurriedly said, "Uncle, this is an Arabian dance, and this dressing is the essence of the Arabian dance. This dance is called the belly dance, and it is the most sacred and noble of Arabian court dances. In Arabia, only the noble ladies of the court have the right to learn this belly dance. Your little nephew ordered people to rehearse it for uncle's entertainment." Pai Lupi's face twitched at these words. "You're not lying to us? Is this really an Arabian court dance? How can it be so unrestrained? That Arabia is tens of thousands of li away, so where did you learn of it?" When faced with this sort of inexplicable question, Li Wangyu would always remain mysterious. In any case, Pai Lupi and the others would automatically come up with an answer. "Your little nephew can't explain it clearly, but I know it in my mind. Uncle, even if your little nephew wanted to deceive you, he couldn't have come up with such a dance." Pai Lupi nodded at these words. Although this belly dance seemed a little absurd to him, he could tell that it wasn't a randomly choreographed dance. Its charm was in no way inferior to the popular dances of the Tang dynasty. "Hehe, uncle, why don't we continue watching? This dance has its own beauty." Pai Lupi's eyes had never left the palace maids dancing to the music. Upon hearing Li Wangyu's words, he went with the flow and sat back down. In truth, it wasn't that Pai Lupi didn't like it, but the way these palace maids dressed and danced was truly beyond the psychological standards of the Tang people. After discussing it with his beautiful superior, he had suddenly come up with the idea of having her teach these palace maids belly dance. He wanted to open the eyes of these country bumpkins like Pai Lupi. In the future, his beautiful superior had specially learned belly dance in order to maintain her figure, so there was naturally no problem for her to teach these palace maids. She just felt that belly dance was too daring for the Tang people. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. He didn't believe that Pai Lupi and the other officials wouldn't like the hot, bold, and exotic belly dance. As for whether it was unsightly or not, and whether the scale was too big, let's wait for them to see it first. At most, Pai Lupi and the others would put down their pride and reprimand him for messing around. What else could they do? The Tang dynasty was known for its passion and openness. If Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the Ming and Qing dynasties, he wouldn't dare to play like this even if he was beaten to death. He would be drowned in a pig cage. Only in the Tang dynasty would Li Wangyu dare to be so impudent and come up with a belly dance. As Li Wangyu expected, when the palace maids dressed in belly dance appeared, they frightened all the civil and military officials. An old man with a weak heart stared at the palace maids while clutching his chest. He didn't forget to shout, "What a scandal!" as everyone knew belly dance costumes were very hot and sexy. Even in the future, belly dance often caused waves of wolf howls, not to mention in the Tang dynasty. They were barefoot, their midriff-bearing tops, their waist belts inlaid with sequins, their low-waisted skirts, their bras inlaid with sequins, the jingling accessories on their bodies and their translucent veils. All of this made the more than 100 palace maids full of temptation from head to toe. When the palace maids swayed their bellies, arms and chests to the rapid rhythm of the Qiuzi dance, no one in the hall spoke anymore. Sexy body movements, fast dance steps, intersecting and swaying movements, sometimes elegant, sometimes sensual, sometimes charming, and sometimes arrogant and mysterious. The captivating characteristics of belly dance were too much for the eyes to take in. The heads of the palace maids were like snakes, swaying their buttocks and bodies sexily. Some were tempting, some were provocative. None of the old officials who had shouted absurd and improper before opened their mouths again. They all stared at the dancing palace maids without blinking their eyes. The veils on the palace maids' faces added a lot of mysterious charm. For the Tang people, the mental impact of belly dance was too great. It was no less exciting than when Li Wangyu watched a Japanese action romance for the first time in the future. Could be called a mental bomb. Therefore, under the stimulation of music and dance, the old hooligan Cheng Jinli bit his lips so hard that he had 2 lines of nosebleeds. Chapter 610. Belly dancing was quite exhausting. More than 100 palace maids twisted their bodies to the music. After half an hour they were all dripping with sweat. Qing Yaojin, the old guy, wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. He sat at the table and cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I see that these palace maids are having a hard time dancing. Why don't we let them rest?" "Yes, that's right. Jijia's words are reasonable." Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, and the other dukes also sat at their own tables and echoed. It wasn't that Qing Yaojin and the others were unwilling to stand up. They really couldn't stand up. The group of civil and military officials was too stimulated. They didn't dare to stand up for fear of losing face. To be able to make this group of old hooligans, who had countless concubines and were used to seeing the wind, flowers, snow, and the moon, look so unbearably at a dance. It could be said that Li Wangyu's idea of opening the eyes of the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty was a great success. Although the Tang dynasty also had bare-chested clothes, how could the effect of the shape be compared to the bras on these palace maids? The palace maids with well-developed bodies were all set off by the bras, and their cleavage was abnormally prominent. Coupled with the faintly discernible veils on their faces, these more than 100 palace maids exuded a fatal temptation from head to toe. Even Pai Lupi was like this. He sat upright on his throne and was too embarrassed to stand up. Although the robes of the Tang dynasty were loose, they were still not elegant. Li Wangyu heard this and was a little surprised. When did this group of old hooligans become so protective of the fairer sex? They even knew that the palace maids had a hard time dancing? But in the next second he was speechless. This group of old hooligans was indeed hooligans. Qing Yaojin, the old guy, actually shamelessly cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I really like this Western region's dance. I wonder if Your Majesty can reward me with a palace maid and let me take her back to the residence to teach the dancers in the residence?" "Your Majesty, I also have the same plan. Your Majesty, this subject also likes this dance. May Your Majesty bestow this subject with a palace maid?" After Qing Yaojin took the lead to speak, all the dukes and nobles in the hall unceremoniously agreed and asked Pai Lupi for palace maids. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. This group of old hooligans was really not reserved at all. In the main hall, apart from a few old officials like Yu Shernan, Fang Xianling was the only one who didn't make a sound. Li Wangyu glanced at the restless comrade old Fang and couldn't help but sympathize with him. He rolled his eyes and couldn't help but have a mischievous thought. "Master Fang, this dance is called the belly dance, a dance of the Abbasid Caliphate. Practicing this dance for a long period of time was very beneficial to a woman. It could slow down aging and protect the body. Master Fang, why don't you also bestow a palace maid to your residence to teach Lady Fang?" Li Wangyu's words caused Fang Xuanling's face to redden. After a moment of hesitation, he really did ask Pai Lupi for a palace maid. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. He wondered what the famous jealous madam in history would think when she saw comrade old Fang bring back such a temptress. When he returned, he had to ask Fang Yai about this matter and see if Comrade Old Fang would be jealous when he returned home. Waha, when he thought of this, Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. Since all the dukes and nobles were asking for palace maids, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't refuse. Fortunately, there were still more than 200 palace maids who had been sent to Li Wangyu's residence to learn the belly dance. And in this hall, there were only about 100 people who had the right to ask Pai Lupi for palace maids. Pai Lupi wasn't that stingy. Today was his birthday. Li Er, who had always been stingy, was so happy that he simply waved his hand and only kept 10 palace maids. The rest were all rewarded to the civil and military officials who were sitting in the court. Pai Lupi didn't mention that Li Wangyu had fooled him. Although Pai Lupi didn't say anything about the belly dance, it was clear that he was very satisfied. At that time he even picked 10 palace maids that he liked and called them to serve him. With Pai Lupi's words, the atmosphere in the hall immediately reached a climax. The officials didn't care about whether it was indecent or not. They all stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi, thanking His Majesty for his reward. Qing Yaojin, this old rogue, was even more direct. He directly pulled the most pleasing palace maid from among the palace maids, sat down beside him and let her serve him. The palace maid who was pulled away by Qing Yaojin naturally didn't resist. Although her face was flushed red, she obediently knelt beside Qing Yaojin and poured wine for him, serving this old man. After all, Li Wangyu had asked me to choose palace maids who were willing to marry outside the palace. These palace maids weren't young and naturally didn't want to continue staying in the palace. Although they were bestowed by Pai Lupi to these officials, they would at most be concubines without any status. Moreover, they would have to use their beauty to entertain people. But at least it was better than slowly withering in the depths of the palace. With Qing Yaojin taking the lead, the officials and generals didn't hesitate. They all came forward to take away the palace maids they liked and brought them back to their seats. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. "CK, you guys can play like this? Isn't this a bit too much?" After the commotion in the hall was over, Li Wangyu was shocked to find that apart from Yu Shernan and a few other old officials, he was the only one sitting alone. The other old hooligans were all accompanied by beautiful palace maids. Pai Lupi glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh and tease. "What? Zio, you don't like my palace maids? Do you want me to reward you with a few?" "Reward your ass." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "I do want them, but do I dare to?" His beautiful superior in the residence was more powerful than Fang Xuanling's jealous madam. He hadn't even been able to eat a vixen like Aphrodite, let alone take a palace maid back. That would kill him. At this thought, Li Wangyu felt a deep pain in his balls. Pai Lupi's words also caused Qing Yaojin and the other old hooligans to burst into laughter. "Wah, Zio, are you too thin-skinned? Or is there someone in the residence who doesn't allow it?" "Jijia, don't make fun of Zio. Perhaps Zio is still young and doesn't know how it feels, haha." Being laughed at by Qing Yaojin and the group of high dukes, Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush. Both of his hands fiercely raised 2 middle fingers in his sleeves as he cursed in his heart. "This bunch of bastards. If I had known, I wouldn't have let my beautiful superior teach these palace maids some belly dance. All of them are bastards who burned the bridge after crossing the river." After teasing Li Wangyu enough, Pai Lupi raised his wine cup and stood up. Everyone cheers. 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 The atmosphere in Taiji Palace was extremely lively. Cups were clinking, and the clamor of the officials was so loud that the sound waves almost tore off the roof of Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi's birthday banquet lasted from noon until sunset. During the banquet, the 200 or so palace maids would occasionally sway their waists and perform a hot belly dance to liven up the mood. When they were in high spirits, the bigwigs, including Pai Lupi, even personally took to the stage to dance, leaving Li Wangyu dumbfounded. When it was time to light the lanterns, the eunuchs in the hall lit bright candles. Most of the officials were so drunk that they couldn't even stand straight. Even Pai Lupi was a little wobbly. Li Wangyu remembered that he still had a gift that he had yet to present and quickly stood up. "Uncle, I still have a gift that I have yet to present today. I would like to ask Uncle and everyone to step outside the hall and admire my gift. Is that all right?" "Haha, Zio still has a gift? Good, I won't be polite today. Everyone, let's go and see what Zio has come up with." Although Pai Lupi was quite drunk, he was still in high spirits. With Mi Tuo's careful support, he led the other officials out of Taiji Palace. Chapter 611. The congratulatory gift Li Wangyu mentioned was naturally the fireworks he made. Pai Lupi and the others were certainly not the first audience of the fireworks in the Tang dynasty. After Li Wangyu made the fireworks based on the black gunpowder firecrackers, He naturally wanted to show them to his beautiful superiors, Aphrodite and Perrin. Aphrodite and Perrin, who had never seen such gorgeous fireworks in the night sky, were so excited by the fireworks that they couldn't control themselves. Even their beautiful superior leaned her head on Li Wangyu's shoulder with unusual gentleness that night, silently watching the fireworks in the night sky. And Li Wangyu's reward was a gentle kiss from his beautiful superior. Of course, Li Wangyu still wanted to ask for a further reward, but his beautiful superior quickly fled the crime scene with a smile, making Li Wangyu, who was one step too slow, feel very regretful. At this time the sun had already set in Chang'an City. Pai Lupi, with the help of Mi Tua, walked out of the brightly lit Taiji Palace with the officials. Standing on the high platform in front of the palace, they looked around but didn't see any congratulatory gift to speak of. Zio, where is the congratulatory gift you mentioned? Pai Lupi was so drunk that he couldn't speak clearly. Qing Yaojin was also drunk. Supported by the palace maid who was rewarded by Pai Lupi, he laughed with a big tongue and said, Your Majesty, perhaps this bastard is fooling us. Let me beat him, and he will be honest. Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't hold his liquor well, so he didn't drink too much today and was still sober. Hearing Qing Yaojin's words, he immediately dodged to the side. Uncle Cheng, don't mess around. Look at the sky, the congratulatory gift I'm going to give to your Majesty is coming soon. Li Wangyu said and winked at Mi Tua, indicating that they could start now. Naturally, Mi Tua nodded to the eunuch beside him. Immediately, the eunuch trotted down the Dragon Tail Road. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the night sky. But in the night sky, other than the stars and the bright moon, where was the so-called congratulatory gift? Pai Lupi and the other officials looked up for a long time, but they didn't know what was going on. Just as they were about to grab Li Wangyu and ask him about it, they heard a thunderous sound. Then, a beautiful flame exploded in the night sky. The fireworks that suddenly exploded in the night sky immediately stunned Li Er and the other officials and nobles. Everyone was so shocked that they froze on the spot, as if they had been immobilized. They stupidly looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. In the night sky, fireworks continued to rise, exploding and flickering. Actually, Li Wangyu's fireworks were too ordinary by the standards of later generations. Not to mention those fireworks parties, even the fireworks sold at ordinary fireworks stalls were many times better than the ones he made. But even so, when the fireworks exploded in the sky above Taiji Palace and bloomed, everyone was still shocked. Li Wangyu had prepared a total of 108 fireworks for Pai Lupi's birthday today. Actually, the fireworks he made were more like the firecrackers of later generations. The firecrackers in the bamboo tube exploded, shooting the fireworks into the sky. Then the fireworks ignited and exploded. Various metal powders were added to the black gunpowder, causing the fireworks to display all kinds of gorgeous colors. The fireworks continued to bloom in the sky above Taiji Palace. In front of Taiji Palace, there were already many officials and nobles who directly knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the fireworks in the night sky. They kept chanting, "The Tao ancestor has appeared, the Buddha has appeared." As for the 200 or so palace maids facing the fireworks in the night sky, they covered their red lips tightly with their hands, their beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Many palace maids as well as eunuchs also knelt down and kowtowed incessantly. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did this group of feudal superstitions associate everything with gods, immortals and Buddhas? If the fireworks in the sky were a miracle, then wouldn't he be a god? 15 minutes later, the 108 fireworks Li Wangyu had prepared were all set off, and Taiji Palace regained its calm. However, Pai Lupi and the officials still maintained their posture of looking up at the sky. Li Wangyu was somewhat puzzled. Had they all twisted their necks or something? Stimulated by the fireworks in the night sky, the originally drunk Pai Lupi sobered up a little. After a long while, Pai Lupi quietly said, "Zio, is this the congratulatory gift you are giving me?" "Uncle, are you satisfied with this congratulatory gift?" Pai Lupi let out a long sigh. "Zio, I can't believe you were able to create such a miracle. I really don't know what to say. Does this item have a name?" "Uncle, this little nephew has named this object, firework." "Fireworks?" When a young woman is forbidden to sleep, fireworks twirl around her. "Not bad, this item blooms in the night sky like a flower in the mist. It is illusory, beautiful and regretful." Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then nodded and praised. "As long as uncle likes it." "Ha, Zio, you have given me many pleasant surprises today. Whether it is the bronze mirror, the belly dance or the fireworks, I like them all very much. Zio, you are very thoughtful." Pai Lupi was extremely satisfied with Li Wangyu today. This nephew of his really gave him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, face. Li Wangyu, this flatterer, also had a smile on his face. To be able to receive Pai Lupi's praise meant that his efforts had not been in vain. As for flattery, Li Wangyu didn't care whether it was lacking in strength of character or not. Trying to show strength of character in front of a feudal emperor was just a waste of time. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. After the fireworks were released, the officials and nobles finally woke up from the shock of seeing fireworks for the first time. County Count who, the fireworks that bloomed in the night sky just now were called fireworks? Good, were these fireworks made by County Count who? Zio, I didn't expect you to be able to create such an ingenious item. Is there anything in this world that you, Li Zio, can't do? County Count who, are these fireworks really not miraculous? How could someone create such a commotion in the night sky? This old man doesn't believe it. In response to everyone's shock, Li Wangyu could only explain over and over again what fireworks were. Hearing this, the officials and nobles repeatedly let out surprised cries. Looking at Li Wangyu, who was surrounded by everyone, Qing Yaojin heavily slapped Yuqi Jingda's shoulder. Jingda Xiong, why do Laozi have the impulse to return to the Fu and slap those 3 disgraceful brats to death? Jijia, this old man also has the same idea. I really want to go back and beat up Dalong and Erlang to vent my anger. Yuqi Jingda looked at Li Wangyu and thought of his own twins, feeling very stifled. If Cheng Chumo and the others knew that they would have such an unexpected calamity, who knows what they would think. This was probably the result of the terrifying Great Demon King, a kind of other people's children. Whether or not Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda would beat up their sons to vent their anger when they went back, Li Wangyu didn't care that much. After attending Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu began to get busy again. In 8 days, it would be the first Chinese New Year after he and his beautiful boss transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 612. In fact, there was no such thing as the Spring Festival in the Tang dynasty. The first day of the New Year was called New Year's Day, Yuan Zheng, or Sui Day. However, there was a holiday on New Year's Day, which was called New Year's Eve Yuan Zheng holiday. There were 7 days of holidays in total, including the 27th, 28th, 29th, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, the second day, and the third day, which was no different from the Spring Festival holiday in modern times. In the Tang dynasty, people also stayed up late on New Year's Eve. When midnight arrived, bells and drums would ring in the streets, which was the moment to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Li Wangyu still remembered the nursery rhyme that was sung every New Year when he was a child. Don't be greedy, kid, it's New Year after laba. Eat laba kanji for a few days. Lilalala 23 sweet melon sticky, 24 sweep the house, 25 grind tofu, 26 buy meat, 27 slaughter a chicken, 28 make dough, 29 steam mantus, 30 cook a night. On the first and second day of the new year, walk the streets. Pai Lupi's birthday was on the 22nd of December, and the next day was the 23rd. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu beat the morning drum in Chang'an City. As soon as the city gate opened, he led Niu Wu and the others back to the mansion in Dingzhou village. As soon as he entered the castle, Li Wangyu called the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Li Heng, is everything ready for the kitchen god's sacrifice today? In the nursery rhyme, 23 sugar melon sticky meant that when the kitchen god was worshipped on the 23rd of December, he had to offer candy and other things so that the kitchen god would only say good things when he went to heaven, so that he would be sweeter in the coming year. Li Heng quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Langjun, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you to come back to worship the kitchen god." However, his beautiful boss and Aphrodite were curious, not knowing how to worship the kitchen god. His beautiful boss was an urban woman in modern times, and she had never seen such a thing as worshipping the kitchen god. And it was Aphrodite's first time celebrating the new year in the Tang dynasty, so she naturally didn't know either. Worshipping the kitchen god in the Tang dynasty was not much different from that in modern times. After dusk turned into night, the enormous kitchen of the Li clan's castle was already filled with people from the Li clan. On both sides of the kitchen god's alcove on the east side of the kitchen, there was a couplet that read, "Heaven's words are good, the lower realm guarantees peace." In front of the shrine was an offering table on which there were various tributes. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't believe in the kitchen god. He just missed the days when he was young and lived in the countryside with his grandfather. The older generation was not necessarily superstitious about these things. It was just a cultural custom. Of course, Li Wangyu would be the chief worshipper of the kitchen god shrine. However, when Li Wangyu knelt in front of the kitchen god shrine, he felt that something was wrong. He looked around and suddenly stood up, walked to his beautiful superior who was watching the fun with a smile, and grabbed her soft hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly being pulled by Li Wangyu in front of everyone, the beautiful boss couldn't help but blush. Li Wangyu directly pulled her to the front of the kitchen god shrine and replied with a smile. "Hee Changqing, you're the mistress of the house. You're going to worship the kitchen god with me." "Nonsense, who's the mistress of the house?" The beautiful boss, who was always shrewd and strong, couldn't help but panic. Li Wangyu whispered into his beautiful superior's ear, "Are you coming or not? If not, I'll call Aphrodite." He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. There was no other reason other than the pain. This woman was really ruthless. She actually reached out and secretly pinched the soft spot on his waist, making Li Wangyu immediately shut up. The beautiful boss snorted proudly, which meant, "Don't you dare." Of course, Li Wangyu didn't dare. He chuckled and pulled his half-hearted beautiful boss to kneel beside him. He took the incense from the old butler, Li Heng, and prepared to worship the kitchen god. No one, including Li Heng, found it strange that their beautiful boss would worship the kitchen god together with Li Wangyu. Apart from the beautiful boss, who else in the county count's residence was qualified to be the mistress of the house? Even if his beautiful superior was 8 years older than the current Li Wangyu, there was no one in the residence who was unconvinced by her. Now, the words of the beautiful boss were even more effective than those of the head of the household, Li Wangyu. This was also normal. After all, the head of the household, Li Wangyu, didn't really care about the affairs of the household. He didn't have the time to manage the household affairs and left them all to the beautiful boss and the old butler, Li Heng. Li Heng, on the other hand, naturally had to listen to his beautiful boss. After a while, the troops, servants and maidservants in the residence all understood that this illegitimate Madame Su was the real person in charge of the residence. The beautiful boss blushed slightly. She took the incense and knelt down with Li Wangyu to worship the kitchen god. Li Wangyu suddenly lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Changqing, don't you think we're getting married?" The beautiful boss felt her face become even redder. She ignored Li Wangyu's teasing and rolled her beautiful eyes at him. Then, she continued to light incense for the kitchen god. After worshipping the kitchen god, they burned the statue and the straw horse, which was considered to be sending the kitchen god to heaven. Next, they would eat and drink and reunite with the family. There were many people in Lai Hot at the moment. There were about 200 people in the residence, including the maidservants and dancers from the servant department. In addition to Niu Wu, Niu Yong, and a group of women from the troops, there were almost 300 people. Fortunately, when Li Wangyu built the castle, he had considered holding banquets and so on. Therefore, he built a huge dining hall which could accommodate so many people. When they heard that their Lang Jun wanted everyone to have a meal together in the residence's dining hall, they were almost scared out of their wits. In the mansions of other officials and nobles, there would never be a gathering of servants and maidservants to have a meal with their masters. However, Li Wangyu didn't care so much. He and his beautiful boss didn't have the idea of dividing people into different classes like the Tangs. Even though they had bought many maidservants and recruited troops, they had no other choice. After all, they lived in the Tang dynasty. If they wanted to protect themselves, this was the only way. However, it didn't mean that the two of them would really treat these maidservants and servants as slaves because of this. In the eyes of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, this kind of gathering of everyone to have a meal together was as common as a company dinner in the modern world. However, the hundreds of maidservants in the residence were so moved that they almost cried. Who would dare to believe that they could have a meal with their masters after the sacrifice of the kitchen stove? Not to mention the maidservants and servants in the residence, these slaves were so moved that they almost burst into tears. Even the 73 women of the troops who were maidservants didn't expect that Li Wangyu, the county earl who founded the country, would invite them to have a meal together. After the 73 women of the troops returned to their homes that night, they all pulled their husbands over and repeatedly urged them to work hard. It was their good fortune to meet such a pure master. They should know how to cherish and be grateful. However, the reunion dinner after the sacrifice to the kitchen god had won the hearts of everyone in the Li residence. This was something that Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior did not expect. However, even if Li Wangyu knew, he wouldn't care. He had more important things to do. That was how to seize the third base and attack the fourth base in the war, with his beautiful boss. Chapter 613. At Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu watched the group of palace maids perform a hot belly dance and was very angry. Even when he woke up the next day, he had a few acne on his face. It was impossible for Li Wangyu to not want to do something embarrassing with his beautiful boss. He had been scheming for a long time. He and his beautiful boss had already broken through the first base and reached the second base. Now, when there was no one around, the two of them often kissed and hugged. But every time Li Wangyu wanted to do something further, he would always encounter various obstacles. In fact, if it was in the future, the two of them would have already rolled in the sheets. But in the Tang dynasty, his beautiful boss lacked a sense of security and couldn't let go. Although in her heart, she didn't refuse to do something. On the night when Li Wangyu made the fireworks, his beautiful boss gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek on the top of the castle and then ran away with a smile. But Li Wangyu was secretly happy. They were all adults. When his beautiful boss looked back at him before leaving, she was clearly hinting at something. That night, Li Wangyu sneaked into his beautiful boss's bedroom under the cover of the night. But to his surprise, when he quietly sneaked into his beautiful boss's room and touched the bed, he heard a scream. That voice wasn't his beautiful boss's, but that little girl Perrin. After lighting the oil lamp in the room, Li Wangyu found out that Perrin, for some reason, actually ran to his beautiful boss's room to spend the night. Just now, when he sneaked into the room, he woke up Perrin and made Perrin think that she had met a thief, so she screamed. Li Wangyu angrily glared at his beautiful boss, who was holding the quilt and secretly laughing. Then he turned around and ran away. It was too damn embarrassing. He was sneaking around and was unexpectedly discovered by that little girl Perrin. That night, after offering sacrifices to the stove and having a lively dinner with everyone in the mansion, Li Wangyu invited his beautiful superior to go out and admire the moon. Actually, admiring the moon was just an excuse. Who would admire the moon in the dead of winter? However, his beautiful superior didn't refuse. After the two avoided the gazes of the servants in the mansion, they walked hand in hand to the lakeside. Li Wangyu found a clean lawn under the shade of a tree and pulled his beautiful superior to sit down. Changqing, I never thought that I would be able to hold your hand like this. You are the gift that I have been waiting for my entire life. I don't believe you. Tell me honestly, how many girlfriends have you had and how many people have you slept with? The beautiful boss wrinkled her small nose and asked aloud. Li Wangyu was speechless. F***ck, even a goddess like his beautiful boss was no exception. It turned out that she had learned to get to the bottom of things without a teacher. If he was a man, he couldn't be honest about this kind of thing. If you confess, you'll be lenient. If you resist, you'll have to go home for the new year. Li Wangyu coughed softly and prevaricated, those things are already gone with the wind. I swear that my life in the future will only be simple. I kiss you before I sleep, hug you in the middle of the night, and have you when I wake up. His words might be able to fool other girls, but it was far from fooling his beautiful superior. The beautiful superior glanced at him. Oh, is that so? Then what about Afro? What about Perrin? Will you be so honest? If a man is reliable, even pigs can climb trees. In the middle of winter, Li Wangyu's back was almost soaked in sweat. Women shouldn't be too smart. Besides, it was fine if she was talking about Afro, but what was the meaning of talking about Perrin? He wasn't a lolicon. Why would he be interested in a 12-year-old girl who was only in junior high school? But at the thought of Perrin's lovely appearance, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. It seemed that many girls of her age in the Tang dynasty were already married, right? When Empress Jiangsun married Pai Lupi, she wasn't even as old as Perrin. Bah, Pai Lupi, that pervert, I despise him. Li Wangyu didn't dare to casually respond to his beautiful superior's words. That was a question of death. The strong desire to live made Li Wangyu suddenly sing a song. You have a pair of eyes that can speak, you have a kind heart, I who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, am always fascinated by your smile. In the silent night, Wang Jie's, I'm really in love with you, drifted in the night sky. The beautiful superior didn't speak anymore. She gently leaned on Li Wangyu's shoulder and listened to the song with her eyes closed. I can only secretly think of you, I can only secretly look at you, I always have no courage, I always can't say that I'm really in love with you. After singing the song, Li Wangyu looked down at the beauty in his arms. Changqing, I love you. The beautiful superior's eyelashes flickered a few times, but she didn't open her eyes. She just let out a faint sound of N from her nostrils. However, her fiery red lips slightly opened. Li Wangyu didn't understand. He immediately covered her lips with his and the two people tightly kissed. Soon, his hands began to move up and down, slowly climbing to the soft part of the beautiful superior's chest. The beautiful superior just snorted and didn't stop his further actions. She was already mentally prepared and didn't object to Li Wangyu's violation. Li Wangyu was ecstatic and was about to transform into a wolf. However, he soon became discouraged. Damn, who invented this Tang dynasty women's dress. It was too inhuman. He was busy sweating, but he still couldn't untie the cumbersome buttons on the beautiful superior's jacket. Seeing that he was so anxious that he couldn't eat it, the beautiful boss couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, be good. Go back to the room later, okay? It's so cold here. The beautiful superior's words naturally made Li Wangyu nod like a chicken pecking rice. He carefully pulled the beautiful superior up from the lawn and carefully helped her clean the grass on her body. Of course, he didn't forget to take advantage of the beautiful superior's body. The beautiful boss slapped away the hand that was pressing on her butt. You're so annoying. Someone's coming. Li Wangyu was furious when he heard this. Who the hell was so blind? Who dares to disturb me at this time? Believe it or not, I'll drown him in a pig cage later. The beautiful superior was right. The person who came to the lake was the old butler, Li Heng. Lang Jun, the village chief, and a few elders in the village are here. Li Heng didn't understand why his Lang Jun was staring at him so fiercely. He didn't know how bad a man's temper was when he was interrupted by a beautiful woman. What are they doing here? I don't want to see them. Li Wangyu's tone was unfriendly. They are here to invite you to the village to host the sacrificial kitchen. The old slave told you before. Li Wangyu just remembered that he had promised to go to the village to participate in the ceremony. However, when he agreed, he didn't think about the current situation. With a beauty in front of him, who would want to go to the village for the sacrificial kitchen? He was just about to refuse when the beautiful superior answered for him. Li Heng, go and tell the village chief that we will go immediately. Yes. Li Heng also noticed something. It was obvious that Madame Su's clothes were somewhat messy. He knew that he had ruined his Longjuan's good thing, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly bowed his head and retreated. Li Wangyu was speechless, but the beautiful superior kissed him gently on the face. Well, be good. The village chief and the others are still waiting. When you come back at night, are you afraid that you won't have time? Hearing his beautiful boss say this, Li Wangyu revealed a smile and pulled his beautiful boss to walk back. Chapter 6:14. In Dingzhou village, every household had already paid their respects to the kitchen god in their own homes. The reason why the village chief and the elders came to invite Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior was that the village was preparing to hold a collective sacrifice in the name of the kitchen god tonight. Originally, Dingzhou village did not have such a custom, but it was different this year. The reason was simple: they had money. Whether it was the money from the four-wheeled carriage company or the profits from the public carriage, they were all still in the village's public account. After discussing with the elders, the village chief decided to distribute the money to each household tonight. Naturally, this matter required Li Wangyu, the head of the household, to preside over everyone. Li Wangyu was also well aware of this. Previously, he was only pretending to be coy and throwing a tantrum with his beautiful superior. He and his beautiful superior followed the village chief and a group of people to the village's ancestral hall. It was already crowded. The entire village, regardless of whether it was the elderly, women, children, were all gathered here. Dingzhou village still had 127 households, but the population had increased by a lot. There were already more than 600 people. Although the two brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu and the 73 troops were also in Dingzhou village, they belonged to the Li family and were not included in Dingzhou village's household register. Li Heng was removed from his household register and settled in Dingzhou village. However, after he married Lady Zhao, they were considered a family. In the past 6 months, because of the existence of Xianxiao, no one in the village died of illness. Instead, there were many new babies born. There were also new wives and aunts, increasing the population of the village by a lot. Lady Qiansun was a newly married woman in Dingzhou village. At this time, she and her husband Qian Xilang were standing in the crowd in the ancestral hall. After seeing Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior appear, Lady Qiansun, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was very excited. She secretly pulled Qian Xilang's sleeve. "Husband, it's Lang Jun and Lady Su." Qian Xilang was speechless. Why was his wife so excited to see Lang Jun? It was not like she had never seen him before. The villagers of Dingzhou village were all too familiar with Li Wangyu, the county count who founded the country. They had long lost their sense of mystery. How could he understand his wife's excitement when a fan saw her idol? Lady Qiansun was also from Hu County. Speaking of which, Li Wangyu had some connections with her. This was because Qiansun's grandfather was none other than the shopkeeper of Sun's bookstore in Hu County, Shopkeeper Sunday. The Qiansun clan was born in a merchant family. Their conditions were not bad, and they looked like the pretty daughter of a humble family. Ever since Qiansun turned 13, Countless people had come to propose marriage, but Father Sun had never nodded his head in agreement. The reason was very simple. The Sun family only had this one daughter. Father Sun only wanted to recruit a son-in-law and did not wish for his daughter to marry outside. Qian Sunshire was also very intelligent. She could write and calculate. She had long started to help her grandfather manage the accounts in Sun's bookstore. When Li Wangyu asked shopkeeper Sun to print the Three Kingdoms, for a long time, the Shunfeng Carriage Company had sent out carriages to transport the books from Hu County to Chang and for sale. And Qian Sailing was the coachman in charge of transporting the books. Qian Sailing was the nephew of the old village chief. He was 18 years old and looked very energetic. Originally, his family was poor and he had never found a wife. For some reason, Qian Sailing fell in love with Lady Qian Sun, who helped with the accounts in Sun's bookstore. The two secretly had feelings for each other. At that time, Dingzhou village was not rich. Although Qian Sailing's income as a coachman at the Shunfeng Carriage Company was not low, he did not dare to propose marriage to the Sun family. It was not until a few months ago, when Dingzhou village was built, that Qian Sailing mustered up the courage to ask a matchmaker to propose marriage to Sun's bookstore. However, the marriage proposal was naturally not accepted by the Sun family. Many rich families came to propose marriage, but Father Sun did not agree, let alone marrying his daughter to a villager, in his eyes. Knowing that her father had rejected Qian Sailing's proposal, Lady Qian Sun could only secretly cry. His granddaughter's sad tears could not be hidden from shopkeeper Sunday. When the old man found out, he was furious and called his son over to scold him. His son did not understand, but how could shopkeeper Sun not understand? To be able to become in-laws with the villagers of Dingzhou village, didn't this mean that they had a closer relationship with Li Wangyu, the Huxin County Count? Moreover, he knew that the current Dingzhou village's villagers were not necessarily inferior to the Sun family in terms of wealth. With Li Wangyu's care, perhaps in a few years, their Sun family would rely on this son-in-law to take care of them. After all, for a merchant family like theirs, even if they had some wealth, they did not have any status to speak of. As for the villagers of Dingzhou village, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. That Huxing County Count was only 16 years old. As the Crown Prince's teacher, shopkeeper Sun did not dare to imagine how illustrious his future would be. It was even harder to predict what would happen to Dingzhou village under his protection. As a result, shopkeeper Sun was a shrewd merchant and immediately saw Qian Sailing's potential. Without hesitation, he agreed to the marriage and married his granddaughter. Under her grandfather's decision, Lady Qian Sun married her sweetheart and was naturally overjoyed. On the day of the wedding, she was shocked when she was brought to Dingzhou village by the carriages. She liked Qian Sailing and did not know much about Dingzhou village. She only knew that it was originally a very poor village and that Lady Qian Sun was even prepared to endure hardships. However, to be able to live with her sweetheart, even if she had to eat plain tea and eat a rope bed every day, she was willing to accept it. Lady Qian Sun had long been mentally prepared to follow the chicken after marrying the chicken after marrying the dog after marrying the dog. When the carriage entered old Dingzhou village, which had not yet been demolished, Lady Qian Sun saw the dilapidated yellow mud-thatched houses and felt slightly uneasy. However, the carriage did not stop. Instead, it continued to move forward and entered a village that she had never imagined. The courtyards with white walls and blue tiles hidden behind the trees, the roads with small bridges and flowing water, and the neat and orderly village made Lady Qian Sun dazed. This was Dingzhou village? Not to mention Huxing County, even Chang and city did not have such a scene. When the bridal carriage finally stopped in front of an equally exquisite courtyard, Lady Qian Sun was still dizzy after being helped off the carriage by Qian Sailing. She did not understand the origins of the village family she had married into. After the wedding ceremony, Lady Qian Sun became a curious child. Regardless of whether it was the bamboo pipe in the house that could release water once it was opened or the methane lamp that was lit at night, they all made her cry out in surprise. The hot shower and the ceramic toilet made Qian Sunshire, the young woman, even more shocked. "Husband, what is this? Husband, what is this for?" These two sentences became the little woman's pet phrase and gave Qian Sailing a headache. However, he could only patiently answer his wife's questions. After learning that all of this was caused by the Count of Huxin, Lady Qian Sun was even more certain that Li Wangyu was a deity who had descended from the heavens. Every time she saw Li Wangyu in the village, she would shout excitedly, leaving Qian Sailing speechless. There were many new daughters-in-law like Lady Qian Sun in the village. Everyone felt that their current life was like a dream and was very unreal. Today was the 23rd day of the new year. The old village was gathering everyone in the ancestral hall to offer sacrifices to the kitchen. Everyone in the village knew that this was for profit, so naturally, everyone came. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior arrived, everyone respectfully greeted them. Li Wangyu laughed, "Don't be so polite. I know what you are all waiting for. Old village chief, don't talk nonsense. Let's start." Chapter 6:15. The villagers naturally understood what Li Wangyu meant. He was talking about the distribution of money, which made everyone in the ancestral hall burst into laughter. The village chief and the elders also laughed. It had been many years since the village was so lively. A villager who was close to Li Wangyu shouted, "Langjun, how much interest can we get today?" The villager knew that the village was distributing money today, but no one knew how much money they would get except for the village chief and the elders. The village chief and the others didn't say because the amount was too big. Without Li Wangyu's approval, they didn't dare to make the decision to distribute the money. Li Wangyu also laughed and said, "Lu Sanlang, how much do you want?" "Hehe, any amount is fine. In short, I know that Langjun will not treat us unfairly. This year's New Year, our village will have a rich New Year." The surrounding people laughed and said, "Yes, thanks to Langjun, we will have a rich New Year this year. Langjun, we will celebrate the New Year's Day. Langjun, you will be a noble for 10,000 generations." Li Wangyu laughed and scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Do you think that by saying a few good words the money will become more? Dream on." Ah! Everyone burst into laughter again. The village chief respectfully handed the account book of the village to Li Wangyu and asked him to preside over the distribution of the copper coins. The copper coins in the village were all stored in the treasury in the ancestral hall. This was the treasury that Li Wangyu specially asked the Ministry of Works to help build when Dingzhou village was being built. It was built with heavy stones and cement. It could be said that even a fly couldn't fly in. However, the more money there was in the treasury, the more the old man felt his heart beat violently every time he opened the treasury to count the copper coins. It was too exciting. He had never seen so many copper coins and gold stacked together in his life. Now, the village chief and the elders in charge of the village's public accounts would not be able to sleep well if they didn't inspect the treasury 3 to 5 times a day. Li Wangyu smiled and took the account book. There were more than 10 strong villagers in the treasury who began to carry out the copper coins. Giving out money was a tough job. There was no other reason other than that the money was too heavy. Li Wangyu had seen the news in his previous life. A certain wealthy village was giving out bonuses to the villagers. Tens of millions of bright red $100 bills were neatly stacked on the table like a wall. But the copper coins of the Tang dynasty were not something that could be placed on a table. It weighed 5 kilograms. Today, almost every household was given more than 300 strings of copper coins, which was 1,500 kilograms or 1.5 tons. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already helped the village and converted half of the copper coins into gold in Chang'an. As for the remaining copper coins, the farmers would be able to move them back after making a few more trips. Whether it was the carriage company or the public carriage, there was a large amount of copper coins coming into the account. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would still need to use cloth and silk as currency, which would be even more troublesome. "Lu Sanlang, you were the most anxious just now, so I'll let you off first. Come and get the money. This year, every household can get a total of 3,019 strings of copper coins from the carriage company and the public carriage. The 19 strings of copper coins will be put into the village account. This year, every household will be given 300 strings of copper coins." Hearing this number from Li Wangyu's mouth, all the villagers in the ancestral hall immediately gasped. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall seemed to have been sucked into a vacuum. Then there was an uproar. "Father, what did Langjun say just now? How many copper coins will be given to each household? Why do I seem to have misheard?" "I also seem to have misheard? Why did I hear that it was 300 strings of copper coins? I also heard that number. Langjun, you didn't say it wrong, did you? 300 strings of copper coins? How is this possible? Wouldn't that make every family rich? Oh my God, 300 strings of copper coins, how much money is that?" Qian Sun, who was in the crowd, was also shocked by the number that Li Wangyu reported. She covered her mouth with her hand. Her family's bookstore only made 200 to 300 strings of copper coins a year. This year, thanks to Li Wangyu, they made a lot of money by selling Romance of the Three Kingdoms, earning a few thousand strings of copper coins. Now that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was still being printed and sold, this money could be earned for a few more years. This was also the reason why Owner Sun was so grateful to Li Wangyu. And every household in Dingzhou village had more than 300 strings of copper coins at the end of the year. Moreover, her husband, Chen Xiling, said that this was only half a year's income. How could Chen Sun not be shocked? Were they still villagers? Chen Sun was a little dizzy. She originally thought that she would have to suffer after marrying her sweetheart. She didn't expect that after marrying, not only was her life much better than her own family's, her husband was not a poor commoner, but a local tyrant. When she got married, her mother was afraid that she would suffer, so she secretly gave her 10 taels of gold. She didn't expect that she wouldn't have to use it. Lu Sanlang, who was called by Li Wangyu, was even more stunned. After a while he asked foolishly, "So many copper coins, how am I going to carry them back? There's no place to put them at home." His words made the villagers burst into laughter again. They never dreamed that they would have a headache because they had too much money. Someone joked, "Lu Sanlang, I'll help you carry them. Just give me some money for my hard work." Lu Sanlang scolded with a smile, "Scram, you want money? In your dreams. How many people can I hire in Hu County with the money I spend? Besides, did you see what the money looked like half a year ago?" Ah! Everyone roared with laughter again. Someone immediately ran to push the wheelbarrow over and helped to move the sacks of copper coins up. Lu Sanlang's entire family went to work. They pushed the wheelbarrow, which creaked under the weight of the copper coins, back to their home. Each family had 150 strings of copper coins and 25 taels of gold. 700 kilograms of copper coins wasn't a problem for these villagers. Those with more people carried the coins themselves, and those with fewer people had their neighbors help. The villagers who were called by Li Wangyu all laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. They pushed the wheelbarrow and jogged to the entrance of the treasury to get their money. After working for more than 4 hours, all the copper coins and gold ingots were finally distributed. The villagers hid the copper coins in their homes before returning to the ancestral hall. A long table had already been set up in the ancestral hall. The old village chief and the venerated elders respectfully invited Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior to take a seat. The village of more than 600 people ate meat and drank wine. It was very lively. During the meal, the old village chief couldn't help but wipe his tears. He never thought that he would live such a life. The old man silently thanked the gods and Buddhas in his heart for sending his Langjun to Dingzhou village. Then he raised his wine bowl and proposed a toast to Li Wangyu. With the old village chief taking the lead, the other villagers all came forward to propose a toast. Looking at the scene, Li Wangyu's face darkened. However, he was happy today, so he didn't care too much. Bowl after bowl of wine was poured down his throat like water. Unsurprisingly, he drank until he blacked out again. The next day, Li Wangyu climbed out of bed with a splitting headache. He felt like he had forgotten something. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slammed the bed. Damn it, his beautiful superior had finally agreed to do something shameful last night. Drinking made things worse. Li Wangyu raised his head and sighed. He swore once again that he would never drink again. Chapter 6:16. Having missed the opportunity to do something bad, on the night of the kitchen sacrifice, Li Wangyu felt very melancholy. What made him even more melancholy was that on the 24th, his beautiful boss's relative came to visit. This made Li Wangyu so angry that a few more pimples appeared on his face. His beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw how impatient he was. She ignored the sullen Li Wangyu and pulled Afro and Perrin to instruct the servants in the residence to start preparing for the new year. On the 24th, the foppish sons also swarmed over to Dingzhou village's Lai Hot. On the night of Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu's fireworks had already alarmed half of Chang'an. Many people in the streets near the Imperial City and Taiji Palace saw the sudden explosion of thunder in the night sky and the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. This caused a lot of discussion in Chang'an that night. They didn't know what had happened to cause such a strange phenomenon. It wasn't until the next day that the officials at the birthday banquet spoke a few words that everyone understood that the fireworks that had bloomed in the night sky last night had been the work of the Count of Huxian, Li Wangyu. At the birthday banquet, the mirror that Li Wangyu had presented as a gift was the subject of much discussion. The rumors became more and more exaggerated. There were even rumors that County Count who had stolen the treasured mirror from the Immortal Palace and presented it to the saint. That treasured mirror could emit lightning and thunder, and it could also emit a strong light that competed with the sun. There were even rumors that County Count who had presented the first emperor's treasured mirror, the heart-reflecting mirror. Rumor had it that the first emperor could use the treasured mirror to check the loyalty of his subjects. Anyone with second thoughts would be able to see that their hearts and guts were trembling when they looked into the mirror. In short, the rumors became more and more outrageous, and Li Wangyu and the treasures he presented to Pai Lupi were covered in a layer of mystery. The foppish sons naturally learned the truth of that night from their fathers. They weren't interested in mirrors, but they were curious about the fireworks that bloomed in the night sky. If it wasn't for the fact that all the manors had to offer sacrifices to the kitchen the next day and they really couldn't get away, it was likely that they would have chased after them to Dingzhou village on the same day. On the second day after the ceremony, the rich playboys showed up at the Lai Hut and asked Li Wangyu for the fireworks. "Zio, why didn't you think of your brothers when you created something fun?" "That's right, you're not a good brother. Hurry up and hand over the fireworks and I'll spare your life. You didn't even call your brothers to watch the fireworks. Zio, you've become bad." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "These bastards, you're not girls. Only a ghost would want to watch the fireworks with you. Brothers, the fireworks can only be set off at night." Li Wangyu deliberately evaded the responsibility. Qing Yaojin was carefree and directly led the way to the big bathroom at the Lai Hut. "That's good. We'll stay in your manor for a few more days and return to Chang and City on New Year's Eve. Brothers, let's go and take a bath. It's winter and the best time to soak in a hot spring. Zio, you really know how to enjoy life. Your manor is still the most comfortable. Hurry up and ask the maids to bring us wine." Li Wangyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. This group of rich playboys really didn't treat him as an outsider. It was really annoying. He jokingly scolded and waved his hand to signal the old housekeeper, Li Hang, to prepare food and rooms for the rich playboys. Fortunately, when he made the fireworks for Pai Lupi, he also remembered that the spring festival was coming. In addition to the 108 fireworks, he made many more and planned to set them off on New Year's Eve. Of course, it was okay to take some out to satisfy the rich playboy's curiosity. Since he couldn't have sex with his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could only play with the rich playboys in the manor. Setting off fireworks, firecrackers, barbecue, fishing, mahjong, poker, board games. Li Wangyu led the rich playboys to play everything they could think of. On the 27th day, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben also came to visit. That day was the beginning of the New Year's Eve holiday, in the imperial court and yamen. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben had already agreed to celebrate the new year at their own manor. Li Wangyu naturally welcomed them. It was the new year, so the more lively it was, the better. On New Year's Eve, the rich playboys finally reluctantly returned to Chang'an City. Li Wangyu made arrangements for the New Year's Eve banquet while silently calculating the time. It had already been 7 days. The relatives of his beautiful boss should have left by now, right? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt that his mouth and tongue were dry and his heart was beating faster. He pretended as if nothing had happened and walked left and right in front of his beautiful boss. His beautiful boss couldn't help but glare at him. "Wangyu, if you have nothing to do, go to the kitchen and see how the New Year's Eve banquet is going. Why do you keep walking around in front of me?" "Hee, nothing. I'm just looking at you." Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly. "Why are you looking at me?" "Well, what do you have planned for tonight? Is it convenient?" The beautiful boss instantly understood what this guy meant. Her pretty face immediately turned red, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded slightly and walked away quickly. Receiving a hint from his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu was so excited that he clenched his fists and jumped 3 feet high. He turned and ran to his bedroom to prepare incense, candles, and flower petals. He then charged his phone and Bluetooth speaker, chose romantic music and waited for night to fall. Throughout the day, Li Wangyu deeply understood what it meant to have a day pass like a year. Why did time pass so slowly? Why hadn't the sun set yet? Why wasn't the sky dark yet? Ma Zhou and the others felt that their master had become strange today. Not only was he absent-minded, but he also kept asking the mansion's servant girls what time it was. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou looked at each other, not understanding the situation. When Li Wangyu asked about the time again, they simply asked, "Master, do you have something to do today? Do you need the disciples to do it for you?" Li Wangyu was surprised and quickly shook his head. Nothing. You do what you need to do. Today's weather is good." After he finished speaking, he quickly walked away, afraid that his 2 disciples would notice something. That would be too embarrassing. With great difficulty, the sky finally turned dark. The castle had just lit up when Li Wangyu impatiently waved his hand. "Let's start the banquet." This New Year's Eve banquet left everyone in the mansion confused. No matter who proposed a toast to Li Wangyu, he flatly refused. "I'm not drinking. From today onwards, I'm quitting drinking." Li Wangyu pushed away the wine bowl in front of him with an unusually firm attitude. This caused Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, who had proposed a toast to him, to be stunned. They didn't understand what was wrong with their master. Why didn't he even drink? How could they know that Li Wangyu was afraid that he would get drunk again? Wouldn't that delay the important matter? The others didn't know what was going on, but their beautiful boss understood. She glared at Li Wangyu with a red face and ignored him, minding her own business as she called out to Aphrodite and Perrin, as well as Niu Yong and Niu Wu's wives to drink and eat. After the New Year's Eve banquet, Li Wangyu desperately winked at his beautiful boss, signaling that it was getting late and that it was time to rest. Unfortunately, his beautiful boss completely ignored him and dragged Aphrodite, Perrin, as well as Niu Yong and Niu Wu's wives out to set off firecrackers and fireworks. This made Li Wangyu so angry that the roots of his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. He could only thicken his face and follow them out to set off firecrackers. Chapter 6:17. After setting off the firecrackers and fireworks with great difficulty, everyone sat back down in the castle to drink and chat. Li Wangyu, however, couldn't sit still anymore. From time to time he would pretend to yawn and stretch, looking very sleepy. Li Heng, the old butler, felt sorry for him and couldn't help but say, "Are you sleepy, Langjun? Why don't you go get some rest?" Li Wangyu immediately got off the donkey and stretched as he stood up. "Okay, you guys can have your fun. Don't worry about me, I'll go back to my room first." With that, he turned around and left, not forgetting to secretly give his beautiful boss a look, indicating that she should go with him. But his beautiful boss turned her head away as if she didn't see it and continued talking to Aphrodite and the other daughters-in-law of the Niu family. Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. He could only look back every few steps and dawdle back to his room. His room was naturally the largest in the castle. Not only was there a living room outside the bedroom for receiving guests, but there was also a huge cloakroom and washroom inside the bedroom, just like the mansions in the future. There was also a thick carpet on the solid wooden floor. The bed in the bedroom was even bigger, which Li Wangyu had the craftsman build for him. Not to mention 2 or 3 people, it wouldn't even be crowded even if 5 or 6 people were to lie down. After returning to his room, Li Wangyu sat on the sofa in the living room, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He grabbed the Book of the Three Kingdoms, flipped through a couple of pages and threw it aside. He walked around the room several times but still didn't see his beautiful boss. Feeling that he had been tricked by this woman again, he stomped his feet in anger. Feeling really uneasy, he simply ran to the bathroom to take a shower and extinguish the anger in his heart. He planned to go to bed and find trouble with his beautiful boss tomorrow. But when Li Wangyu finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and wiping his wet hair with a towel, he was stunned when he looked up. Who else could it be but Su Changqing, who was looking at him with a sweet smile under the dim light of the room. "Changqing, you." As soon as he opened his mouth, his beautiful boss gently pressed a finger to his lips, indicating that he should not speak. Su Changqing gently leaned her head on his shoulder, her slender fingers drawing circles on his chest. "Wangyu, will we never be able to go back?" Li Wangyu opened his mouth but he didn't know how to answer. There was no answer to this question, and he felt that the possibility of returning to the future was almost zero. "Listen, I don't care how many women you marry in the future, but if you dare to treat me badly, I'll kill you." After the beautiful boss finished speaking, she proudly raised her snow-white slender neck, stretched out her right index finger and middle finger, and made a peace sign. Su Changqing's mentality had changed a lot since he had been in the Tang dynasty for almost a year. Originally, she had thought that she would at most allow Li Wangyu to cheat on her once, and accepting Afro was already her bottom line. But as time passed, Su Changqing had already become a little numb to the Tang dynasty's multiple wives and concubines. She was not afraid of how many women Li Wangyu would have in the future, but she was afraid that he would forget about her. After all, she knew that she could no longer leave this little man. Now, Su Changqing's only request was that this man who came from the same era as her not let her down. That was all. Li Wangyu immediately felt a chill down his lower body in the face of his beautiful boss's threat, and his strong desire to live immediately made him reply without hesitation, "How is that possible? I swear that I will always treat you well, dote on you and love you." "Humph, big pig trotter, I don't believe you." The beautiful boss began to pound Li Wangyu's chest with her small fists. Li Wangyu was speechless. "Can't you speak properly?" He quickly reached out and hugged his beautiful boss tightly in his arms. Without saying a word, he kissed her directly. At this point, even a fool would know that it was useless to say anything. Between the two of them, their breathing began to quicken. Li Wangyu's hands also began to slowly grope up and down dishonestly. When his hands finally touched Su Changqing's perky bottom, the beauty in his arms could not help but twist her body. Li Wangyu was about to continue, but Su Changqing suddenly pushed him away. I'll go take a shower first. The beautiful boss bit her lower lip, her face flushed red and her eyes watery as she ran to the bathroom. The bathroom door slammed shut, making Li Wangyu, who wanted to chase after her, feel regretful. He could only sit back on the bed and wait anxiously. Of course, he knew what the beautiful boss meant. In the future, if he had a goddess like Su Changqing, he would be courting death if he still dared to be snobbish, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. But Li Wangyu felt that he was deceiving himself if he had to pat his chest and promise his beautiful boss that he would only marry her in the future without any second thoughts. Let's not talk about the distant future, just take Avro in the residence. Could he bear to send her out of the residence and marry someone else? Even the little lowly Perrin, Li Wangyu's heart twitched at the thought of this lovely girl being pleasured by someone else. Boss scumbag. Li Wangyu despised himself deeply in his heart. Sure enough, the beautiful boss was right. Men were all bad. But Li Wangyu dared to swear to his heart that Su Changqing was the love of his life, and he would never let her down no matter what. His words just now were definitely not perfunctory to the beautiful boss, but his heartfelt words. Just as Li Wangyu was letting his imagination run wild, the bathroom door finally opened. Su Changqing's beautiful black hair was still dripping with water. She had casually tied it into a bun and secured it with a hairpin. Her creamy skin was fair and flawless, with a faint pinkish hue. What a picture of a beauty coming out of the bath. Li Wangyu's heart began to beat violently again. Changqing? Li Wangyu only felt his mouth go dry and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, he saw Su Changqing slowly undoing the belt around her waist. The beautiful boss's clothes fell to the ground piece by piece. Li Wangyu stared blankly at the naked beauty in front of him. The beautiful boss stretched out her two jade arms and wrapped them around Li Wangyu's stiff neck. She whispered in his ear and whispered, "Fool, why are you in a daze?" Li Wangyu was an idiot. At this moment he knew what he should do. He lowered his head abruptly and kissed his beautiful superior's red lips fiercely. Her fragrance was thick and smooth, and his hands couldn't help but start to move up and down. When his hands climbed to the soft part of the beautiful boss's chest, Su Changqing only felt her ears burning and her heart beating wildly. There was even a moment when she had the thought of running away. The two people were entangled and slowly fell to the spacious bed. In the bedroom, waves of stirring moans continuously came out, and the air was filled with the smell of hormones. Midnight came. In the castle and in the nearby Dingzhou village, bells and drums sounded together. Jingguan had come for 3 years. End of Book 1, Blossoming Countless Gold Coins. Chapter 618. The panting in the bedroom quickly subsided. Li Wangyu stared blankly at the ceiling, his face ashen. His beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. She drew circles on his chest with her finger. "Hey, didn't someone say that he was in good health?" Li Wangyu covered his face with both hands. He was speechless. What was going on with this damned body? He wasn't like this in his previous life. Although he didn't dare to brag that he could do it 7 times in one night, he still thought that his ability was pretty good. But before he could even get to the point, he had been killed in an instant. This made Li Wangyu want to die. Was there a problem with this body or was there something else? No, I was too nervous just now. Yes, that's right. Let me rest for a while. Today, I must let you know what a man's dignity is. Li Wangyu cried in his heart, but he refused to admit defeat. In fact, Li Wangyu was already on the verge of tears. He was wondering if he should make a trip to the world manifestation realm after daybreak and find old immortal Sun to take a look at him. Could it be that he had some hidden illness? If he really had that kind of illness, he might as well slit his throat and try to transmigrate again. Okay, don't cry. Good boy, I don't dislike you, hee. Su Changqing looked at the little man beside him who had a deathly pale face. His eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Why don't I try again? Maybe I wasn't used to it just now. Li Wangyu made a last-ditch effort. His beautiful boss bit her sexy red lips. Can you do it? Li Wangyu hurriedly stuck his head out and whispered a few words into his beautiful superior's ear, but the beautiful superior's beautiful face was dyed with a layer of blush. She rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu flirtatiously but didn't object. Her body slowly slid down and disappeared under the brocade quilt. The room was filled with the scent of hormones once again. After everything returned to normal, Li Wangyu finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't need to look for Sun Simiao. There was nothing wrong with this body. He couldn't help but chuckle. Darling, I'm not bragging, right? Hee. Su Changqing was too lazy to talk to him. She just lost her virginity, so she felt very tired and didn't want to talk. She just curled up in Li Wangyu's arms and hugged the little man who took her virginity. With a sweet face, she soon fell asleep. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and gently stroked his beautiful boss's silky smooth back. Looking at the beauty sleeping in his arms, he secretly vowed to protect this woman's happiness and slowly fell asleep. However, the two newlyweds didn't linger on the bed for long. Before dawn, just after 3 o'clock in the morning, Li Wangyu's door was gently knocked. Perrin's voice came from outside the door. Langjun, it's time to get up. It's already 5 in the morning. We have to set off. Perrin knocked on the door for a long time before waking up Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss. Wangyu, what time is it? What's Perrin's name? The beautiful boss asked in a daze. Li Wangyu also woke up after a long time. He was speechless and held his forehead with his hand. Damn Pai Lupi. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the reason why Perrin woke him up so early was that she wanted to go to Chang and city to attend the New Year's court meeting. Every year on the first day of the new year, the emperor sat in the morning court meeting and was congratulated by the officials. In the capital, the ministers, civil and military officials, and the envoys of various countries all had to attend. The New Year's court meeting was the grandest of the year. Li Wangyu, as the county earl who founded the country, naturally had to attend. He cursed in his heart and was about to get up to open the door for Perrin and let the maidservant come in to help him change. It had to be said that it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Li Wangyu was now very used to having maidservants to help him change clothes and wash up. However, after the beautiful boss woke up, she pulled him and anxiously whispered, Don't let them in. Li Wangyu was stunned and then realized that the beautiful boss was embarrassed to let others know what happened between them last night. Hey, Changqing, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Perrin and the others will know about this sooner or later. No, I don't care. Anyway, you are not allowed to tell anyone. You go out and don't let them in. The beautiful boss pulled the brocade quilt and hid herself in it like an ostrich. Li Wangyu could not help but smile that the mature and steady beautiful boss also had such a side. Since the beautiful boss wanted to keep it a secret for the time being, he naturally would not meddle. Li Wangyu got up and put on his clothes casually and kissed the beautiful boss's red lips. Then he got up and opened the bedroom door, but did not let Perrin and the maidservants in. He turned around and closed the door. Okay, you can change clothes here. Li Wangyu stood in the living room and ordered. The maidservants naturally did not dare to say anything. They busily brought a copper basin and helped Li Wangyu wash his face and comb his hair. They tied his hair into a bun and helped him put on the court robes that represented the founding of the country. On the other hand, the little girl, Pei Lan, seemed to have realized something when she realized that her Langjun did not allow her to enter the bedroom. However, she did not say anything. She just ordered the maidservants to do their work and help Li Wangyu tidy up the wrinkles on his court robes. In fact, Perrin did not need to do these things. Li Wangyu had already ordered her to do so. He even specially assigned the maidservants in the residence to serve Perrin. In the eyes of Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, Perrin was also a member of the family. How could they let her serve them? However, Perrin was very stubborn. Even if there were maidservants, she still did so. Li Wangyu could not do anything about it and could only let her be. However, when Perrin tidied up Li Wangyu's court robes, her small nose suddenly moved. Husband, why do you have the smell of the perfume that Sister Changqing likes to use? Her words stunned Li Wangyu. Was this girl born in the year of the dog? How could she smell this? Last night, the two of them were entangled for half the night. Of course, it was not strange that he had the smell of his beautiful superior's perfume on him. Li Wangyu coughed and quickly changed the topic. Cough, maybe it was when Changqing used the perfume. Let's go. It's late. Is the carriage ready? Niu Wu has already ordered the troops to prepare it. They are waiting for you in the hall downstairs. Perrin replied, but her eyes glanced at Li Wangyu's closed bedroom door. Her face revealed a mischievous smile. Li Wangyu did not notice Perrin's expression. He just nodded and got up to walk out of the door. Perrin and the maidservants also followed out. After everyone left, Li Wangyu's bedroom door was gently pushed open again. Su Changqing's hair was messy and her clothes were untidy. She was also holding a bedsheet in her arms. The bedsheet had the little plum blossom marks that she left last night. She was too embarrassed to continue leaving this thing in Li Wangyu's bedroom. When the maidservants who were cleaning up the room saw it, they would be ashamed to death. Sister Changqing. Perrin's voice suddenly sounded in the castle corridor, startling Su Changqing. She hurriedly hid the bedsheet behind her back and looked at Perrin. Perrin, has Wangyu left? Didn't you go with him? Yes, Langjun has left. He said that he would stay in Kaihua Square for a few days. He asked me to wait for Sister Changqing and Sister Aphrodite. We will set off for Kaihua Square together later. Perrin smiled and made a funny face at Su Changqing. Sister Changqing, last night you? Before she could finish, Su Changqing covered her mouth. Shh, don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened last night. Be good, it's still early. Go back and sleep for a while. We will set off after daybreak. The beautiful superior blushed and ran back to her room, leaving Perrin behind to snicker. Chapter 619. Because the weather was getting colder, Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue riding a horse. Therefore he now took a four-wheeled carriage to Chang'an City. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben also needed to attend the court meeting on New Year's Day. They had already gotten up and changed into their court clothes, waiting for him in the hall. Li Wangyu yawned and nodded to the two disciples, asking them to get on the carriage and set off. Sitting in the carriage, Li Wangyu recalled the incredible scene last night and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty more than 1,400 years ago, he could have such a wonderful relationship with his beautiful boss. This was something he never dreamed of in his previous life. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben looked at each other and guessed something from Li Wangyu's expression. Combined with the abnormal behavior of their teacher last night, the two of them showed a smile that all men understood. In the slight undulation of the carriage, the exhausted Li Wangyu fell asleep again with a happy smile on his face. When he woke up, the carriage had already stopped in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate of the Imperial City. At this time, the sky was still bright, but the Vermilion Bird Avenue and the Imperial City were illuminated by torches. Today's Chang'an City could be called Fire City. Every 100 meters, there were burning torches illuminating the wide streets. With birch candles and hundreds of torches surrounding the horses, the city was decorated. This was the grand occasion of today. For the court meeting on New Year's Day, the poem, Early Court Meeting on the Day of the Lantern Festival, by the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Jian was the most detailed and vivid. The great country's rites and music are prepared, all the people are paying respect to the Lantern Festival. The eastern color has not moved, but the Crown Sword Gate is full. The emperor lives in Penglai, solemn and clear. The general leads the Yulin forest, holding a halberd and patrolling the palace. The grandeur of a great country was fully displayed. Although Li Wangyu complained about Pai Lupi after getting off the carriage, he was also shocked by the formation that he had never seen before. He couldn't help but become more serious. The court meeting on New Year's Day was the largest and most solemn court meeting of the year. The ceremony process was also quite complicated. In layman's terms, the court assembly was divided into the entrance ceremony, the New Year's greeting, the tribute, the year-end examination, the reading of the Edict of the Lantern Festival, and the celebration. Naturally, there was no need to mention the entrance ceremony. During the New Year's greetings, the officials would send a congratulatory letter to Pai Lupi, and the high-ranking officials would represent the officials to congratulate him and read the congratulatory letter. The tributes were mainly for the envoys of the various states and countries. They couldn't possibly come empty-handed to Pai Lupi to pay their New Year's greetings. Since it was the year-end assessment, they naturally had to see how the various places were doing and whether there were any political achievements. Finally, after the ceremony, Pai Lupi invited all the officials to a banquet. After everyone ate and drank, they could go home. However, this had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. He was here to make up the number of people, and the process of the ceremony had nothing to do with him. After taking a nap in the carriage, he still felt very sleepy. He just wanted to end the court session as soon as possible so that he could go back and sleep again. In the Imperial City, hundreds of officials in luxurious clothes had already begun to gather and line up, preparing to enter the palace to pay their respects. Li Wangyu hurriedly led Ma Zhou and Yan Liben forward to greet all the officials he was familiar with and pay their New Year's greetings. They kept repeating auspicious words such as, Happy New Year, longevity extended, Happy New Year, longevity unlimited, and so on. It was very lively. While everyone was merrily greeting each other, Li Wangyu smelled a strong mutton smell, which almost made him suffocate. Although the Tangs also liked to eat mutton, Li Wangyu had been in the Tang dynasty for almost a year, but he had never smelled such a strong mutton smell on anyone. Moreover, today was the New Year's Day court session. Those attending the court session were all officials and nobles. Even if they didn't have incense on them, they shouldn't have such a smell. He couldn't help but turn his head and look. There were several envoys wearing thick leather jackets, who looked like nomads from the north. Li Wangyu couldn't help but ask Qing Yaojin in a low voice, Uncle Qing, where did these envoys come from? They smell really bad. Hehe, you brat, don't talk nonsense. They are the envoys of the barbarian Kagan. They are here to pay tribute to the sage during the court session today. Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu ponder for a long time. Who was this barbarian Kagan? After a long time he remembered that this barbarian Khagan was also an Eastern Turk. After the Eastern Turks Sheli Khagan rebelled, the barbarian Khagan allied with the Hueha, Baegu, and other tribes to defeat Sheli Khagan and built his own tent, which was Shui Yantua. Uncle Cheng, that barbarian Khagan submitted to the sage? Li Wangyu asked curiously. He didn't know about this history. Cheng Yaojin nodded with a smile. The sage sent Yuji General Qiao Shiwang to confer the title of Shui Yantua Zhenju Pijia Khagan. He also gave him a war drum and flag. That barbarian Khagan was also a tactful fellow. After accepting the title, he sent an envoy to pay tribute. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. When he was studying the history of the Tang dynasty, he seemed to have read about this matter. However, he didn't remember much about it until Cheng Yaojin explained. However, he remembered that this barbarian Khagan wasn't a good person. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same race will have different intentions. In the 13th year of Jingguan, the barbarian Khagan started to become enemies with the Tang dynasty. In the 19th year of Jingguan, after the death of the barbarian Khagan, his son actually led an army to attack Hunan Shuo Prefecture. This caused the Tang dynasty to be furious and send out an army. In the end, in the 20th year of Jingguan, the Shui Yantua Khanate was completely destroyed by the Tang army. After recalling the history, Li Wangyu couldn't help but secretly curl his lips. These two-faced Shui Yantua people really didn't know what was good for them. Did they think that the cavalry of the Tang dynasty was made of mud? After the start of the court meeting, the officials and envoys of various countries entered the hall one by one and kowtowed to Pai Lupi. Then came the tedious process of the ceremony. Li Wangyu sat in his seat with his back against the pillar in the hall. He listened to Fang Xuanling's yin and yang reading out the congratulatory words. It felt like a lullaby. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. In the end, he simply leaned against the pillar and fell asleep. He had to admit that the warm Taiji Palace was really a good place to sleep. Li Wangyu slept so soundly that he was almost snoring. While he was having sex with his beautiful boss in his dream, he was suddenly pushed from behind. He was so scared that he jumped up from his seat. Before he could recover, he heard Pai Lupi's voice say, "What do you think, County Count Huxian? Tell me about it." "What the hell? What do you mean by, what do I think? Pai Lupi, what are you talking about?" Li Wangyu blankly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He was in a daze and didn't know what had happened. Just like in the future, when he was suddenly called to stand up and answer a question while sleeping in class, he looked around blankly and asked the three questions in his soul. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why didn't anyone tell me what had happened? He couldn't help but turn his head and look behind him. The person who pushed him was his disciple Ma Zhou, who was winking at him. Ah, this question, yes, this is a question. Li Wangyu didn't know what he was talking about. God, who could save him? He was about to cry. The court meeting was going well. Did it have anything to do with him? He was sleeping well. Who was he bothering? Chapter 620. When Li Wangyu saw the expressions of Pai Lupi and the other officials, he knew that his nonsense just now was not appropriate. When he was at a loss of what to do, he heard someone shouting in dissatisfaction, "Heaven Khan, what nonsense is this official of yours talking about? Does he also think that it is good for the Ba Yi tribe to occupy my pasture? Heavenly Khan, are you humiliating me, Shui Yantua?" Li Wangyu looked towards the direction of the voice. The one shouting in the hall was the envoy of Shui Yantua that Cheng Yaojin mentioned earlier. However, the words of the envoy made Li Wangyu even more confused. What the hell? The Ba Yi tribe occupied Shui Yantua's pasture? What does it have to do with what he said just now? Before he could recover, he saw a group of people dressed as envoys from Mo Bay laughing. Haha, the official of the Heaven Khan said it well. Isn't this good? Since Shui Yantua has already set up camp at Overseer Yu Mountain, then the pasture of Luoluan River belongs to us, Ba Yi tribe. What's wrong with that? Bullshit. God above, the pasture of Luoluan River has always belonged to us, Shui Yantua. Ba, if it wasn't for us, the Ba Yegu tribe who helped you defeat Sheli Khan's army, you would have been finished long ago. Now, giving the grassland of the Krulin River to us is a reward. You bastard, do you want to duel with me? Come on, God above, are we, the people of Ba Yi tribe, those cowardly guinea pigs? I will let you know what it means to be an eagle on the grassland. Li Wangyu continued to be confused. What the hell is going on? I just said a few words of nonsense, why are these envoys arguing? Seeing his teacher's confused face, Ma Zhou was helpless. While Shui Yantua and the envoys of Ba Yi tribe were still scolding each other, he quickly got up and whispered a few words in Li Wangyu's ear. Only then did Li Wangyu realize what was going on. F***ck, this was really a pain in the ass. It turned out that when the envoys of various countries were paying tribute, the Shui Yantua envoy who had recently submitted to the Tang dynasty, suddenly said that he hoped that Pai Lupi, the Heavenly Khan, would uphold justice for Shui Yantua and punish the Bei tribe. The reason was that the Bei ancient tribe had forcefully occupied the grassland of the Krulin River, which was located between the two tribes. Speaking of which, Shui Yantua and Ba Yegu were originally allies. Previously, the two of them, together with the Hueha people, defeated the Turkic Sheli Khan's army. But once the Eastern Turks were defeated and fled, the people of these tribes began to fight over the fertile pastures. Several small-scale battles even broke out because of this. However, Shui Yantua had just been established recently, and their strength was not as strong as the Bei tribe. They had suffered a small loss, and even the grassland of the Luoluan River had been occupied by the other party. Therefore, Shui Yantua's envoy simply took the opportunity of today's New Year's Day Imperial Court meeting to offer tribute to Pai Lupi and brought up this matter, hoping to get the support of the Heavenly Khan. In this regard, Pai Lupi naturally felt a headache. He did not want to care about the matter of the Mabe grassland, and he could not care about it. He could not let the Iron Cavalry of the Tang dynasty move out just because the two sides were fighting over the pastures, right? After all, the Bei ancient tribe had also submitted to the Tang dynasty and worshipped Pai Lupi as the Heavenly Khan. They were a vassal state of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi was helpless and could only look around to see if other people had any thoughts on this matter. But whether it was the civil officials like Fang Shenling and Du Ruhui, or the military officials like Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, or the military officials like Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, or Li Jing, in fact, there was no good way to deal with this matter. This matter involved the interests of both sides, so how could it be settled with just a few words from the Tang dynasty? If they spoke rashly and caused the other side to be dissatisfied, it would not be good. Therefore, everyone kept their mouths shut and remained silent. In desperation, Pai Lupi turned his eyes to Li Wangyu. His nephew had already left an impression in his heart that he was quick-witted and often had unexpected ideas, so he wanted to see if he had any good ideas. Li Wangyu was dozing off in the hall. He could hide it from others, but naturally he could not hide it from his disciple, Ma Zhou, who was sitting behind him. Seeing Pai Lupi looking at him, Ma Zhou was anxious and pushed Li Wangyu. However, he did not expect Li Wangyu to have such a big reaction and directly jumped up. The key point was that this guy was still confused and did not understand the situation, so he opened his mouth and said something like, "It's good." This naturally annoyed Shui Yantua's envoy, who thought that Li Wangyu was saying that it was good that Bei had robbed their grassland, causing a mess in the hall. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu, who was causing trouble. Seeing that Shui Yantua and Bei Gu's envoys were getting more and more agitated, and it seemed that they were going to fight on the spot, he could not help but slap the armrest of the throne and scolded angrily, "Enough!" The two envoys were making such a ruckus in the main hall. What was going on? "Shut up, all of you." Seeing that the Heavenly Khan was angry, Shui Yantua and Bei Gu's envoys looked at each other angrily and temporarily shut up. Pai Lupi rubbed his temples and felt a headache. He felt that these barbarians were indeed barbarians. Didn't they know that today was the New Year's Day Imperial Court? On the first day of the new year, they were already restless and caused so much trouble. They were really uncivilized. He glared at Li Wangyu and asked angrily, "County Count Hu, what did you mean by what you said just now? Tell me clearly." At this time, Li Wangyu knew the cause and effect of the matter, and he also had a headache. How did he know how to solve this matter? "Why don't we split the grassland in half? Or I'll take 1, 3, 5 and you'll take 2, 4, 6? Or should we just use scissors, stone, paper and whoever wins gets the grassland?" These were all his own thoughts. It was obvious that neither Shui Yantua nor Bei Gu would accept these proposals. He was also a little embarrassed and did not know how to answer Pai Lupi's question. Should he tell Pai Lupi that he was just taking a nap and that what he said just now was just sleep talking? Then it would be strange if Pai Lupi did not beat him. Li Wangyu did not want to be punished by Pai Lupi on the first day of the new year. That would not be a good sign. Seeing Li Wangyu at a loss for words, Ho Junji's triangular eyes flashed with disdain, and he stepped forward to add insult to injury. "Your Majesty, this subject believes that County Count Hu was speaking nonsense just now and has truly lost his dignity. Your Majesty, please punish him as a warning to others." Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other clan heads naturally stood up and agreed. Duke Lu's words are reasonable. Your Majesty, for County Count Hu to speak so carelessly in the hall, he has truly lost his place as a subject. This subject requests that Your Majesty severely punish County Count Hu for his conduct. Hearing this, Li Wangyu could not help but raise his middle finger under his robe. These bastards were really willing to use their knives. But after being forced by them, Li Wangyu suddenly had an idea, and he couldn't help but heartily laugh. Haha, Duke Lu, Duke Wang and Duke Sheng's words are truly baffling. When did I speak carelessly? Everyone, please do not slander me. Ho Junji scornfully pursed his lips. Count Hu, weren't you the one who said that this matter was rather good? Ba Yegu occupying Shui Yintua's grassland is rather good? Why don't you explain this to His Majesty and Shui Yintua's envoy? Li Wangyu slowly walked forward and bowed to Pai Lupi. Reporting to your Majesty, what this subject said just now was rather good. It was not what Duke Lu understood.